Now to download the DaVinci Resolve 18, search for DaVinci Resolve 18. And we have this very first link, blackmagicdesign.com. Click on this link and it will take you to the download page. Now we have two options. We have the free version and we have the studio version. If you want to buy the studio version, then you can do that in here. Now I'm going to download the free copy of the DaVinci Resolve 18, so I'm going to click on this button. And now we have this window. And we have three options. We have Mac OS, Windows and Linux. I'm using Windows, so I'm going to select Windows. And now you need to fill this form in order to download DaVinci Resolve 18 version. Now click on this register and download button. And it will give you the free copy of DaVinci Resolve 18. Now if your download does not automatically start, then click on this button. As you can see, mine is already downloading. Now extract the zip file. Now open the folder, refresh, open the folder, and we have this exe file application. Now double click, or you can right click and open the file. Now right click and click on open to install the DaVinci Resolve 18. Now it is extracting the file. Click on yes. And now check all these except for fade automatically acceleration utility. Now click on install and it is now installing our DaVinci Resolve 18 setup. Now as you can see, we have this window. Click on next, click on I accept the term, click on next, select your location here, click on next and click on install. Now in order to run the DaVinci Resolve 18, we need to restart our computer. So I'm going to restart mine. And now we have DaVinci Resolve 18 right here. So now if you opening this for the first time, you will see this window. Click on the continue. Click on start. And now our DaVinci Resolve is now launching. So this is my previous project window, so I'm going to upgrade it in order to recover my all projects. And now there we go, there are all my projects. So guys, this is how you can install and download DaVinci Resolve 18. So let's create our first project by double click on this untitled project, and we have this DaVinci Resolve 18. So this is the interface of DaVinci Resolve 18. Now unlike other software, DaVinci Resolve is divided into these pages. Now every single page is perform a different task. In media page we add our media, we select our media, and in cut page we cut our media and align them in timeline, and in edit page you can do the both actions of these pages, but you can also do the editing. Now in fusion page we add visual effects to our videos. In color page we color correct and color grade our videos. In fade light we edit our audios. And now in final page deliver you can export your video. So this is the interface of DaVinci Resolve 18. Now I will be explained each one in depth, so let's get started. So guys, this is the project window of DaVinci Resolve 18. Now you can change your thumb from here. You can create a new project, you can import a project, you can add a folder, and in here you can also right click on your local database, open file location, open this folder and open the guest. And if you open the projects folder, we have all our projects that we created in DaVinci Resolve 18. So this is your local database. Let me switch this from here. And now you can also modify your projects according to their name, data modifier, timeline format and frame rates. Now let's create our new project. So you can also click on this new project, or you can double click on this untitled project to create a new project. And there we go, this is our first project. So guys, the first page is the media page. Now you can select your media in every single page. So what is the main purpose of the media page? Why it is a separated page? Well, the main function of the media page is that you can select a video, drag it in media storage, and it will show all the video that are available in that folder. So you don't need to go back and forth in order to select your media. You can select the media in this folder. In other pages, you only select a video and it will show that video to you. You can also change the project frame rate according to that video. I'm going to change it. If you don't want to change it, just select don't change. Now our project frame rate are changed according to this video. Now as you can see, we have only one video, but in media we have all the videos that are available in that folder. So guys, this is the preview window of the media page. Now you can select a video and then preview that video. You can also stop that video and you can also loop that video. Now you can also use this in order to preview your video. You can mute your audio, you can visible your audio. You can also listen to the audio track. For example, if I'm going to audio track and now I'm listening to the audio track and visually viewing my audio track. Now you can also use the annotation. So what is the annotation? First you have to select the source and you have to drag this video in this timeline in order to drag a marker. So let me explain to you. I'm going to delete this video, and now if I select this video and use this annotation and I select a mark, now it is visible right now, but if we play the video then it will disappear. So in order to set a marker, you have to select this video, drag it in the timeline, and now you have to just place a marker. Select this video and now place the marker. Now we have the marker. Now you can also change the marker. You can also change the brush size. For example, this. So guys, what is the main purpose of the annotation? Well, annotation is used to highlight something in your video in a specific location like this. Now you can also delete a marker. If you want to just select a marker and press delete key on your keyboard and it will delete that marker. Now we have the metadata that carries the information of your video. We have the inspector that will see in edit page in depth, and we have other features as well, but this is the main purpose of the media pool. Now let's move on to our next page, which is the cut page. So now before we go to the cut page, let me just select two clips and now go to the cut page. And now in cut page we have these two clips. First I'm going to drag this clip in our timeline, and you can drag your timeline in order to preview your video, or you can just click on this free play ad and you can freely preview your video like this. So now this is our preview window. In our preview window we can play this video, we can loop this video, and now we have these tools which are available in cut page. So now these are the inspector features. We have these transform controls, we have cropping, we have the dynamic zoom and etc. And now you can also fast forward your video. Now I'm going to lock my timeline. Now you can also trim your clips by select the end part of that clip or the starting part of that clip and drag this to the left side in order to trim the end part, and select the starting point and drag this to the right side in order to trim the starting point. Now you can also click here and you can also choose the part for your video. So now we have this clip. So now I'm going to drag another clip on our timeline. So there is another way to do that. We have these tools as well. You can place on top, or you can just drag this and drop this on top of our first clip. But if you want to use this, all you have to do is just select a clip, select a position, and now just click on this icon and it will place your video on top of this clip. Now we have several options as well, but the best way to do that is just drag the clip and drop this on your timeline. Now we have this audio only and video only, which also allow us to view only audio or the video only. If I select this video, you can see we have the video only. But if you want the audio only, all you have to do is just click here and drag this video right here, and we have the audio only of that clip. Now I'm going to select and delete this audio as well. Now we have these tracks option. You can also delete your track, or you can also delete the empty track and it will delete the empty track. Now guys, you can also lock your track and it will not move until we unlock our track. Now it will move. Now you can also mute the track. You can also disable your track. Now if we disable, it won't show the preview of that clip. and it won't also render that clip. So now I'm going to enable this, and now I'm going to trim this part as well. Now guys, you can also split your clips by clicking on this scissor icon. So now I'm going to select this clip, and I'm going to click on this split clips, and as you can see, it will split our clip. So now I'm going to select this part, and I'm going to press backspace in order to delete that. So this is not the main functionality of the cut page. So what is the main functionality of the cut page? So let me just select these videos and delete these videos. Now we have 3 videos similar to each other but with different camera angle. So now I'm going to click on this sync bin, and we have the videos play at the same time but with different camera angle. So you can also work with different camera angles, multiple videos. You can just select an area. For example, if I want to select this video, this area, all you have to do is just click here and it will automatically trim that area. Now I can select this from this preview window and drag this on our cut page timeline. Now for the second clip, I just want this clip, so I'm going to select this and now drag this right here. And now for this clip, I'm going to select this second clip and drag this on top of this clip. Now you can also change the preview window by clicking on this source tab, or you can just click here. We have the timeline preview. This is for the timeline preview, this is for the trim clip preview, and this is for the sync bin preview. And now we have these 3 clips. So guys, this is the basic functionality of the cut page. So now let's move on to the next page, which is edit. Now I'm going to drag this video in edit page, media pool, and if this is not visible to you, just click on this media pool and it will be visible, and the effects as well. So now let's drag this video in our edit page timeline. And now first start with the inspector. So what is the inspector? Inspector is the property of a video, its audio, its effect transition, and etc. So what is the transform? Transform is like if you want to zoom in or zoom out the video. If you don't select your video before applying any effects in inspector, then it won't work. So first you have to select your clip, and then you have to zoom out and zoom in your video. You can change your position, you can change your angle, you can change your anchor point as well. You can pitch the video, you can yaw the video, and you can flip the video as well. Now if you want to reset this effect, this transform, all you have to do is just click here and it will reset all the effect that we applied in transform. But if you want to reset a single effect, all you have to do is just click on that effect and it will reset that effect. But if you want to reset all the effects, just click on this transform reset and it will reset all the effects. So now our next is cropping. So what is cropping? Cropping is like if you want to crop your video, you can do that from here. You can also soften the edges of the crop. Now in dynamic zoom, we can automatically apply a zoom. For this effect, I'm going to select a picture. So I'm going to select this picture, and as you can see, this is a picture, not a video. Now the dynamic zoom is automatically apply a zoom to our video. You can zoom out your video, double click here, you can swap the effect and it will zoom in your video. Now you can also change the dynamic zoom, it's like animation style. Now it's starting slow, now it will end slow, and we have the ease in and ease out. Now let's restart this zoom. Now we have the composite mode. So now I have this lens flare, let me just put it onto this picture of mine. So now in composite mode, you can add effects like this. You can screen this effect. You can also decrease the opacity of this effect if you want to. Now let me just delete this by pressing backspace. So now the next is the speed change. So what is the speed change? It changes the speed of our clip. You can increase the speed, you can decrease the speed like this. But if you decrease the speed, then you have to increase your video length as well according to the speed. Now I'm going to set this to normal and I'm going to set this right here, place this right here. Now you can also reverse your video. For example, if you want to reverse your video, then you can do that from here. Just click on it and it will reverse your video. You can also freeze frame your video Like click here if you want to freeze this frame and it will freeze that frame, but not the whole video. So guys, now I have two videos right here. Now you have to select the correct mode in order to stabilize your video correctly. So we have three modes. We have perspective, similarity, and we have translation. So if your video perspective is changing, then you need to select the perspective. If your video position is only changing, for example, if my video is doing this and this, then I need to select the similarity or translation. But if my video is changing its perspective, for example, if my video is doing this, panning the camera from ground to the mountain, then I need to select the perspective. So in this video my perspective is changing. So now I have to select the perspective mode and now click on the stabilize. And now have a look. Now if I select the similarity, you have to click on the stabilize once again to stabilize your video. You can see we have a shaky video. So in order to stabilize this video correctly, I need to select the perspective and I need to change the smooth increase to 0.5 and crop to 0.7. Now let's stabilize. So every time you change something, you need to click on this button stabilize in order to stabilize your video. So I'm going to stabilize and it will take longer than the usual. So now we have this stabilized video. So now in this video my perspective not changing, only the position is changing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the similarity and I'm going to select the stabilize button to stabilize the video. Now have a look. My video is now stabilized. Now I'm going to decrease the cropping ratio and now stabilize it once again. Now we have this video. So this is how stabilization works. So now we have the next option, which is lens correction. You can correct your lens distortion from this option. So retime and scaling is for the highest resolution preview for your video. So I recommend don't change any setting because it will affect your machine and it will slow down your edit process. So guys, this is the inspector. Now we have the audio inspector as well, but we will see this in Filmmaker. Now there is another way to use the inspector of your video. This is the preview window and we have this preview modes. Now here first we have transform mode. Now if I zoom in my video, you can see we have the value changes in zoom. If I zoom out the video, the values will change. Now you can rotate your video as well if you want to. And the second option is the crop. So first I'm going to restart my transform and you can crop this very easily using this preview window mode. Now the third one, we have the dynamic zoom. You can also control the dynamic zoom. You can enable the dynamic zoom here, and here we have the dynamic zoom, and then you can change your dynamic zoom range from your preview window like this. And now here we have the preview window dynamic zoom. Now the next one is the OpenFX. The OpenFX is used to control the effects on your preview window. So for example, I have this effect called light rays, and if I apply this effect, you can see we can control this effect on your preview window like this. You can even change the length, decrease the brightness, and now I can change its direction. Now the next we have the fusion overlay. So what is the fusion overlay? So in effects we have these effects. You can, for example, I have the digital glitch, so I'm going to drag this and drop this here. Now I can control these effects on screen. These are the fusion effects, so we can control these on our preview window screen using the preview window mode. And finally we have the annotation. Now let's delete this fusion and delete the OpenFX. Now the final option is the annotation. So annotation, I explained to you earlier that it is used to highlight something in your video. For example, this is the point I want to highlight and this is the one. So these are the marker to highlight something in your video. You can also delete them. If you want to, just press delete key and it will delete. Now you can also turn them off. If you want to, just click here and it will turn off. If it is highlighted, then it is enabled. Now in preview window we also have a match frame option. So if you click here, this is the original source video that we cut. So for example, if I want to select this part of my video, then I need to press I and press O. So this is the range that video we are selected. So I'm going to drag this and drop this right here, and that part will be selected in our timeline. So you can also select the video part using this match frame. So guys, as you noticed, we have several modes in our timeline. So our first mode is the selection mode. So what it does is select everything that are in our timeline. For example, the cursor of the timeline, the tracks as well. So our next mode is the trim edit mode. You can access this mode by simply press the T on your keyboard. It is the shortcut key, and you can just select your video and drag it to the right side or to the right side to select a specific part of your clip. Now our next mode is the trim edit mode. So first let me just select the selection mode, and what it does, if I select this, we have the yellow cursor appear, and now if I play my video, you can preview the part of your video over and over again to see if that part is necessary or if you want to cut that part out. To cut the part out, we have the blade mode. So what it does, it split your clip. So select the blade mode, click here, click a position where you want to split your clip, and it will split your clip. So as you can see, I have 4 different clips now. I can now edit them separately. So now I'm going to select the selection mode, and now we have these 3 modes that are used to insert our media. So our first mode is the insert clip. So what it does, if I want to insert a clip between these 2 clips, then I can come over here, select a clip, and now click on it, insert clip, and it will insert that clip between these 2 clips. Now our next mode is the override clip. So what it does, if I want to override this clip, then I can just come over here to the starting point of this clip and then select a clip and now click on this override, and it will override that clip. So our final insert mode is replace clip. So what if you want to replace a clip in your timeline, then you can do that as well. It's very easy. Just select a clip and select a clip that you want to replace to, and now click on this replace clip, and it will replace that clip with the new updated clip that you selected in your media pool. Now we have snapping mode. So what is the snapping mode? So you can connect your clip easily if this is enabled, and we have a white line appear. You can connect 2 clips very easily. If you disable this snapping mode, then you can freely move your clip whenever you want to. Now the next is the link selection mode. So what it does, now I can select my video and the audio at the same time if link selection is enabled, and if the link selection is disabled, then I can simply just select the video and the audio only, and you can place them separately in a separated track if you want to. If this is enabled, you can now select your video and the audio at the same time. Now the next is position lock. So what it does, now I can simply move all my clips freely in my timeline, and if this is enabled, then I can't move anything in my timeline because everything is position lock. I can't even delete the ripple. So if I disable this position lock, then I can delete the ripple as well, and I can move my clips. So if you enable this, we have these locks appear as well, that indicating that your position is locked in timeline. Now we have the next, which is flag. You can add a flag to your video and add a flag, and we have these flags. You can add flags to your video like this. You can now double click on a flag, change its color, or even add a note as well if you want to. And if you add a note, then we have a black dot appear in center of the flag, that indicating that you add a note as well. So if you want to remove all the flags, just simple clear all, and it will delete all the flags. And next we have marker. You can set a marker to any position. You can even change the color of your marker, or you can even double click on the marker and add a note as well. And if you add a note, then we have the similar black dot appear that you add a marker. And if you want to clear them all you have to do is just click here and clear all, and it will clear all the flags, all the marker. So now guys, in the final we have these 3 modes which is used to zoom your timeline. First we have the extend zoom. we have the detail zoom, and then finally we have the customize zoom. You can even customize your zoom from this slider, or you can even use the shortcut key. Just press Alt plus your mouse scroller to zoom in and zoom out your timeline. And finally guys, we have the audio volume. You can decrease or increase the volume, or you can even mute your audio as well. So guys, these are the modes that are very useful to use in our timeline. Now you can also change the view of your timeline. You can just click here and we have the timeline view option. First, if you don't have the audio tracks visible, then you can just click here and all the audio are now visible. Now you can also click here to stack your timeline to add multiple timelines if you want to. Now we have, if you drag a clip, now we have timeline number 2 and we have timeline number 2 here as well. Now you can cross this and you can add multiple timelines if you want to. Just select a clip and now we have timeline number 3. Now you can also delete these two timelines if you want to. Select them and now press delete key to delete them. Now the next we have the video views option. You can view your video like this. Now we have the thumb option. Now we have the detailed thumbs option like this. Now the audio, we have these as well. You can select them to view your audio according to your need. Now we have the track height as well. You can increase the height of your track. You can increase the height of the audio track as well. Now you can increase the size of your timeline size as well. Just come here on your track, press shift and use your scroll to zoom in the video or the audio as well. You can also drag this above or the down to view your tracks easily. Now here you can right click, you can add track, you can add a subtracted track, you can move track down like this, you can delete the track or you can delete the empty track as well. Now if you want to change the track color, you can do that. Just right click here and change the color from here, and you can set them default if you don't like the color like this. Now you can also disable your track. So if you disable your track, then our video won't show on our screen, on our preview screen, and it won't render as well. Now here we have the position lock. You can lock a position of a specific track if you want to. Now I can't move my track of the video, but I can move the audio track. So now guys, we have two options. We have the solo and we have the mute track in our audio track. So if you mute this track, then this track won't be audible, and if you solo this track, then this track only audible to you but not the other tracks. Other tracks will be mute if you solo this track. Now guys, let's add effects. So enable the effects, and in toolbox first we have the video transition. You can easily add transition between two clips. So this transition, I'm going to just drag this and drop this right here, and here we have this transition. You can add multiple transition as well if you want to. You can customize your transition. Just click your transition, select your transition, and in inspector we have transition enable. So you can now increase the border, you can change the color as well. You can customize your transition if you want to, like this. Now we have amazing transition that you can add, like this brightness and the camera shake. And we have some others as well. We have the paint transition as well. You can even increase the duration of your transition if you want to. Now we have these camera option. We have the rotate transition. So just select this, delete this, and now add a rotate transition, and we have this transition like this. And we have finally, this is burn transition. This is my favorite transition so far. You can even customize this transition as well if you want to. and now we have this transition. So guys, this is how you can add video transition, and we can also add audio transition as well, like this. So guys, this is how you can add transition. And now next we have generators. You can easily add generator. Just all you need to do, just select a generator and place it on top of your video, and there you go, we have this amazing graphics. You can also add a paper if you want to, and now we have a paper screen. You can customize this paper as well. You can even animate this if you want to. Now next we have effects. We have Fusion effects, which is, I believe, is premium, and we have free effects, which is in OpenFX. There are several in OpenFX that are premium, but there are so many effects that are free to use. These effects are very easy to use. All you need to do is just select a effect and drag it on top of your video and drop the effect. And you can even customize the effect as well, like this. And now we have this amazing dynamic zoom effect. Let me just delete all the video and let's focus on this video clip only. And now I'm going to select the audio and delete the audio as well. And now we have this zoom blur effect. Now you can delete the zoom blur effect if you want to. You can preview the effect. Just hover your mouse from left to right side of an effect to preview the effect that you are going to apply. So in OpenFX I have several effects that are my favorite. So first I have glow effect. You can add a glow to your video. You can even change the color of your glow if you want to, like this. And now we have this beautiful glow effect in our screen. You can even change the gamma. You can even change the gain if you want to. You can even change the saturation of the glow, like this. And now you can change the composite type as well, or the opacity of the glow. Now next I have the light rays effect. Increase the length, increase the soften, and decrease the brightness. Now I'm going to apply this to this clip, then you will understand what I'm doing right here. So now you know what I'm talking about. This is a light rays effect. Now you can change the position of the light rays if you want to, like this. Now we have these amazing rays coming from the sky, and you can also soften the value as well, like this. Now I'm going to add a final effect, which is the fast noise. It is very easy to use as well. All you have to do is just click here, change is preset. Like if you want to add a mist, you can just do that. You can add a smoke, you can do that as well. If you want to add a water surface, then you can do this. You can add a river, or you can add a heat haze, like this. Check this out. Now we have the audio effects as well, but we will see these in detail in our fade light page, because this is where it belongs. So this is how you can apply the effects in edit page. Now I skip a folder, which is title folder. So let's delete this video, and now we have title folder. So first we have titles, then we have Fusion titles, and last we have subtitle. So guys, first let's use the Fusion title. So these are the very simple to use. Just select a Fusion title, drag and drop on top of your video, change your text, and that's it. And you can change couple of settings as well, like size, tracking. You can change the color, and that's it. Don't need to change anything else. So these are very simple to use title, Fusion titles. You can add several titles if you want to, and we have some amazing titles in Fusion titles. You can preview your title. Just hover your mouse from left to right side to preview a title, like this. So now we have titles. You can just select text plus, place it on top of our picture or video, change the text, change the size, its font, and you can change these options as well if you want to. Now you can also emphasize the title, and here we have the layout of your title. You can zoom in your title in Z position, you can rotate the title, you can even change the background of your title. In transform you can also add spacing, you can also rotate, share your title like this, or even change the size like this. Just reset this. If you want to reset all the settings that you applied, just simply click on this reset and all the effects that you applied will be reset. Now the next we have guys shading. So what is shading? You can enable shading, like in second we have the red outline, you can enable this. In third we have the black shadow, you can add shadow. In fourth you can add a border like this. So these are very easy to use as well. You can, for example, I'm going to add a shadow. You can control your shadow. You can even change its soften like this, or you can change its position like this. And that's it. And this is how you can add a text plus in edit page. And in settings you can also control these options, control its inspector, control its property, and you can also add a dynamic zoom to your title like this. So now guys, you can also fade in and fade out a track. It's very simple, just select this point, drag it to the right side and this point to the left side. So now we have fade in and we have fade out. You can also use this to this track to any track of your video like this. So now in final we have subtitle. So let me just drag this down and place this subtitle on top of our layers. So now we have first subtitle sub 1, and if you want to add a subtitle right here, just trim this, select this and click on this add new, and we have new subtitle. And here we have subtitle number 3. Now if you want to change the style of the subtitle, you need to just select a subtitle, then go to the style and you can change its property right here. You can even add a stroke, transform, you can add a drop shadow, or even add a black background as well, or you can even change the color of the background if you want to, like this. And now all the subtitle will follow this style. Now you can also add a new subtitle. Just select a subtitle, press Alt and now drag this to the right side, and now we have new subtitle. Now you can change its name to number 4, and now we have number 3, 4, 2 and 1. So guys, this is how you can add a subtitle. So here I have subtitle number 1 for character 1, and if you want to add more subtitle for more characters, then you can do that as well. So let me just show you. First you need to duplicate this subtitle, press Alt and drag this to the right side. And now if we change the style color to yellow for subtitle number 2, then the style will change of the subtitle number 1 as well. So how you can change the style of the subtitle number 2? So first you need to uncheck use track style and then change the color of that subtitle. And now I'm going to increase the size of this subtitle as well. Now check this out. We have this subtitle number 1 and we have this subtitle number 2. Now we have two different subtitles for two different characters. So guys, this is the simple way to add more subtitle for more characters. And if you want to add subtitle number 3 for character 3, then you can do that as well. Just change the subtitle and change the color of that character. Now we have 1, 2 and 3, and if we want to repeat the subtitle, all you have to do is just select a subtitle, press Alt, drag this to the right side and change the subtitle text as well. Now check this out, we have subtitle number 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. So this is how you can add multiple subtitles for multiple characters. Now guys, I'm going to add a simple zoom in and zoom out animation using keyframes. So as you can see in our inspector video, we have every single keyframe for every single features that are visible to us in our inspector. Now I'm going to zoom in and zoom out, so I'm going to add a keyframe for zoom. Let me just come to this point and I'm going to add a keyframe. And as I add a keyframe, and let me just show you, click on this diamond shape and we have our first keyframe right here. Now we will zoom in from this position, from this point to this point. So increase the zoom in value. And now we have this zoom in animation. And if we want zoom out animation, then we have to come to this point. And now I'm going to add the normal value 1. And now we have zoom in and zoom out animation. Now I'm going to smooth this animation, so click on this graph, select all your keyframe and select this graph, and now we have this animation smooth. Now you can select these graphs as well if we want to. Just select all your keyframe and select a graph preset and it will smooth your animation. And now if we want to remove a keyframe, then you can do that as well. All you have to do, just select a keyframe and press delete key and it will delete that keyframe for you. And now you can add keyframe for every single value. For example, I can now change my position as well. If I want to, just select a keyframe, select a point, set a point, and I'm going to change my position from this point to this point right here. Now check this out, we have this animation and we change the position as well. Now you can add keyframe for every single value that are available in our inspector. So guys, this is how you can use keyframes in edit page. Now if you right click on your clip, we have some of the amazing features that are available. So first we have new compound clip. So if you want to merge multiple clips in one clip, then you use compound clip. So how do you do that? So I'm going to select this clip and I'm going to select this clip right here. And now if you want to delete these gap, all you have to do, just select and press backspace, select and press backspace, and it will delete that ripple or gap. Now you have to select all the clips, or you can use shortcut key, which is Control A to select all these clips. And now right click on one clip and now select new compound clip. Now you can rename your compound clip right here. And now let's create this compound clip. Click on create to create a compound clip. Now we have this compound clip. We have multiple clips in one clip. Now if you want to decompose this clip, we have two options. You can either choose decompose in place using clips, or you can choose right click and now open in timeline, and it will open that clip in a separate timeline. So now we have two timelines. If you click here, we have two timelines, and we have compound clip number 1, which is our main clip, and we have our main timeline. This is our main timeline and this is the compound clip. Inside the compound clip we have 3 clips. So now I'm going to right click and now I'm going to decompose in place using clips. So now I'm going to delete these clips. Now the second option which is useful is copy option. You can either copy your clip and paste in a new location, or you can, for example, I'm going to add a simple keyframe animation. Let's smooth this animation, and I'm going to rotate the angle as well, like this. And now we have rotate angle. Select the rotate angle, keyframes, and now smooth them out as well. Now we have this animation, and now I'm going to add some effects so you can better understand what I am doing right here. So I'm going to add a glow effect, and now I'm going to increase the glow and change the color of the glow as well. For example, this one, like this one. Now if you want to copy these effects and you want to paste them on a separate clip, then you can do that as well. You don't need to do all the effects all over again. All you have to do is just select a clip, for example this clip, click on a clip that we apply effects to, copy the effects, now right click and now paste attributes. Now you need to select video attributes, and now you need to click on apply, and it will apply that effects to a new clip that you choose. So now we have this clip effects on this clip. Now you can select any of the clip and you can apply the effect of that clip, of that attributes. Now guys, check this out. We have glow effects and we have the keyframe animation as well of that clip, and we copy this attribute to this clip. So you don't need to worry about doing all the things all over again from the starting point. You can just copy the attributes and paste that attribute to a new clip, or you can select multiple clips at once. For example, now I have 3 clips. I can now select all them, and now I can paste the attributes to all of them. Now check this out. So it is very useful features to use in DaVinci Resolve. And now the next option which is very useful is delete selected, which is backspace shortcut key. You can now, for example, I have this ripple. You don't need to just select a clip and now attach to this clip. All you have to do is just select the gap and press backspace, and it will delete the ripple that you selected. Now we have another option which is press delete key, but you need to worry about one thing is if you press delete key, the clip will delete it, but the ripple will also delete it. So if I press backspace delete key, now we remove our clip, but we remove the ripple of that clip as well. So if we have this clip right here, and I just, for example, I want to delete this clip and the ripple of this clip as well, so I can press delete. And if you don't want to delete the ripple, all you have to do is select a clip and press backspace, and it will delete only that clip but not the ripple. But you need to worry about one thing is if you have this clip right here and you click delete, you see what happened, the ripple will delete it of that clip as well. So if you're working on multiple layers, then you must need to avoid the delete key, because if you press delete key, then your layer will be disrupted. So I'm going to delete this clip as well. Now if you want to remove this attribute, all you have to do is right click on your clip and now select remove attributes, check this video attributes and now apply, and all the attributes will be removed. Now we have another option which is very useful, which is retime controls. So if you want to add speed ramp to your video, all you have to just select retime controls, add a point where you want to speed up your video, slow down the video, and add an endpoint. And now we have 3 options. You can either slow down the starting point, or you must speed up the starting point and slow down the second point, the second part of your video. Now for the final, I'm going to add some more speed, which is 400. Now check this out. We have slow motion and now we have fast motion. So this is how you can add speed ramp to your video. So now we have last useful option, which is auto align clips. So if you want to align your clips automatically, you can just do that. Place your clip on top of that layer that you want to align the clip to. Now select both of the clip, now right click, and now we have this auto align clips, and now click on this based on waveform. So it will align your clip based on the audio. So your audio must be the same in order to align the clip. Now we have this clip number 1 and 2, which is the same clip, but I align them automatically by using their waveform. So guys, these are the clip features that are very useful. I personally use them a lot to save me time. So now guys, select the effects folder and we have adjustment layer. Now you can add anything to this adjustment layer, and this adjustment layer will affect the layer that are under this adjustment layer. Now for example, I have OpenFX. Now I am going to add a zoom blur and a fast noise effect. So now I'm going to just disable this effect. Now in fast noise I'm going to add a heat haze. So now we add heat haze to this adjustment layer, and this adjustment layer is now affecting the layer that are under this adjustment layer. Now I'm going to add a zoom blur as well. Now as you notice, we add a zoom blur and a fast noise effect, heat haze effect. Now check this out. If I add anything, any clip under this adjustment layer will affect that clip as well. So now we have clip number 1 and we have clip number 2, and as you notice we have the same effect on that clip. So if you want to add a similar effect to multiple clips, then you can use adjustment layer. Instead of using the attributes, you can use the adjustment layer. Now if you want to add a keyframe animation, then you can do that as well. All you have to do, just click your adjustment layer. You can add also dynamic zoom, and check this out, that dynamic zoom will affect both of these layers. You can also add a keyframe animation. For example, I'm going to add a zoom from here to here like this, and now check this out. We have effects, we have dynamic zoom, and we have keyframe animation on this adjustment layer. So guys, this is how you can use adjustment layer. So guys, if you want to use some effects in all your projects, then you can save them in a power bin like I did. I have these adjustment layer that I save, and now check this out. We have this radial blur, and in adjustment number 2 I have this amazing glow effects. You don't need to just do the effects all over again from the starting point. You can save them in a power bin and then reuse these effects. For example, I have this new adjustment layer. So now I'm going to add a simple effects so you can better understand what I'm doing here. So I'm going to add a vignette here, and now I'm going to save this in our power bin. So how you can add a power bin, how you can enable your power bin? You can just go to your view and enable this show power bin. If this is unchecked, then you can just select this show power bin, and we have this power bin. You can select your master power bin, right click here. You can create a new power bin, new folder. For example, I'm going to add adjust, open the folder and drag this and drop this in your power bin folder. And now check this out. If I delete this adjustment layer, I can now just reuse that adjustment layer that we saved in our power bin. Now you can use them in all over your projects if you want to. Now you can save anything in your power bin. For example, in my master I have saved some effects and voice effects. For example, a voice effects, and I have saved some text effects that I use, like this pop-up text effect. I have these shaky effects, and finally I have this text effect. So you can save anything in your power bin and reuse that clip or that effect in your projects. So now guys, let's go to our menu bar, and in DaVinci Resolve we have first keyboard customization. Now in keyboard customization you can customize any shortcut key if you want to. For example, I'm going to search blade edit mode, and in blade edit mode you can change your shortcut key. Select this and now press a key that you want to assign to that effect, and now click on assign if you want to assign. For me, I'm not going to assign that, and you have to save changes. So now close this, and now we have check for update. You can check for update if you want to. So now we have the latest update, which is this, and now I'm going to skip this. And now in file you can create a new project. You can save this project, import or export as well. You can go to your projects manager. So if you want to go to another projects, then you don't need to close the DaVinci Resolve. All you have to do is go to file, go to project manager, and you can just select a project, and now we have in our second project. Now if you want to go back to your previous projects, all you have to just go to your project manager, and now into your training project we are back. Now in file we also have project setting. You can change your project setting, for example its resolution if you want to. And now in edit we have these features that I explained to you earlier. For example, you can copy effects, you can delete, ripple delete, and this is new, which is delete gaps. So for example, if you have multiple clips, for example you have clips like this aligned like this, you don't need to select individually ripples to delete them. All you have to just go to edit and click delete gaps, and it will delete all the gaps between your clips. So now in edit guys, we have replace, override, insert all these effects that I explained to you earlier, which is these effects, these mode are now inserted in our edit menu bar. Now in our trim menu bar we also have these modes. We have now dynamic trim mode, which is this mode, and we have trim start, trim end, which you can do that from this mouse cursor. And now guys, let's move on to timeline. And in timeline we have a useful feature, which is razor. So razor is used to split your clips very easily. All you have to do is place your cursor where you want to split your clip and press shortcut key for razor. You can set a shortcut key for razor. For example, go to customization keyboard and now search for razor, and for me I assign B to my razor tool, and now I can now just come to a point where I want to cut my clip, and now press B key to split the clip. Now we have 3 parts of one clip. Now in clip we can also decompose, which I explained to you earlier, and in mark you can clear your mark. For example, I have press I and now press O, and we have this in and out mark. So now if you want to clear this mark, all you have to just go to your mark and now select clear in and out, and it will clear the in and out mark. Now in view, I explained to you earlier, you can also show a power bin, you can also enable a power bin that are available in your media pool. And now let's move on to playback. And in playback you can also, in time proxy resolution, you can change your preview window resolution to half, quarter and final full. So if your video is in higher resolution and is taking too much time to preview, then you can go to your playback and change this to quarter, and it will play the video smoothly. So now as you can see, we don't have any lagging in our video, and if we switch to full, you can see we have a slightly lagging in our video. So guys, these are the useful features that are available in our menu bar that will save you some time. Now we have a multicam feature in edit page, and let me show you how you can use this feature, and it's very useful. So first what I'm going to do guys is I'm going to drag this footage in the timeline, and as you can see this is timeline number 1. And now what you need to do is just right click on this file or any of your file and create new multicam clip using selective clips. And now uncheck this move source clip to original clips bin, and now click on create. Now delete this video, and now here we have this icon that it represents the multicam footage. Now what you need to do is just right click on this and now open in timeline. And now guys, have a look right here. This is the angle number 1, and I'm going to add another angle. Now this is the angle number 2, and I'm going to add this video, and now this is the angle number 3. Now what you need to do is just double click on this timeline, open this timeline, and as you can see we don't have any clip. Now drag this multicam footage in here, and now hide this inspector, and now click here. Now we have 2 windows. Now double click here. Now change the source to multicam, and now we have the angle number 1, 2 and 3. This is the 3 video. Now guys, if you want to switch to another angle, you can do this with the num key of your keyboard, and this is, if you select this will cut your audio plus your video, and if you select this will only cut your audio. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to play my video, and I'm going to press 2 on the keyboard, and now as you can see this is the angle number 2, and now if I play my video and press 3, you can see this is the angle number 3. Now if I play my video, let me just switch to single screen, and now if I play this video, you can see this is the angle number 1, this is the angle number 2, and this is the angle number 3. So you can use this multicam and you can cut different video using this multicam. Now guys, you can use this multicam feature in another way. So let me just show you what I mean. So I'm going to delete this multicam footage, delete this timeline. Now I have this footage. I'm going to drag this right here, and now we have timeline number 1. And I'm going to delete this footage, and I'm going to right click on this and create this multicam. Now open this in timeline, and now I'm going to cut this video, delete this part, and I'm going to duplicate this footage. Now place this right here. Now you can see we have the angle number 1 and 2, and I'm going to increase the zoom of this video to 1.5. And now if I disable this video tag, you can see this is the original and this is the zoom in footage. Now I'm going to go to this timeline, and I'm going to drag this multicam footage right here. Now double click here, hide the inspector, change the source to multicam. Now this is for the video plus audio cut. If you want to cut your audio, you can select this, and if you want to cut only the video, you can then select this. So I'm going to cut my video only, so I'm going to select this. And now if I play this video, press 2 on the keyboard, you can see now we have the symbol, and now we have the zoom in. And now if I press 1 on the keyboard again, you can see we have the zoom in and zoom out effect. So if you want to add zoom in effect more than once in your video, you can use this multicam effect like this. So guys, this is how you can use this multicam feature in edit page. So guys, there is a problem called media offline which you might face. So for example, I have these 5 clips, these 5 pictures. So I'm going to drag them in my timeline. And now for example, if I change these pictures location, for example, I'm going to cut them and I'm going to paste them in a new file folder. So now guys, check this out, they all turn red, they all are not available in our media pool. So what you need to do, just right click on your media pool, and now you have to select relink clips. You need to relink the clips. So now I'm going to go to the updated location, select the main folder. So you don't need to select a specific folder, you have to select the main folder, select the folder, and now click on close, and now click on search, and it will automatically search for your clips. And now we are here, our clips are now back. And if you don't have that clips, for example, if you delete them, so I'm going to delete them, and now we don't have these clips. So you can also remove all the clips in bin if you want to. And now check this out, all our clips are gone. And now I can now again relink them in our main folder. I'm going to select main folder just, and now check this out, all our clips are now relinked. So this is how you can relink your clips. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can edit your time lapse. So I have this time lapse right here. Now I'm going to select all the time lapse picture, and now I'm going to drag them and drop them in our timeline. Don't drop them in your media pool, because otherwise it will be available in a picture form. So we don't want that. So I want my time lapse in a clip folder. So I'm going to drag them in our timeline, and now check this out, we have this beautiful time lapse. Now you can also this time lapse, for example, I'm going to zoom this time lapse, and now I'm going to slow down my time lapse, and I'm going to increase the duration of this as well. And now check this out. Now you can also add a dynamic zoom if you want to, and I'm going to increase the range of the dynamic zoom. Let's change our time proxy resolution to quarter. Let's switch the dynamic zoom, and for final I'm going to add a glow effect. And you can also add a camera shake, fake camera shake if you want to. And in our camera shake, I'm going to decrease the speed and I'm going to decrease my motion as well. And now check this out, we have fake camera and we have glow effect as well. I'm going to decrease the speed just a little bit. Now check this out. So guys, this is how you can easily edit your time lapse in edit page. So now guys, let's move on to our next page, which is fusion page. Now this is unlike edit page. Edit page work on layer system, but the fusion work on node system. So this is our video and this is our output. You can switch to single screen or to dual screen. So this is our final output and this is our original clip. So if I press 1 on keyboard, this is our original clip and this is our output. You can see a white dot appear on the second and white dot appear on the first one in this clip. So in our edit page, how we add effects to our clip? We just select an effect and we drag and drop an effect onto our clip and we just change the value and the effect will apply to our clip. But in Fusion, how you can add a effect to your clip? You have to drag effect and drop between these two nodes and the effect will apply to the final result. For example, I'm going to select the node and in our settings, in our inspector, you can control the blur size, for example. And now check this out. If you select your media in and press 1 on keyboard, so this is our original clip. So I'm going to just delete this blur effect and I'm going to select this clip and now I'm going to add an effect to this clip so you can better understand. So now in blur, I am going to increase the size, and if you want to zoom out your preview window, just press Ctrl and use your mouse scroller to zoom in and zoom out. And now check this out. This is the blur video and this is our original clip. So if you press 1 and again and 2 again, you don't see any preview. So if you press 1 or 1 again, it will disable your preview. And now I'm going to press 1 to enable the preview of this original clip, and now I'm going to press 2 in your keyboard to enable this media out. So this is our final result and this is our original clip. So you can add effects in one way. You can add effects between these two nodes. This is our media and this is the effect and this is our final result. So if you disconnect all these nodes from the final node, then the result will not show to you on your preview window and it will not render as well. So in order to render or show the preview, all you have to just select and connect this to your media out. Now in our Fusion page, we have our media pool, we have our effects, we have OpenFX templates and LUTs as well. You can show your clips. For example, this is right now first clip and this is our second clip, which is in edit. We have currently 2 clips. And now you can also switch to single screen or dual screen from this icon and you can go to your inspector from here. So guys, this is the introduction of Fusion page. So guys, I know it's look like a very difficult task to edit your videos or add visual effects in Fusion page, but it's very simple once you understand the node system. So we have different kinds of nodes in Fusion page. First we have basics nodes, like we have blur node that don't require any extra node. You just select your node and drag and drop it in between these two nodes, media in and media out, and it will work fine. Now we have some bright and contrast node, brightness and contrast node. These nodes don't require any extra node. For example, we have curve node and we have color corrector node. You can change these values, you can change hue, for example, add saturation, contrast, you can increase gain, lift, gamma, etc. So these nodes don't require any extra node to function. So I'm going to select these node and I'm going to delete these node. So now I'm going to show you one extra node. For example, if you want to add a text, you just select your text and drop it in between these two nodes. So now we have text node and we have merge node. So what is merge node? So let me just show you in edit page. So in edit page, if you want to add a text, you just select a text and place on top of this layer. So now this text layer is above our video. That's why it shows us the text. So like this concept in Fusion, the green line mean above layer. So for example, if I write a text, increase the size so you can better see what's happening, and let me just switch to single screen. And as you can see, the green line means above layer. So in Fusion, the green lines mean this is layer number 1 and this is layer number 2. Green lines mean above layer. It's very simple concept once you understand. And the blue line means masking node. So if you want to add a mask on this node or on your video, all you have to do is just select a masking node. So these are the masking node, these 4 are the masking node. So for example, I'm going to select ellipse and I'm going to connect this to our merge node. And now select the ellipse and decrease the border. And now check this out. Now we are masking our text. So now let me just show you how this is working. So this is the merge node, green line mean above layer. So I connect my text to above layer and then I connect my mask to the merge node. So my merge node is now masking. The text node is not masking. So if I switch to dual screen and press 1 on keyboard, select the text, as you can see we have this text full. But in our merge node, if I press 1, you can see we have this EX because our ellipse is masking out the double T. So I hope you now understand how this node system works. So now how you can access to these nodes. So these are the nodes, but how you can access to these by searching. So you can search from here, like for example, if you want to search merge node, you can search merge node like merge and we have this merge node. But there is a simple way to search for these nodes. You have to press shift plus spacebar and we have this select tool. And now you can search for any node. For example, if you want to search color corrector, we have this color corrector node. Select this node and add, and it will add. If you want to disconnect a node, press shift and select a node and it will disconnect. And if you want to connect this node in between these two nodes, just select this node and press shift and now drag and drop this right here. And now you can make any changes and it will affect our final output. Now guys, you can also mask the color corrector because we have this blue line, which means you can add mask. So I can now add masking node. So as you can see, this area only affects because we have this ellipse node. And now if you want to disconnect this node, all you have to do just press shift, select this node and just leave it right here. And if you want to connect this, select this dot right here and now drag this line to the blue side of the color corrector node. And now we have this area. So guys, these are the basics nodes. I hope you understand the concept of node system. Now as a beginner, when I try to understand these concepts by watching video, I just don't get it. I understand the node system because I tried myself to understand the concept of node system. It's very simple. You have to try it yourself these same things, then you will understand how these node system work in Fusion page. So now guys, I'm going to add multiple nodes in our Fusion page, so now you can better understand how the node system works. So first we have our video, first we have this clip. If we press 1, we have this clip right here. Now I'm going to disconnect this clip and now I'm going to add a background node. And now I'm going to connect this background to our media out. And now as you can see, we have this black background. So you can change this color from these settings. Like for example, you can add a gradient map if you want to. Now guys, I'm going to place this clip on top of our background. So how you can do that? You just select your node, drag this and press shift and drop this node in between these two nodes, and it will automatically add a merge node, so you don't need to add a merge node. So now I'm going to place this so you can better understand that this is like a layer. So we have this layer and we have this layer. Yellow lines means is connected to the output. So now I can change the size of this node. As you can see, we have this background and we place this video on top of our background. Now I'm going to select a text node and I'm going to drag this and drop this in between these two nodes, and it will automatically add a merge node. So now I'm going to add a text as well. And I'm going to increase the size of this node as well. So now as you can see, we have first background node and we have this video, and then we place our text on top of our video and our background, and these all nodes are connected to the output node. And we have another node which is transform node. You can also transform these all things, or you can transform just one clip. Now I am going to drag this transform node and I'm going to drop this right here. Now as you can see, I'm going to select this transform node, and you can change the size, aspect ratio, the angle. You can flip your video and you can change the position as well if you want to. And if you want to reset these changes, all you have to do is just click on this circular arrow to reset all the things. So guys, now I hope you understand how this node system works. First we have background, and then we add our video on top of this background, and then we add text on top of our video. So guys, if you want to add a node, you don't need to just select a node and then drop it in between these two nodes. All you have to do is just click here and it will add automatically that node. Or you can do one more thing, is just select this node, the updated node, the last node, and just select a node that you want to add it. Now it will automatically add that node in between your nodes. So now you can change the settings right here and it will affect all the nodes. And now guys, if you want to add this brightness and contrast node before the text node, all you have to do is just select your clip, and then first I'm going to delete this brightness and contrast node, and you have to select a media in because it's our video, and now you have to select a node and it will automatically add that node in between that clip node. So now if I change the settings, it will only affect my media in. If you want to affect the background as well, you have to then select your background and then add a, for example, color corrector node. Then I can now change the hue of that background. So now you can see what is happening right here. So guys, this is the basic concept of how node system work in Fusion page. So I hope you now understand the basics of these nodes. This is how you can add multiple nodes in Fusion page. And now if we go to edit, we have this video and we have this text. So now I have this picture right here. Now I'm going to show you guys how you can add emitters / particles node in your Fusion page. So first you need to select this P emitter, and then you have to select P render. So first I'm going to connect this to render, and now I'm going to add a merge node in between our, this is transform node. I'm going to add, this is the merge node in between our main clip, this media in, this media out. And now I'm going to connect this P render to our merge node. And now I'm going to show you, if I play this video, you can see we have these emitters. First I'm going to change my resolution to full so we can see what is happening right here. So now as you can see, we have these particles. So these are the particle node, and these particles are now rendered here, and these render are now connect to our merge node. So this is how these particles node are work. So first I'm going to select this P render and press 1 on keyboard. So this is our particle node. So now I'm going to select my P emitters our main particle node, and I'm going to go to the velocity, and I'm going to change my velocity to this side. And now if I play my video, as you can see, these particles are now going to our right direction, to the right side. Now you can also change the velocity variance, and you can also change the angle as well if you want to, and the angle variance like this. Now I'm going to move this to like this position, and now I'm going to decrease the variance and maybe decrease the velocity a little bit. And now I'm going to decrease the number to like 3 and change the last span to like 4. So now this is the basics particle. So this is for the 3D version. So we are right now in 2D. As you can see, if you want to add a 3D, then you can just add, disconnect this, and then you can switch to 3D. And now we have this 3D. And now you can just go to the image, select this node, now go to the style, and then you can change this to blob, to brush, and you can also change to this as well. Now I'm going to change this to point, and now I'm going to connect this to our merge node. So if this is not connecting to merge node, you then need to select the P render and then switch to 2D, and then it will connect to your merge node, because our image is in 2D, not in 3D. So now I'm going to select my P emitters, and now I'm going to change the style to bitmap, and now I'm going to select my DaVinci Resolve PNG file, and now connect this to our P emitters. And now check this out, we have this small DaVinci Resolve in our particle shape. And now guys, I'm going to add a blur and a glow as well. So I'm going to increase the glow, increase blur just a little bit, and maybe just blend it right about here. And if you want to increase the size of these emitters, all you have to do is just add a transform node, select the transform node, increase the size, and now we have these DaVinci Resolve particles. Now you can also change the style, change the settings of your particles for better result. For example, change the angle, like this, and you can also move it to Z direction as well if you want to. Now I'm going to change the number to 2, lifespan to 30, and now check this out. So now I'm going to select my transform node, and I'm going to increase the size of this node. So now we have these particles. And now guys, if you select your P emitter node and go to the style, and in gain you can also increase your gain to add more shining to your logos or your PNG files. Now you can add a pictures as well. So I'm going to disconnect this, and now I'm going to add my picture and select this picture to P emitters, and now we have this picture. So guys, this is the simple way to add emitters node in Fusion page. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can add a 3D text on your video using Fusion. So first, grab this node text 3D and drop this right here, and select this node, and I'm going to type a simple text, and now press 1 on keyboard to view this right here. Now before we start editing our text, you can zoom in and zoom out using press, hold Ctrl, and using your mouse scroll to zoom in and zoom out. You can also travel from the mouse scroll, and you can also rotate your view from hold Alt and using your mouse scroll like this. and you can also using your mouse scroll to travel from above to below. So this is the basic view function. And now select your text, and now to make our text 3D, right now our text is like kind of a flat text. So select your text, go to the extrusion and increase the extrusion depth. So now we have this 3D text, and I'm going to increase the size of the depth. Now that's fine. Now I'm going to render this text in order to add a text on our video. So I'm going to select this text node, and I'm going to connect this to render 3D. Now press 1 on keyboard on render 3D, and we have this text. And now if you want to add light on your text, you have to select the merge node, this node, and drop this in between these two nodes. So now we are going to add light on our text. So now I'm going to select this spotlight, and I'm going to connect this light on our merge 3D. So if we change the value of the light, you can see we don't have the light. So enable to cast light on our text, you have to select the render 3D, and you have to enable the lightning and enable the shadow. And now select the merge node and press 1 on keyboard to view this right here. And now I'm going to select my light, and I'm going to push it back and press 2 on keyboard on our render, and as you can see, this is our final result. So now I'm going to select this to move it above. You can select the green to move this above or below. You can select the red to move it from to left to right, and now you can select the blue to move it from far or to near your text. So now select the spotlight, and I'm going to increase the size of the cone, and I'm going to increase this angle as well, just like that. And now if we rotate our text, I'm going to add a transform node, 3D transform node. Select this transform 3D and add this before our render. So now if we select our transform, and if we rotate our text, as you can see, this is a 3D text. And if you place this transform 3D before our merge node, you can see we can move the text only. But if we add this transform 3D before our render 3D, then we can transform the spotlight and the text 3D at the same time. So now if we rotate our text, as you can see, we have the light move along with our text. But if we move this before, place this before merge 3D before spotlight, then we can only rotate the text but not the light. And if you want to add a text on your video, just drag the merge 3D node and connect this render 3D to your merge node. And now select the media out, press 2, and now we have this 3D node. And if you want to change the color, you can also do that. You can use the color picker to change your color of your text, or you can use these slider to change the color of your text, just like that. You can also change the decay type as well if you want to. So guys, this is the basics of how you can add a 3D text on your video inside Fusion. Now guys, we are currently using one light, which is spotlight, on our 3D text. Now we have different kinds of light in Fusion. I'm going to explain each one by one. So let's get started. First we have the spotlight, and what it does, if we select our spotlight, we can see we can cast light on one spot. If we move this far from our text, you can see we have this kind of light casting on our text. This is spotlight. Now you can also change its direction if you want to. You can move from X axis to Y to Z, and you can change the cone size as well if you want to. And now I'm going to change this color of my shadow as well, and I'm going to change the color of the light as well. So now we have this kind of light. So now the second light is, if we search for light, we have 4 light. We have spotlight, which we are using currently. We have point light. So now if we select point light, I'm going to add my point light, and now I'm going to add a merge 3D and drag this before our transform 3D. And now I'm going to connect my point light to our merge 3D, and I need you guys to focus on this text. As soon as I connect my point light to merge 3D, you can see we have this light casting on our text, white light. So now if we select our point lights, first select our merge 3D, press 1 on keyboard and select the point light and go to the transform, and you can see we have only translation. We can only move this from left to side, from above to below, and from far to near our text or to behind our text. We have this shining light casting on our text. As you can see, we have this shining light casting on our text. So you can also animate this light if you want to. Now you can also change the color of this light as well, and you can also change its intensity as well if you want to. And now if I select my transform 3D, disconnect this from here and connect this before our render 3D, and I'm going to rotate this, you can see we have this point light behind our text and we have spotlight in front of our text. So now guys, our next light is ambient light. So I'm going to select my text 3D and I'm going to search for ambient light, add this light, and if we select our merge 3D, press 1 on keyboard and select our ambient light and change its direction, you can see nothing is happening because ambient light affects all over your text. So if we select our transform 3D, rotate our text, you can see we have the same light appearing back side of our text and the front side of our text. So it's going to affect your text from overall. So I'm going to change this color to more like this. So if we disconnect this ambient light, you can see we have this color, and if we connect this light, we have this color, and if we rotate our text, we have the same light appearing on the back side of our text as well. So this is before and this is with ambient light connected. So now guys, we have one light left, which is directional light. So now I'm going to select my text 3D and search for directional light, and I'm going to add this light. Let's add this light, and as soon as I add this light, we have a white light appearing. So if we select our transform, just rotate our text, we have this white light, and if we select our merge 3D, press 1 on keyboard, select our directional light, go to its transform, you can see we can move this light from x-axis to y-axis to z-axis. So I'm going to place this right here. You can see we can move this light to any direction of our text. So this is the direction light. Now I'm going to change its color to more like this. And now we have this text effect. Now I'm going to select my transform and rotate our text. You can see we have 4 light casting on our text. And now if you want to move your text only, you can select your transform 3D and connect this after the text 3D. And now if we rotate our text, you can see we have this kind of text effect. So guys, these are the light node in Fusion page. So now guys, let's animate our text. So I'm going to select my transform 3D, and in Y rotation I'm going to add a simple rotate animation. And now to add animation, all you have to do is just use keyframe. So I'm going to add a starting point where I want to start my animation. Click on this diamond shape, and now I'm going to come over to this point, and I'm going to rotate this text 2 times. Right about here. And now if we see, we have this white line appear that indicate that we have keyframe animation. So if we play this video, you can see we have this rotate animation. So now if we enable keyframes, we have this transform 3D, and in transform 3D in Y rotation we have keyframes. Now you can also select these keyframes and move them anywhere you want to, or you can select individual keyframe and move its location as well if you want to. And now if you want to smooth the animation of this keyframe, all you have to do is just hide these keyframes and enable spline. And in spline in Y rotation, I'm going to come over to this point, hold Ctrl and use mouse scroll to zoom out, and you can select these keyframe and you can choose these animation, these graphs that are available in our spline. So I'm going to select my smooth, and now we have this smooth animation. You can also select them and you can also reverse them if you want to. And now we have this reverse rotation. You can select them and you can also set them loop if you want to. And now we have this rotating loop text all over the video. Now I'm going to Ctrl+Z to undo this, and now we have these graphs as well. You can set ping pong, you can set relative, and all these graphs. So in spline you can smooth the animation of your keyframe. Now I'm going to hide this, and now I'm going to select my point light, and in transform I'm going to add a keyframe animation for this point light as well. So I'm going to come to the starting point, set a keyframe here, and right about here I'm going to animate this right about here. And now if we play this video, we have this animation. So this is how you can animate using keyframe in Fusion page. So now guys, we are going to remove this green screen background. So in order to remove this background, we have to search for key effect, and we have two effects. You can either use ultra keyer or you can either use delta keyer. So the ultra keyer is very simple to use, so I'm going to add this effect. And now I'm going to select my background color picker, click, hold and drag this on your screen, and you have to pick the best green screen value in order to remove your green screen accurately. So I'm going to select this value, and now as you can see, we removed our background successfully, but we need to change some settings to avoid this black shadow on our green screen. So I'm going to increase my matte separation just a little bit, don't push it too far, and we have to go to the matte, and I'm going to select this and drag this to the right side of the matte threshold. And now if we play this video, you can see we have successfully removed our green screen, but we have some issues right here. So to fix this, we have to increase just a little bit. So now as you can see, we removed our background successfully, but we have this softness on our face. So to fix this, we have to select this and drag this on the left side just a little bit, don't push it too far, just a little bit, right about here. So now we remove the background completely accurately. So if we go to the edit page, you can see we removed our green screen. So to remove this part of your background, all you have to do is just select your subject video, and now go to the crop and just crop this area, and now we are done. So guys, this is how you can remove your chroma key using the ultra keyer effect in Fusion page. So now guys, I'm going to track this laptop screen. So in order to track screens, we have a planner tracker dedicated to screens. So I'm going to add this planner tracker, and now I'm going to select my laptop screen. So in order to track this, we have to come to this starting point, select our screen, and now we have to click on this drag to end. And as soon as I click on this, we have this error that saying that the reference time 0 must be within the render range. So our new range is this value, so we need to set this value. So in order to set a new value, we have to click on this reference time set, and now we have to track this. So now it is tracking our video. So as you can see, we have some mistakes here. So I'm going to stop my tracker, come to the starting point, reset my tracker, and I'm going to select this laptop screen right about here. Now set the range. Now click on this track to end, and now it is tracking our screen successfully. So now guys, we track our laptop screen successfully. So now we have to give this tracker a footage to place on this laptop screen. So I'm going to select this footage, and now I'm going to connect this to the green effect. So now we have to switch this operation to our corner pin, and now I'm going to decrease this to a quarter, so in order to get our best view. So now we have to fix the corner pin. So change this to corner pin, and now select this corner pin and place this on your screen right about here, and select this corner pin and place this right here. And now we track our video on this laptop screen. So now we have to zoom this video, and now we track our video on this laptop screen. We can just loop this preview window, and now check this out. So guys, this is how you can track your screens using panel tracker. So guys, to track motions in Fusion page, we have a simple tracker. So if we search for tracker, we have this tracker TRA. So I'm going to add this tracker, and first I'm going to go to my playback and increase my proxy resolution to full. So now what I'm going to do is just select this point, drag this, and we have this window appearing that we are selecting that area, and I'm going to select this point right about here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this drag forward, and it will drag that area forward from start to this point. Now you can also view that what we selected in here in this small window in tracker 1. You can add multiple tracker if you want to. So now guys, our tracking is done. Now we can either track our text on this data, or we can either track a picture or a video on this data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this text, and I'm going to type text. And if we select to do a screen, click 1, increase the size of this text, go to the layout, shading, and I'm going to add a shadow, and let's change the shadow color to more like this is better. Now I'm going to also decrease the softness, and I'm going to change the position of this as well right about here. Now let's change the color, and now we have this text. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my tracker, go to the operations. So in operations, I'm going to select match movement, and now select this text and connect this to our tracking data. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this text right here, decrease the size of this text, and place this right here. And now if we play our video, you can see we attach our text on our tracking data. So now we can also attach a video if we want to. So I'm going to select this video, I'm going to attach this on our tracking data. So now we have this video. So to resize this video, all you have to do is just add a transform node, decrease the size and reposition this video. You can add a video if you want to. Now if we play this video, you can see we attach our video on this tracking data. So now I'm tracking this subject eye in order to show you how you can match move your position of this tracker. So let me just finish this tracking data and let me just show you how you can track the position of this tracking data. So now I track this subject eye and I'm going to show you how you can go to the operations, select the match movement, and now you can also select this to background only, and we can now add this effect as well if you want to. As you can see, we have this subject in center of our video, but our background is moving only. Our subject is stay at the center. So now in order to fix this background problem, all you have to do is just go to the Fusion page and now search for transform. Select this transform and increase the size and the position as well. And now if we play this video, we have this effect. Now if we decrease this proxy mode to half, we can see that our subject position is tracked. So guys, this is how you can use this tracker and track your video and add some effects onto it. So guys, in Fusion page we have different kinds of mask node. We have rectangle, we have ellipse, we have polygon, and we have B-spline. So if you want to mask out something from your video or from your picture, you have to select a mask, and then I'm going to select this media, press 1 on keyboard, and now I'm going to select this mask and I'm going to cut out the DaVinci Resolve logo. So now if you want to cut out this DaVinci Resolve logo, you have to connect this to your media, and now we have this DaVinci Resolve logo. And if you want to cut out multiple things from your video or from your picture, you can do that as well by using multiple mask nodes. So for example, I'm going to disconnect this node and I'm going to add another mask node, ellipse mask node, and this time I'm going to cut out our OBS logo. And now if I connect this to my media, you have DaVinci Resolve logo, and if I connect this mask number 2 to mask number 1, we have this OBS logo. And if you want to mask out multiple things, then you can do that as well. All you have to do is drag a mask node, select that object, and now connect this to mask number 2 and connect this to our main media, and you have 1, 2, 3 objects. Now we have another node which is matte control. So first I'm going to delete these nodes, and let's drag this matte control node in here. Now I'm going to disconnect this media in node as well. And now guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this media and I'm going to connect this to our media out. So this is our background. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you that we have multiple inputs in our matte control node. So if I select this and press Alt and let go, we have these multiple inputs. We have foreground, background, garbage matte, we have solid matte, and finally we have effects mask. So I'm going to connect this to our background. So now guys, currently we are using only one input of matte control, which is our background input. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this ellipse mask and I'm going to mask out my DaVinci Resolve logo. And now what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to select this ellipse mask and I'm going to press Alt, let go, and I'm going to connect this to our garbage matte. And now guys, what inside this mask is now our garbage. So if you want to cut out the logo only, all you have to do is just invert this mask. And I'm going to rename this mask as well, so you can better understand what these nodes inputs are. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this polygon mask, disconnect this mask, select the polygon mask, and I'm going to just add a rough mask around this Photopia logo. And now what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to connect this, press Alt, let go to our effects mask, and I'm going to connect this garbage to our garbage mask. So now what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to select this polygon mask and invert this. And as you can see guys, we have this polygon mask which is connected to our effects mask, and this garbage which is connected to our garbage mat. So I'm going to rename this as well, effects mask. So now guys, what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to select another ellipse mask, disconnect all these, and I'm going to mask out my OBS logo this time. And now guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this, press Alt, to our foreground, and as you can see, nothing is happened. So what I'm going to do guys, you have to select your matte control and you have to change the combine to combine alpha. And to fix this problem, all you have to do is just check post multiply image. And now we have this OBS logo, we have our garbage mat, and we have our effects mask. So how these inputs work? So let me just add one more node, and for this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to mask this part only. And now I'm going to connect this to our final input, which is our solid mask. Now connect this to our foreground, I'm going to connect this to our garbage, and connect this to our effects mask. And now I'm going to rename this so you can better understand what I am doing here. Foreground, and this for final we are going to rename this to solid matte. So now guys, for your better understanding, I'm going to disconnect all these mask nodes. And now what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to only connect this foreground, and as you can see we only have this foreground, and I'm going to connect this to our garbage. And as you can see, our garbage mask is selecting that part that is inside this foreground node. So the garbage mat select that is inside this foreground node, and if we invert this, you can see we are now masking out the foreground mask. So this is the relationship between the foreground and the garbage mask. And now guys, if I connect this to our solid mask, you can see we are only mask out that part which we are selected in our garbage mask. So this is our garbage mask, this is our solid mat, the rectangle mask is our solid mat, and the foreground mask is our OBS mask. And we have our final mask which is effects mask, and if we select this, you can see we have Photopia logo which is effects mask. And if I select solid mat, you can see we are showing that result as well. And if I select my garbage, you can see we are only masking out the OBS logo which is our foreground. And for our foreground, you can see we can show anything that we want on screen. And in solid mask, we are only not showing that part which we mask in our garbage mat. And now if we want to connect these to our media out, all you have to do is just grab a merge node and now connect this to our merge node, and now we have this result. So I hope you better understand what these inputs does in matte control. So guys, these are masking nodes and this is matte control. It is very useful when you want to cut out multiple things at once. So now guys, we have this video. Now I'm going to show you how you can remove noise in your Fusion page. So search for remove noise and add this in between these nodes. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock this color. You can either use color or you can either use chroma if you want to. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in my video and I'm going to increase the softness, and I'm going to increase my detail. So now if I show you the result before and after, I'm going to set this to dual screen, select this, press 1 on keyboard, and now if I zoom in, this is the original result, and guys, this is our remove noise result. So it also make your video little bit soft. So if you want to avoid that, all you need to do is just decrease the softness and increase the detail. Decrease the softness, and now as you can see, we have a much difference. This is our original footage and this is our remove noise. And you can also go to the Chrome and you can also increase the softness and increase the detail as well. And now we have this final result. So this is how you can use remove noise in Fusion page to remove noise from your video. Now guys, in Fusion page we also have templates. So if you go to the effects and select the templates folder, you can see we have several templates. So I'm going to show you some of them. It's very easy to use. You can just drag and drop them in your timeline. So for example, we have lens flare. So I'm going to add one lens flare. So I'm going to add this lens flare. So it's very simple. All you have to do is just drag and drop this in between these two nodes, and now we have this lens flare. And now guys, if you want to make some changes in your lens flare, you have to double click on this to open this group node, and you can select individually these nodes and you can change the settings here. So now as you can see, we can customize our lens flare as well if you want to. These templates are very easy to use. You can just drag and drop them in between your nodes. So now I'm going to close this group and delete this lens flare. So now next guys, we have particle effects as well. You can also add blowing leaf. Just drag this and drop this right here and add a merge node and connect the final node to our merge node. And now we have these leaf templates. Now I'm going to increase the size, and now as you can see, we have these leaves template. So I'm going to select this, delete them, and now I'm going to add a matrix node and connect this to our merge node. And as you can see, we have this matrix line appear. Decrease the density, decrease the depth, and I'm going to increase the width and increase the height as well. Now we have this awesome animation. Now if you want to decrease these values, all you have to do is just double click here, select your emitters, double click here to open the properties of emitter and decrease the emitters. And now if I play, you can see we have this awesome templates animation of matrix line. Now I'm going to delete this matrix. Now finally we have our stylized text. Now guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this rotate follower and I'm going to connect this to our merge node, and I'm going to change my text as well. And now if I play my video, you can see we have this amazing text animation template in our Fusion page. So these all are very simple to use. Just drag them and drop them here and connect them to the merge node. Select the final node and connect that node to our merge node. I'm going to add one more. Connect this to our merge node. Select this, rename this. So now we have this amazing animation. So guys, these are the templates in our Fusion page. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can install plugin or script in your DaVinci Resolve. So search for DaVinci Resolve Reactor plugin and go to this website called stickunderwater.com. And it will take some time to open this website because it's very slow. So now guys, if you want to download this script, all you have to do is just click here and it will download your Reactor installer. And now guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Fusion page And in Fusion page, I'm going to drag this and I'm going to drop this right here. And as soon as I did that, we have this installer window. So all you have to do is just install and launch, and now it is installing our reactor script. Now we have this reactor system. So now guys, it will take maximum 10 minutes I believe to install this in your Fusion page. And now guys, the reactor script is now completely installed in our Fusion page, and we have to select some plugins to install in our Fusion page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for audio waveform, check this. If this is unchecked, then check this. Now guys, we are done. Now close this window. A new item has been installed. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the effects, add a Fusion composition, and now go to the Fusion. And in Fusion, what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to search for audio waveform that we just installed, and I'm going to connect this to our media out. So right now nothing is happening because please load audio file. So we have to select the audio waveform and select a audio file. So I'm going to select this audio file, and now if we play, we have this audio waveform showing to us. So now we can change the setting, we can zoom in and zoom out this, we can increase the amplitude as well. And now if we go to our edit page, we can see we have this. Let me just drag this on place. Let me just place this on top and drag our background. And now we have this audio waveform. Now you can add effects on this audio waveform as well if you want to. For example, if you want to add a glow, you can do that as well. Just search for glow effect, add a glow, increase the size, and now go to the effects. You can see we have this effect. So now guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place that audio that I give this audio waveform and place this under this audio track. So now I'm going to drag this under our track, and now I want you guys to focus on this audio waveform. Check out its visual, and now check out the visual on our audio waveform. These are the same visuals. So guys, this is how you can install reactor script in Fusion page and install the Fusion plugin. Now guys, let's move on to our next page, which is color page. Now just like Fusion page, DaVinci Resolve color page also works on node system, but we have few differences between the color page node and the Fusion node. Now on the top right corner we have effects. Now you can add these effects on your color page node. This is our node timeline, and this is our clip. You can add multiple clips, and then you can select clips and color grade that clip if you want to. Now let's hide these clips. And on top left corner we have gallery. You can save your personal or customized LUTs in gallery, and then you can use them in your projects. Now we have LUTs as well. You can use these LUTs according to the camera and their profile. Now we have media pool in color page as well. You can drag and drop this media in here and use them. And in preview window we can switch to different timeline if you want to. You can switch to timeline number 5, for example. I can switch to timeline number 3 and then to timeline number 6, which we currently working on. Now in here we have color wheels. You can use these to color grade your footage. We have HDR as well. Now we have different features. Right here we have curve, we have color warper, qualifier, masking window, tracking, and etc. Now guys, you can also switch to different scope if you want to. Just click on this drop menu and then you can switch to parade, to vector scope, and to histogram, etc. Now guys, right here we have keyframe animation as well. You can add keyframe and add your animation here as well. And now you can zoom in and zoom out your node timeline as well. You can select this and you can drag this timeline if you want to. And you can also using your mouse scroll to move your timeline of node as well. And if you want to view your footage preview in full screen, then you have to press Ctrl plus F to view it in full screen, and if you want to minimize this, all you have to do just click on here, or you can use this shortcut key which is Ctrl+F. So guys, this is the introduction of DaVinci Resolve color page. Now if you right click on your node, we have reset node grade. Now if you add some color grading effects to this node, for example I'm just adding random colors to this node, and if you want to reset all these effects, then you have to right click on your node and then select reset node grade, and it will reset all the effects that you applied to this node. And on the second we have node label. If you want to label this node, then you have to click here node label and then type a label and press enter. And if you want to rename this, all you have to do is double click and then rename to a new name. And if you want to just remove this label, double click and now press backspace and it will remove that label. And now we have node color. If you want to change the color of this node, then you can also do that. Just select a color and it will change the color of that node. As you can see, this line is now changing color if you select a new color. And if you want to just reset the color, just clear color, select, and it will reset that color node. Now guys, next we have log node. Now if I add some effects to this node, then I can do that. But if you want to log this node, for example, let me just reset this node and I'm going to log this node. And now if I apply some effects to this node, then the effect won't apply to this node because our log is logged. And if you want to unlock this node, just click here and it will unlock your node. And if you lock this node, we have this log icon appear on this node as well, and now it disappear. Now guys, next we have add serial. Now first we have this node which is a serial as well. If you want to add another node, then you can do that as well. Just click on add serial and it will add that node. Now DaVinci Resolve color page is working on node system to color grade your footage or color correct your footage. Now this is our serial, and next we have add serial before, and it will add that node before this node. So let me just select this, and now we have this number 3 and this is number 2. First we have this number 2, and if I add a serial before, then it will name that node to serial number 3 and this will be serial number 2 because we add a serial before this node. Now guys, next we have parallel node. Now first, to understand the node system, first we need to understand how nodes work. So basically this is our first node. If I add some effects to this node, for example, go to our color page and I'm going to add, let's say in our curve, I'm going to just color correct this footage, for example. And suppose I want to add some more effects to this footage, then I can add a serial and then add effect to this serial. For example, I'm going to add a blur, and now if I want to add another effect, then I can't do that on this single node. So I have to add another node to able to add some more effects. So for example, if I go to the library and add directional blur, then the box blur will disappear because we can only add one effect at a time. So I have to add another node, and now go to the library and I have to add the new effect if you want to. And now in this node we have radial blur, in this node we have directional blur. So basically the color page is works on node system, which is very simple once you understand its process. Now guys, next we have parallel node and layer node, and let me show you the difference between layer node and parallel node. So first I'm going to select add layer node, and now I'm going to the edit page, and let me show you what is difference between the layer node and the simple layer. So first I'm going to drag this layer and drop this, place this on top of our this layer. So this is our layer number 1 and this is our layer number 2. So if I place another layer on top of this layer, then we show this result. Then the preview window show us the latest or the top one result. So if I disable this layer, then we have this layer, and if I disable this layer, then we have this layer. So the preview window show us that video which is placed on the topest position of these layer. So I'm going to select these layer and I'm going to delete them. And now let's go to the color page, and in color page this is our layer placed on top and this is the below one. So let me show you what I mean. So this is layer number 2 and this is layer number 1, but in color page it work opposite. This is layer on top of this layer is present to you as layer number 2. So if I add something to this layer, for example if I add, let me just increase my gain to the right side, then you can see the changes is appear on this node but not on the preview screen, because this is the below layer and this is the above layer. In color page it work opposite side. So if I have to select this layer, this is the node number 2 which is placed on top, and I'm going to change this to blue, and then we have this blue color. And if you want to see the results of this color, this node, first node, you have to press Ctrl+D to disable this node, and now we have this node. And now if I select this node and press Ctrl+D to enable this node, then we have this node appears. So guys, this is how layer node work. Now I'm going to delete this node, reset this node, and now I'm going to add a parallel node. And unlike layer node, the parallel node show us the second node result as well. So if I increase the result, if I increase my gain to blue, we can see the blue. And if I select this node and increase my gain to red, then it will combine these two results and show us our final result. So once again I'm going to change my gain to red, and on this node I'm going to change my gain to more like this. And now what it does, it combine these two results and send them here and send them in our output and show us this result. So this is the difference between the parallel node and the layer node. Now final guys, we have add outside. Now what it does, in our masking window, if I add simple a mask, and if you want to see the masking area, just click on this one, or you can just press Shift+H to view this masking area. And now I'm going to increase the size of this mask. And now first guys, we have this mask. Now if you want to invert this mask, you can do that as well. Just click here. Or if you want to invert this mask in another node, you can do that as well. Just right click here, add node, and now add outside. And now we have the inside and we have the outside. So this is how the outside node work. And now guys, next we have save as share node. And now how this node work, first I'm going to drag some clips here. And now we have 4 clips. So if I click on clips, we have 4 clips. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this as share node, and I'm going to copy this node, and I'm going to select all my clips and I'm going to paste this node. And now if I make some changes on this save as share node, then this node will affect all our clips. So if I select this node and make some changes, for example change the offset, and the offset of all these nodes will also be changed. And if you want to delete this save as share node, just click on this delete save share node, click here, and now the node will be deleted. Now guys, next we have delete node. If you want to delete this node, you can also press backspace, or you can right click and delete this node. So now guys, we have color wheels. Now go to the color wheels, and in here in color wheels we have first lift. Now lift will affect the dark part of your footage. So for example, I have this graph, and in this area, in this dark part, if I decrease my lift, it will make this part a little bit darker, or decrease the light of that area. And if I increase my lift, it will now bring light to that dark part. Now I'm going to reset this, and now let's go back to our footage. And now if I decrease my lift, you can see in our dark area of this footage is now affecting. And if I increase my lift, you can see it now have some light on our dark part. Now let's reset this. And now in my scope, if I increase my lift, you can see this lift is now push these values of the dark part of our footage upward. So now if I increase my lift, you can see it push these value upward, and if I decrease my lift, it now bring these value down. So let's reset this. And now you can also add a color if you want. For example, I'm going to add this color, and now let's lower our lift. So you can also add a color if you want to. So now guys, next we have gamma. Now we use the gamma to increase the light of our shot. So for example, let's go to this color chart and I'm going to increase my gamma. You can see it now bring light to our chart, and if I decrease my gamma, it now decrease the light of our shot. And now let's go back to our footage and I'm going to increase the gamma. You can see it brings the light, and now if I decrease my gamma, it's now making our shot a little bit darker. And in our scope, I want you guys to focus on this point. The gamma is now bring these value upwards, and if I decrease my gamma, it's now bring these down. It's now bring the value from this area upward or either down. And now in gamma you can also add a color if you want. So I'm going to add this color and I'm going to increase my gamma. You can see it's now bring light to our shot, and if I decrease my gamma, you can see we have this dark shot. So this is before and this is after. So guys, next we have gain. So now in our chart, the gain is affect the light part of our shot. So for example, if I decrease my gain, you can see it's now affect this part. It's now bring these value down or bring these value upward. So if I reset this gain, go to our footage and now focus on this point on our scope, you can see it's now bring this value down or you can bring this value upward. And you can also add a color if you want to, and it will add that color just like that. And now next guys, we have offset. Now offset will bring all these value either upward or either you can bring this value down. So if I increase my lift, you can see it's now bring these value upward or bring this value downward. And now in our chart, you can see it's now bring this value upward or downward. So guys, next we have color log. So now in our color log, we have same offset, but we have three different wheels. We have shadow, we have midtone, and we have highlights. So let's go to our highlight wheel. So now highlight wheel will affect the highlight of our chart. So for example, if I increase this highlight wheel, you can see it's now affecting the highlight of our chart, and if I decrease this highlight wheel, you can see it's now affect the highlight. It is now decreasing the light of that highlight. So now let's go to our shot, and if I increase my highlight, you can see it bringing the light to the highlights, and if I decrease my highlight, it's now. And now if I want you guys to focus on this scope, if I decrease my highlight, you can see it's only affecting this area. These are the highlight part. You can see it's now affecting that part only, but not the whole scope. And now we have midtone, and midtone will affect this part only. So if I increase my midtone, you can see it's now affecting that part only, but not the whole scope. And now guys, finally we have shadow. Now the shadow will affect this part of our scope. So if I increase my shadows, now making them softer and bringing them upward, and if I decrease my shadow, you can see it's now making them a little bit sharper and bringing these value down. So now let's reset this graph. Now guys, let's go back to our color wheels, and we have these features also available in our color wheel. First we have auto balance. If I click on this auto balance, it's now auto balance my shot. So it will take a couple of seconds to auto balance our shot, and now it's done. So this is before and this is after. Now guys, next we have this white balance. Now if I have too much warmer color in my shot, then I can just simply click my face, and now it will eliminate that color. And now if I have too much blue color in my shot, then I can just click here, select this white balance, select the sky, and it will eliminate that blue color from my shot. And now guys, next we have temperature and we have tint. Now if I increase this temperature to the right side, it will add a warmer color to my shot, and if I push this color to the left side, then it will add a blue color to my shot, a cold color to my shot. And in our tint, if I push this color to the right side, it will add a red color to my shot, and if I push this color to the left side, then it will add a green color to my shot. And you can also mix these two colors if you want to. And now guys, next we have contrast. So now if I increase the value of this contrast, you can see in my scope it will spread these value from this point. And if I decrease my contrast, it's now shrinking my scopes. So you can also control this contrast using the pivot. So if I increase my contrast, let's say to this point, then I can use my pivot to control my contrast. And now I have this contrast. So this is before and this is after. Now guys, next we have mid and detail. So if you want to add more detail to your shot, just increase this value. And if you want to make your shot a little bit softer or decrease the detail of your face, all you have to do just decrease the mid and detail, and it will make your face or the video soft. So this is before and this is after. And here we have color boost and we have the saturation. So if I increase this color boost, let's say I increase this color boost and I'm going to add another node, and in this node I'm going to increase my saturation to 100. So this is the difference between the saturation and the color boost. So this is the saturation. I'm going to add sat, and for this node I'm going to add a name called boost. So if I disable this node, you can see this is the color boost node. So if I disable this node and enable saturation node, this is our saturation node. So this is the saturation node and this is the color boost node. Color boost node will boost all your color in your shot, but the saturation just add more colors to your shot, just bringing them a little bit up, not too much like the color boost. So I'm going to delete these. So now guys, next we have the shadow. Now you can add light to your shot by bringing this shadow up, or you can bring this down to decrease the light from your shot from the shadow part. And now we have the highlight as well. You can either increase your highlight or decrease your highlight if you want to. It will affect only the highlight and this will affect only the shadow. And now we have the hue. You can also switch the color values by increasing this hue to the right side or to the left side. So guys, finally we have the Luma mix. So if I decrease the value of this Luma mix all the way to 0, you can see nothing is happened to our shot. So I'm going to reset this node and let's go to our color bars. And in our color bars we have the same values. We have the lift, gamma, gain and the offset. And in our gain, if I increase the value of this red in our gain, you can see in our scope the gain of the red is increasing, but it also affecting the others two color as well. So if you want to affect only one color, you can just do that. Just bring this Luma mix to 0. And now if I bring this value red upward, you can see it is now affecting this value only. It is now affecting one color values only, but not the 3 value at once. So if I reset this, now increase this, you can see the other twos is now affecting as well. So if you want to affect only one color, just decrease this to 0 and now increase the value. So this is how you can use Luma mix. And final guys, in our log wheel we have finally these two range. We have the range down and range up. So these values are for controlling our shadow. So if I increase my shadow, let's say let's increase this right here, and if you want to bring this range down, just decrease this, or you can also increase this if you want to. If you want to increase the value, you have to decrease your shadow and now increase the value. So this is how you can control your shadow as well. So these are the color wheels guys that you can use in our color page to color correct or color grade your shot. So let's go to our HDR grades, and we have this multiple color wheels. So if you want to see what this color wheel does, all you have to do is just click on this icon and it will show you that part of your video that will affect if you change the value of this wheel. So for example, if I add a blue color, you can see it now adding a blue color only this part of my image. And in our shadow you can see if I increase a red value, it is now increasing or adding a red value only this part of my image. And now in our light you can see it is now adding a light only to this part of my image. And next we have the highlight. You can also add highlight if you want to, and it is now adding this color only in our highlight. And we have final, which is global, that will affect your whole shot. And if you want to change the color, all you have to do, for example, if I add, let's say, a blue color, I can also change its saturation. I can also change its exposure. And you can also increase this value to select a color range from these color wheels. So guys, these are our HDR grades. So now guys, next we have these curves. So this part of the curves will affect the highlight of your footage, and this part will affect the shadow of your footage. So if I add a point here and bring this point upward, you can see our highlight is now increasing, and if I bring this point down, you can see our highlight is now decreasing. And similar to this point, I can now add a point to our shadow part and now soft my shadow, or I can now harsh my shadow as well. And now you can also switch to different color. We have red, we have green, and we have blue. You have to unlink this, and now I can bring this point upward, and now I can select the red curve, the green curve, and the blue curve as well. And we have a different method to select this curve. All you have to do is just reset your curve, link these values, now select a particular value. For example, I'm going to select red, and if I bring this red curve upward, you can see it is now adding a red color to our footage. And if I bring this point down, you can see it is now adding a greenish color to our highlight. I can now add a red color to our shadows or a greenish color to our shadows. Now I can select the green, and now I can add green color to our highlight or the pink color to our highlight. And similar to this point, I can now add green color to our shadows or the pink color to our shadows. And now final guys, we have the blue color. You can either add a blue color to your shot, to your highlight, or the yellow color to your highlight. And you can also add a blue color to your shadows or a yellow color to your shadows. Now I'm going to select this point, link these values, and I'm going to increase my highlight, and I'm going to decrease my shadow as well. Now guys, down here we have the soft clip. You can also soften these value if you want to. I'm going to add a soft shadow to my shot, or I can now decrease my highlight as well. And down here you can also soften these value even more. And there you go. So guys, this is our simple curve. So now guys, next we have hue versus hue. So what it does, it switches the color values. So for example, if I select this line and bring this line up, you can see the color is now switching. And if you want a particular color to switch its color, you can also do that. Just I'm going to bring this line upward, and I'm going to select the red color, which is my face color of this shot, and I'm going to bring this to its original position. And there you go. So this is before and this is after. And now guys, next we have the hue versus saturation. So if you want to change the saturation of a particular color, you can also do that. So I'm going to select the blue color of this truck, and I'm going to increase its saturation all the way to up, and I'm going to select the face color, the face value, which is red, and I'm going to bring this point upward. And now as you can see, the face is now increasing its saturation. And you can also decrease the saturation if you want to. Just bring this line down or the upward to increase the saturation. So this is the hue versus saturation. And you can also bring this line up or down if you want to, and select a particular color or increase saturation. And now the only red color is now increasing its saturation except from all these colors. And now guys, next we have the hue versus luma. So what it does, if I select my face value which is red and increase this value or bring this point upward, you can see the light is now adding to this color, and if I bring this point down, you can see a dark value is now adding to this color. So this is the hue versus luma. So guys, next we have the luma versus saturation. So this part will affect the shadow part of your footage, and this part will affect the highlight of your footage. So if I select this point and bring this point upward, you can see the highlight is now increasing its saturation, and if I bring this point downward, you can see the shadow part in our footage is now decreasing its saturation. Or you can also increase the shadow saturation as well if you want to. And guys, next we have the saturation versus saturation. It is similar to the luma versus saturation graph, but except you can just add a minor values of the saturation in this graph. So for example, I'm going to add another node to explain this graph, and I'm going to name this luma versus sat, and for this I'm going to name this sat versus sat, which is saturation versus saturation. So now I'm going to bring the saturation of the shadow part up, all the way up, and select the first node, and I'm going to increase the saturation of the shadow part. And now guys, if I disable my saturation versus saturation node, you can see this is our luma versus saturation, shadow highlight all the way to 100, and this is the saturation versus saturation, shadow area, shadow part of your footage, bring the saturation to 100. So the saturation versus saturation will add more saturation to your shot, whereas the luma versus saturation will add a minor values of the saturation to your shot in your shadow part or in your highlight. So this is a minor difference between these two. So guys, finally in this curve we have our saturation versus luma. So you can either add a light to your shadow part, or add a dark value to your shadow part, or a dark value to your highlight, or a light to your highlight as well. So if I bring this point upward, you can see it is now adding light to our shadows, or it is now decreasing our shadow and adding a dark light. Similar to this point, you can now also add light to your highlight or add a dark value to your highlight, and you can also change this by using this value. So I'm going to reset this curve, and I'm going to select my hue versus saturation, and I'm going to increase this point upward, increase this line, bring this line upward, select my face value and bring this line to its original position. And now you can also change this value by selecting this slider, this value. And now guys, you can also select a point, select a color from your video. So for example, I'm going to select this blue color, and now I can switch these two different colors. But if you want to switch these two different color efficiently, all you have to do is just select the color from down below, and now check this out. So guys, this is the curve in our color page. Now guys, next we have color warper. Now using this color warper, you can also color grade your footage. For example, I'm going to, in my footage, I can now select the sky, and now I can drag this to the bluish side to add a blue color like this. Now you can add more controls if you want to, you can add more points if you want to. Just reset this color warper, and now you can add these points from here. Now we have more controls. Now I can now change the sky color, and now I can also change the skin color of our subject. So this is before and this is after with the color warper. Now let's reset this, and let me explain you these tools. So first we have the move tool, that you can now select multiple points if you want to, like this, and then you can change these points to any direction. Now guys, in second we have the draw selection. You can draw multiple points and then let go, and then click here again to change these points to any direction. And now next we have this pin deepin, which is used to, when you select these points, it is now pinned And now if I click here selection, and now I can select the sky, and only that point will change but not the whole graph. You can see only this point is now changing its direction, but not all the graph, not all the net. So let me just reset this, and now if I select the sky and change its direction, you can see all the points moving along with that point that we selected. And now guys, next we have this pull points, which is used when you want to desaturation a point. So now our footage is now desaturated like this. So this is before and this is after, and this is for the saturation. If you want to increase saturation of a point, just click here and it will increase the saturation of that point. And for desaturation, you can also click a point and now desaturate its value. And now guys, next we have this increase, fall, off or smooth selection. You can click here. First I'm going to select this, and now I'm going to draw a points, and now I'm going to click here, and it will add more points around these points. So now if I click here, you can see it add more point. And if you want to decrease this point, if you want to minus this point, all you have to do is just click here and it will deselect that points. And now guys, next we have this invert selection. If you select this area, and if you want to invert this selection, you have to click here and it will invert that selection. So the point that you selected before will now deselected, and the point that you not selected before will selected. And now you can change its direction. And now guys, next we have this convert selection to pin. So if you select this point and if you want to convert this to pin, you have to click here and it will convert that to pin. Now you can change one point direction only, like the sky, like the face. So only that point will move its direction but not the whole chart. And now guys, next we have this select pin column, which is used when you select a line, and if you want to select this line, all you have to do is just click here and it will select only that line. And now you can move its direction. And if you want to select another line, all you have to do is just select a point and now select here and it will select these point. And now guys, next we have this, which is select pin range, and it will select a range. For example, I'm going to click here and it will select its range. So now if I click here, you can see it selects its range. And now if I click here and it will select this range. Let me just move it to 8. And now if I select this point, and it will select only this point range. So if I click here, you can see it's selecting its range. And now guys, next we have this, which is select pin all or deselect dpin all. It will select all the chart, and now you can change its direction. And final guys, we have the reset. If you want to reset this point, all you have to do is click here and it will reset this point, but not the reset all the effects. So if I reset this, you can see it also deselect all the point. But if you want to reset your effect, reset your direction to its original position but not reset these points selected, you have to click here to reset its direction. And down below guys, we have these controls. So if I select these point and change its direction, let's say right here, and now I can change its saturation. As you can see on the picture on the previous screen, I can now change its saturation, and now I can add luminance, add light, or I can add a dark value to our footage. And you can also reset this, you can also control this, and now it's now desaturated. So let me reset this. And now guys, in here we have these control as well. We have the temperature and we have the tint that we are available in here. Now we have the grid number 2 and grid number 1. So grid number 2 is this and grid number 1 is this grid. So now I can select here and add a blue color, and now I can add a yellow color if I want to. And for grid number 2, I can add a red color and I can add a green color. So this is the grid and this is the color warper, hue and saturation. So guys, this is how you can use color warper to color grade your footage. So now guys, we have this qualifier. So using this qualifier, you can select a particular part of your video and then only make changes to that part. So for example, I'm going to click here on this qualifier and now I can select my sky. And if you want to view this selected area, just click on the highlight icon to view this selected area. And now guys, using this hue you can also refine your selection even more if you want to. You can also soften this selection if you want to. And in saturation you can also make a refined selection like this. And in luminance you can also refine this even more if you want to. Like this. And now if I go to the color warper and change this color to blue, and now if I click on the highlight icon, you can see the sky is now changing its color. Only that part is now affecting, but not the whole video. So let's reset this and go to the qualifier, and let me explain you these tools. So if you select your face, for example, go to the highlight. So if you want to select more part of your face, so for example I'm going to click on this plus icon of the qualifier, and now I can add my face even more. And if you want to eliminate some values, like in our background, you can now select the minus icon of the qualifier, and then you can select that part that you want to eliminate, and for the plus part you can add that part to the selection if you want to. And in this feather you can also add a soften value of that selection that you selected, and you can also eliminate the soften value if you want to. And final guys, we have this invert. If you want to invert this selection, you can also do that. Just click here and this will invert your selection. And now in the color warper I can now change the color to blue, and now in our final result you can see this is our final selection. And if you want to refine this selection, you can also do that. Just to go to the qualifier, and in this man finance you can also clean this selection if you want to. Like this. So now I'm going to reset my grid, reset my node, and now we have these more control. You can also use the RBG selection to select the part. You can also use the qualifier luminance, and final guys, we have the qualifier 3D. So in the qualifier 3D you can also, for example, I'm going to select my face. I'm going to draw lines on my face. You can select this plus icon to add more lines to your face or the selection that you want to select. And now I can eliminate that part that I don't want to select. So for the plus icon you can add the selection. For the minus bar you can eliminate that selection. And you can also refine the selection. And in here we have the soft, we have the flat, we have the tight, and we have the luminance. That two part selected is now showing that results. We have the soft result that we selected the area, we have the flat result of our selection, we have the tight result of our selection, and finally we have the luminance result of our selection. So I'm going to select the soft, and now if I click here on the highlight, go to the color warper and change the color to blue, something like this. And now I can now invert this selection, and now check this out. I'm going to add a slightly bluish color like this. So now check this out. So guys, this is how you can use the qualifier. So now guys, next we have this masking window. Now in our masking window we have this multiple mask. We have the linear, we have the circle, polygon, curve, and we have the gradient mask. Now using these masks you can cut out something from your video. So for example, I'm going to select the circular mask, and now guys, if you want to view the masking area, you have to click on this highlight icon and it will show you that part that you selected. So you can also invert the selection if you want to. Just click here and it will invert that selection. And you can also increase the size of this mask. You can also tilt this mask, you can change its position, rotate this mask, soften the mask if you want to. And you can also, in our preview window, you can also make these changes. And now guys, next we have this pen, we have this curve mask that you can make a customized selection. If you want to make a customized selection, then you have to select this curve mask, and now I can now select my subject. I'm just making a rough mask around my subject, and now my subject is now selected. And if you want to invert this, you have to click here. And now guys, if you want to add multiple masks, then you can also do that. So for example, we have these option. I can now select the gradient mask, and it will show me that part of my mask that I selected. And if I want to invert this, I can now invert this. So it is now showing me inside of this curve mask. So now if I make some changes, for example, I'm going to add this value, and now if I click on this highlight, you can see only this part is not affecting, but the whole video is now affecting from this color warper. So if I play this video, you can see we have this mask that we added to our subject. So now guys, if we go to our masking window, and if we select a circular mask around our subject, and now if we click on the highlight, you can see this is our masking area. But if we go to the edit page, you can see we don't have any masking area, we don't have any cutout from our video. So if you want to show this result to our edit page, all you have to do is just right click here, and now add alpha output, and now connect this to our masking data. And now if we go to the edit page, you can see we have this masking data. And if we place this on top layer, and if we play this video lower layer, you can see we have this subject cut out from the video, and we have our background. And now if we want to delete this alpha output, first disconnect this, and now remove alpha output, and it will remove this. Now guys, next we have this tracking window that you can track something. So for example, I'm going to go to the masking area, and in our masking area I'm going to select my curve tool, and I'm going to draw a mask around my face. So for example, I'm going to select the circular mask, and I'm going to place this right here on my subject face. And now I can go to the tracking, and I can now drag this forward, and it will now track that mask around my subject face. So now this mask is now attached to my face, and now I can change its color grading. For example, I can now add this, or I can now invert this selection and go to the effects, and now I can add a blur effects if I want to. And now check this out. And now guys, if I go to the tracking window and show you the preview of this video, you can see the mask is now attached to our face, and the blur is now affecting the whole video but not our face. And now I can go to the curve, and now I can decrease my highlight like this. Now check this out. So this is how you can use this tracking window. So if you want to add a customized mask, then you can also do that. Just click here on this curve mask, and now I can add a mask around my subject face. I'm just adding a rough mask. And now if I go to the tracking window and track backward and forward, you can see we have this mask. And now if I go to the mask, invert this mask, and now add a direction blur, let's say, and soften this mask out like this, then you can see we have this effect. So using this tracking window, you can make a customized selection if you want to. If you want to track backward and forward, then you have to track on this icon, then you have to click on this icon. And if you want to track backward, then click on this icon, and if you want to track only forward, then click on this icon. And now guys, go to the camera, and you can also stabilize this video if you want to. Just click here, and it will now stabilize your video. And now our video is now stabilized, and we have this tracking mask placed on our subject face. And now guys, in our final we have the track FX. If you want to track effects, then you can also do that. So I'm going to reset this node, and now I'm going to add a radial blur, and I'm going to decrease its strength all the way to 0. And now right here you can add a point to track. So I'm going to track this truck behind me. behind our subject. I'm going to add another point, and now I'm going to place this right here. So now if I click on this track forward, you can see it is now tracking the truck. And now if I increase the strength of our radio blur, you can see it is now tracking that area. So this is how you can use tracking window. So now guys, our next window is our blur mist window. So go to this window, and you can, using this radius, you can control your blur. You can blur your video, or you can sharpen your video if you want to. And you can control the sharpness by using this HV ratio. And you can also go to the sharpen window, this blur sharpen, and you can even increase the scale of the sharpness. You can even sharpen more your video if you want to. And using this blur mist window, you can add a mist to it like this. You can control its HV ratio. So this is our blur mist window, and I'm going to reset my node. And now I'm going to go to the color warper, and I'm going to add this color, and I'm going to the key window. And in our key window, if you want to lower the opacity of this node, all you have to do is just come to this key output gain, and you can also lower this gain if you want to. And now check this out. This is the 0 gain, and this is our 0.3 gain. So this is before and this is after. So now guys, our final window is our sizing window. And guys, in our edit sizing node, all these controls are available in our edit inspector. So you can also change them right here. So this is our sizing window. So guys, in our color page, we have different kind of scope. Right now I'm using the parade scope, which use RGB colors. So I can now color grade my video by watching these scopes. And now I'm going to switch to waveform, and you can also balance your shot by using this scope. And I'm going to reset this node. And now next we have our vector scope. And now guys, in our vector scope, you can click here and you can check this show skin tone indicator. So this is our skin tone indicator. Now we use vector scope to correct our skin tone. So skin tone lie on this line. So what I'm going to do guys is I'm going to make a selection on my face, make a mask on my face. And what I'm going to do guys is I'm going to increase this offset to the right side like this. And now I'm going to click here, and now check this out. So what I'm going to do guys is I'm going to add a layer, and now just click here and connect this to the lower and connect this to the upper side. So this is our upper layer and this is our lower layer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this, and I'm going to go to the color warper, and I'm going to select my face. Now let's click on the highlight, and we have our skin tone right here. So this is before and this is after. So by using these kind of scope, these are different kind of scope. Next we have the histogram, and we have the SEA chromaticity. So you can use these scope to color correct or color grade your videos in our color page. And guys, if you want to add multiple scope, if you want to view the multiple scope, you have to click on this window right here. And now guys, right now we have 4 scope. You can also switch to 2, you can switch to 1, and now you can back switch to 4. And now let's close this window, and this window will appear right here. So these are different kinds of scope that we use in our color page. So guys, in our color page we also have keyframe. So switch to keyframe, just click on this icon, and we have this keyframe window. So right now you're not seeing any keyframe because these are minimized right here. Just click on this expand, and it will expand the option. Now we have qualifier, color correction, and gradient wheel, and we have the power curve as well. So what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to minimize this, and I'm going to add a keyframe. Just click on this diamond button, and it will add a keyframe. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower my highlight, and now I'm going to come to this point, and I'm going to increase my highlight, and I'm going to switch to red, and I'm going to add a slightly green to it. So now if we play this video, you can see we have this curve animation. You can also go to the color warper, change this to here, and now come to this point, and now I can change this to our yellow right here, and now we have the color warper keyframe appear on this screen as well. Now we have the curve animation and we have the color warper animation as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select these keyframes and I'm going to place these right here. So now we have these keyframes animation. So now if you want to color grade your sizing window, all you have to do is just switch to sizing, click here, and now go to our sizing window, and in our sizing window you can see we have this input sizing. So you have to go to the input sizing, and now here we have keyframes for input sizing. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to come to this point and I'm going to zoom in my video. So check this out, we have this zoom in animation and we have the curve and the color warper animation as well. So this is how you can add keyframes, how you can work with keyframes in our color page window. So guys, if you right click here and come to this add node, you can see we have different kinds of node. First we have the connector. So if you delete this connector, you can also add this by right click, and now come to this add node and you can select this connector and connect this green line to this and connect this to our output source. So this is our input source and this is our output source. And now guys, next we have our parallel mixture. So you can just select here, select this parallel mixture, add another connector, and now connect this to this and connect this to this and connect our input to this, and now finally we have this to our output. And now guys, we have our parallel layers. So this is our first node, this is our second node, and this is our parallel connector. So now I can select my first node, make some changes, select my second node, and also add some changes right here. And now this is our parallel node. You can also add this by right click on your node, first connect this to our output source, right click on your node, come to this add node and add a parallel if you want to. And now we have this parallel connector. Let's delete this, reset this. And next guys, we have our layer mixture. You can also add this similar to our parallel mixture, or you can just right click on your node and add this from this add layer, and we have this layer mixture right here. So now guys, to explain the next mixture, I have this picture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click here, go to the add node, and I'm going to add a key mixture. So what key mixture does, so for example, I am going to add multiple connector. So I'm going to disconnect this and I'm going to connect this to this, and I'm going to add another connector and I'm going to connect this to this. So now what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to select first node, for this number 2 node. I'm going to go to the masking window, and in my masking window I'm going to select this face right here. So if we click here, you can see we have this mask right. I'm going to just increase the size and add a little bit softness to this mask, and I'm going to select my node number 4. And what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to select my subject, just click here, and now I'm going to select my subject. So I'm just adding a rough mask to explain to you why we use key mixture, why we use this mixture. So now we have two masks, we have mask number 1 and we have mask number 2. So guys, why do we use this key mixture? So if you want to mask out multiple things from your video and color grade them separately, then you can use this key mixture. So what I'm going to do guys, next I'm going to add another connector, and I'm going to place these right here, and I'm going to connect this to our this mixture. And now guys, next I'm going to connect these masks to our key mixture and connect this to our this window. And now we have these two masks in our this node. So now you can make some changes. For example, right here we make some changes, and now if we add another node, then you can see we only affect these two things in our video. And if you want to invert this masking selection, you can also do that. Just delete this node and right click here, and you can add outside, and now we have the outside of our mask. And now you can add a separate color to this mask, and now add a node, place it right here, and now we can control multiple things in our video. Now connect this to our outside source, and now I can control these masks separately like this. So I'm going to delete these nodes. So guys, final, if we right click here, you can see we have these two final, we have the splitter and we have the combiner. So I'm going to select the splitter and I'm going to connect this right here. And now I'm going to add a node, add a serial, place it right here, and I'm going to add another serial. Disconnect this, click on this line and connect the second to this input. And now add a final. Disconnect this from here and place it right here and connect the final output to this input. And now we have the splitter, and I'm going to add a combiner, and I'm going to connect this right here. Disconnect this, connect this to first, and connect this to our second, and connect this to our third. Now guys, look closely to the splitter and the combiner mixture. You can see we have the red color, then we have the green, and then we have final the blue color. So if you select this corrector, this node, and select this highlight, you can see we have the representation of the red color. Here we have the green color, and finally we have the blue colors. So you can separately control them. All you have to do is just select this combiner, add a final node, and now if you select the red node, if you select the red values, click on the highlight. If you increase the highlight, you can see we have the red, and if you lower, you can see we have the green. And you can see in our braid, the only red color is now moving, and in here in our second, the green color is now moving, and in our final, the blue color is now move. So these are the representation of separate RGBs, so you can also control them separately. And now in our final node, if you want to add a glitch, you can also do that. Just go to the sizing and go to the node sizing, and you can pan this right here, and now we have this green and red RGB, green and red glitch effect. And if you select the green values, pan to the left side, you can see we have the green and the pinkish value glitch, and in our final you can see we have the yellow and the blue glitch. So using these nodes, you can separately control your RGB's color in your video. So if we lower our offset of the red value, you can see we have a blue color in our shot, and now we have this color grade. So guys, this is how you can use these mixture in color page. So now guys, how you can grab still, how you can save your own LUTs and then export them. So guys, first of all, I'm going to explain to you guys why we use these nodes to color grade our footage. So first, I'm going to lower my gain, increase the contrast, and now decrease my gamma as well. So I'm going to label them gamma, gain and contrast. Alright, so this is our first node. Now I'm going to add another node, and on this node what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to go to the lift and increase my lift right about here, and now I'm going to increase my shadow as well. And now I'm going to name this lift shadow. And now I'm going to add another node, and on this node what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to increase my saturation about 70, and now I'm going to go to the hue versus hue, drag this right about here, and now select my red points and I'm going to drag them to their original position right about here. And now I'm going to rename this, label this as hue and sat. And in final node guys, place this right about here. Now I'm going to and now let's change this to So as you can see, if I want to change something from this footage, from this color grade, I can now select my gamma, gain and contrast, and then I can change them. And if I want to make some changes in my shadow, then I can select this node and then make some changes. For example, I can lower my shadow, I can lower my lift, increase the shadow, and I can now select my saturation and hue, and I can make some adjustment in this node. So as you can see guys, we made several nodes, so we can make some adjustment if we want to afterwards. So that's why we use nodes in color page of DaVinci Resolve. And now if you want to save this node, first I'm going to add another node, and in this node I'm going to label this as FX, and now I'm going to add glow effect, and I'm going to increase the spread, change the HV ratio, and change this. So we add a glow. Now what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to click this show your gallery, enable your gallery. Now right click here, and as you can see we have this grab still. So I can now grab still, and this is our still. And now guys, we save this LUT, and now I'm going to delete these nodes, reset this. So now guys, if you want to save this as a picture, you can do that. Just right click here on your picture, on your grab still, and click on this export, change the location if you want to. And now what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to change this location, and I'm going to rename this as new grade. Now save this. Now I'm here in my saved pictures, and now this is our picture that we saved from the grab still. And now guys, if you want to apply these effects to other footage, then you can also do that. Just go to the edit page, add a footage. Now go to the color page, and in our color page you can just preview this from hovering your cursor from left to right like this. Now I'm going to right click here, and I'm going to apply this grade. And now check this out, we have the same gray node that we applied to that footage. Now you can make some adjustment, like if you want to lower your lift, then you can do that. You can change your gamma or gain, and in this you can change the saturation or the hue if you want to, like this. And in our FX you can change glow range if you want to. So guys, this is how you can grab still and export still in color page. So now let's go to the color warper, and as you can see I have this qualifier on my preview window. I can now select the grass, change its hue, select the sky, change its to blue like this. And if this qualifier isn't available to you, then you have to click here this drop down menu and now select the qualifier. If this is off, you can see we don't have any qualifier on our preview window. If you want to enable this, just click here on this drop down menu and now select the qualifier. And if you go to the masking window, and I'm going to add a circular mask, and as you can see we have these control as well. If this isn't available to you, then you have to click here and now select the power window, and then it will be available for you. Now I'm going to reset this. So now I have this footage right here, and our next mode is image wipe. So go to the gallery and now right click here and switch to wipe mode. And now if we switch to wipe mode, as you can see we have this wipe mode. Select the wipe mode, click on your gallery and now right click here and play still. And now as you can see guys, we can now make comparison between our original footage and the footage that we color-graded before. So this is the image wipe, and now let's click here to remove this comparison. So guys, for the next mode I have this cat video, and if we switch to dust removal, which is our next mode, and click here, now it shows us our added window which is say unspotted file format. So it only work on DPX and Cineon frame, so we have to save this video as DPX file. So go to the deliver page, click the video, select the custom export and switch this to DPX, and now change its location, and now add render queue and now render all, and it will render this video as DPX. So we save this video and right click here and go to open file location, and as you can see we have this DPX file. So go to the DaVinci Resolve and go to the edit, and now I'm going to delete this footage, and now go to the new clip folder which is our folder. Now we have to select all the files, so press Ctrl all, now grab this and now drop this right about here. So this is the cat video. Now we have to go to the color page and now switch this to dust removal. Now right click on this dust removal and now click here, and we have multiple options. So I'm going to select the median and I'm going to select draw and clean. We have three options. We can either draw and clean, click and clean, or draw only. So if you select draw and clean and save this, then you have to draw and then it will clean that dust. And if you right click here and switch this to click and clean, then you have to click here to clean the dust, and it will remove that dust. So now if we play this video, as you can see it removed that dust. So if we click here, remove this dust, as you can see we have to go frame by frame to remove the dust. So this is how dust removal works. You have to first save your video as DPX file, and then you have to import in edit page and then come to the color page and then switch to the dust removal and apply this effect. So now for the next mode I have this video. So I'm going to select the OpenFX overlay, which is the next mode, and now go to the effects and search for light rays effect. Now drag and drop this effect on your node, and now as you can see we have this light rays effect. And if you want to control this effect, then you have to switch to OpenFX and now you can control its direction. If you off this effect, then you can see we don't have the controls on our preview window screen, but if you enable this OpenFX, then you can see we have these control. So if you want to control your effect on your preview window screen, then you have to enable the OpenFX. So for the next preview mode, I have this spider checker picture right here. So right now this picture is oversaturated. So if you want to make a footage on its original form, then you must have a spider checker in your video. So I have the spider checker. So I can now switch to color chart. Now go to the color match, and right here guys, the first color value is cyan, the next is the orange. So your spider checker must match these value. So I can now select different checker to see if this value match my chart. So as you can see guys, this is the cyan value, this is the orange, which we can see are the exact same chart that we have here right now. So what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to align this according to our chart, because this is cyan and this is cyan as well. So I'm going to align this to our cyan value like this. So now we have to click on the match. So now as you can see guys, this is the original footage. So if we turn this off and go to the color wheels, and if I press Ctrl D, you can see this is the before and this is after. And now I can make some changes. I can now color grade this footage. So guys, these are the preview mode in color page. So now in color page we have a feature called shot match. So if you want to match a shot to another clip, you can also do that. So go to the edit and then include that shot. So I'm going to match this shot to this color grading shot. So what I'm going to do guys is go to the color page. So first enable the clips from here and now select your original clip and now press Ctrl and select that clip that you want to match your shot. So right click here and now select this shot match to this clip and it will match this shot to this shot, and it will take a couple of seconds, and now there you go. So all you have to do is just now make some adjustment. For example, increase the gamma, increase the gain, or even lower your lift like this. And now I can also select this clip, press Ctrl, select this clip of the Joker, and now right click here and shot match to this clip. And all I have to do is just make some adjustment to this clip, and there you go. So guys, this is how you can match your shot to another clip. So in 18 version of DaVinci Resolve, we have a new effect called surface tracker. So go to the effect and search for surface tracker, and now drag this effect and drop this on your node. Now select the part of your subject. In this case I have this cat, so I'm going to drag this part of the cat body, and now select the track and now select this track forward. So now guys, the tracking is done. So now go to the media pool and I'm going to drag this Instagram graphics PNG and drop this right here. Now right click on your main node and add an OFX input. So we have this input, and now I can connect this graphic to this video. So now guys, select your main node and now select the result. So now we can adjust the Instagram logo. Like this, and now it will look like that Instagram logo is the part of the cat body. So now guys, we have two methods to add this graphic on cat body. So first select your node and now go to the compositing and now select this add, and now we have this Instagram graphic. Or you can set this to screen if you want to, like this. Or if you're using the free version, you can also use this method. So right click on this node and now add a layer. So now drag this node right here and drag this as well, and now disconnect these nodes and now connect this to first one and connect this to the second. Now right click here on the layer mixture, go to the compositing mode and select the add, and now select the main node of the surface tracker, and in the output select the on to blank, and now we have this. So now if I play this video, go to the edit page and I can play this video, you can see we have this graphic on cat body. Now you can set this to screen if you want to, and now we have this logo. Now you can attach any graphic to this cat body. So guys, this is how you can use surface tracker in DaVinci Resolve 18. So if you want to track a footage in color page, then you can also do that. So go to the effect and search for match move, and now drag this on your main node. And now all you have to do guys is set a point, select an object from your video, and now you can drag forward. And we're done. And now if you want to attach something on this tracking data, then you can also do that. So first right click here and add an OFX input, and now go to your media, and for example I'm going to select this picture, drag this right here, and now connect this to this data. Now select your main node and switch this to positioning and switch this to composite. So now we can adjust this picture position like this. Go to the edit page, you can see we have this picture attached to this video. And now I can attach a graphic like this, and now I can adjust its position right here. And now guys, if you want to blend this graphic on this video, you can also do that. Just switch this to compositing and switch this to composite. And now in composite type you can add this graphic, you can screen this graphic, and you can change a mode if you want to, and there you go. So guys, this is how you can track a video in color page using match move effect. So this is my video, and in this video I don't have proper lighting. Alright, so I can't really see my face. So we are going to increase the light in our shot. So how do we do that? First you need to select your node and go to the color wheel and check on this auto balance, and it will balance your shot. So if I do before and after, you can see what it does to our shot. Now we are going to increase the gain and decrease the gamma because our shot right now is overexposing. So by decreasing the gain, we are balancing our shot right about here. Now in the shadow, as you can see in this graph, they are touching this line. So I'm going to increase the offset right about here, and now I'm going to decrease the lift right about here, increase the gamma a little bit more, and decrease the gain right about here. So this is after and this is before. So still I can't really see my face properly. So what I'm going to do is right click on this node and add a serial. Now go to the masking window and select the circular mask, and we are going to mask around my face. So press Shift H and go, and we are going to increase the size of this mask and increase the softness of this mask right about here. Now place it around your face and go to the color wheel and increase the gamma, decrease the gain just a little bit right about here, and decrease the lift and increase the contrast to make it more pop. Now if I show you before and after, now you know what I was talking about. Now we are going to create a node outside of this masking node. So right click on this node, add a node, and click on this outside node. So what this outside node does, it invert our mask that we just did and paste it on this node. So if I press Shift H, this is the outside mask and this is our mask. It inverted and pasted on this node. Now the next step is we are going to increase the softness and increase the size of this mask, and in outside node press Shift H, and in color wheel decrease the gain right about here. Now go to the effects and select this Gaussian blur and drag and drop this on outside node. So this is before and this is after. So why I created this outside node, decrease the gain and add a blur. So I want the viewer to focus on this subject, not the whole footage. Now our next step is to create a serial and go to the color warper, and I'm going to push this to the greenish side right about here. Don't push it too far, just right here. Now in the offset, I'm going to push it to the greenish side right about here. I'm subtracting the red in my footage and increasing the green value, as you can see in the graph. Now what I'm going to do is increase the gamma, increase the gain, and decrease the offset. And now decrease the gain, because right now my footage is overexposing, and decrease the lift right about here. Increase the gain and decrease the gamma, increase the gain and decrease the gamma, and decrease the offset right about here. Now this is before and this is after in our final node. If I play the video, I just decrease the red in my shot and increase the light on this side of my face. Now if I select all the node and show you, this is before and this is what we are just created in just under 10 minutes. So this is how you can color grade a flat footage for your YouTube videos. So this is our shot, and right now in this part we don't have any light. I have some lighting issue right on my face, and in the scope you can see the highlight are touching this line and the shadows are so damn sharp. So how do we add some light to our shot and balance our shot? First, to increase the light in our shot, we need to increase the gamma right about here, and we are going to increase the offset right about here. Now my shot is right now overexposing, so we are going to decrease the gain right about here. Now I'm going to add some contrast by 0.1, 1.1. Now I'm going to increase the saturation, and we are done. This is before and this is what we are just created. So the next step is to add another node or serial and go to the masking window and select the circular mask, increase the mask size and place it around our subject. Now increase the softness of this mask. Now if you want to view the masking area, you need to press Shift H. So this is our masking area. Now I'm going to invert this mask by clicking on this icon. Now I'm going to increase the size of this mask and decrease the softness, or increase the softness just a little bit right about here. Now I'm going to add some effects. So go to the effects and drag and drop the box blur. Now press Shift H, decrease the box blur right about here. Now I'm going to go to the custom curve, select this point, drag it down and add a point right here and increase a contrast right about here. Now go to the masking window and increase the softness of this mask and increase the size just a little bit. Now the next step is to add another serial. Go to the masking window, select the circular mask and increase the mask size and place it right about here. Now increase the softness. Now this time drag and drop the directional blur. Invert the mask, change the angle right about here and decrease the strength of this mask. So I know you want to ask why we are doing this, why we are making the background dull. So I want the viewer to focus on my subject, not the background, because as you can see my background is really messed up. So turn off the effects and add another serial. Drag it to this side. Now go to the curve, go to the hue versus hue and take this line and drag it right about here. Now as we do that, you will notice our skin tone is messed up. So how do we fix our skin tone? Select the red point, Take this point and drag it below this line right about here. So this is before and this is after. Now our next step is to go to the custom curve, and I'm going to add some highlight to our shot, and I'm going to soft the shadows right about here. Now I'm going to increase the offset, decrease the gamma, and decrease the lift. Now on some part of my video our shot is overexposing, so how do we avoid this? So go to the highlight and decrease the highlight, and as I'm doing this you can notice that our shot is now balancing. So I'm going to decrease it by -40 right about here. So this is before and this is after. Now I'm going to add a final serial, and in this serial I'm going to increase the contrast right about here. Now I'm going to increase my offset, increase gain, and now I'm going to decrease the highlight in our shot right about here. So now our shot is balanced and color grade. So now if I select all the nodes and press Ctrl D to off the node, so this is our original video and this is what we just created. So this is how you can color grade and color correct your videos for your YouTube content. So this is our video. The first step is we need to do is select this node, go to your color wheels, and I'm going to type -100 in highlight. Now the next step is to increase the gain a bit, and I'm going to increase my gamma just a little bit. Now the next step is to go to your offset and decrease it, and decrease your contrast right about here. Now go to your logs and decrease the highlight around -40 right about here. So this is before and this is after. Now the next step is to right click, add a serial, go to your masking window and select the circular mask, and I'm going to mask around my face. So increase the size and increase the softness to about 14 and place this right about here. Now go to your wheels, increase the gamma, increase the gain a bit, and increase the contrast right about here. So this is before and this is after. Now our next step is to right click, add another serial, go to your masking window, again select the circular mask, and this time increase the size to 57 and increase the softness to 14. And I'm going to customize my shapes like this point and drag it to down right about here. Now go to your effects first, press Shift H to view the masking area, and I'm going to invert this mask. So click on this icon to invert the mask. We are going to effect the surrounding but not the face in this node. So go to your effects and search for light rays effect and drag and drop this effect onto this node. Now to hide the preview of the masking area, press Shift H once again, and in this effect source threshold type 0.287, and in the length type 1, in the softness also type 1, and in the brightness type 0.440. Now I am going to position my light rays. So this is the position control. I'm going to place this around here. So hide the effects, drag this to this area, zoom the window, and now in this effect I'm going to increase my offset right about here. Now the next step is to right click, add another serial, place this right here, go to the masking window, add a circular mask, go to a curve, back to the masking window to get these controls. Now increase the size, this time around 61, and increase the softness to around 14 and place this right about here. Now go to your color wheels and in mid and detail type -80, and what it does, it softs our skin tones. If I do before and after, this is before and this is after. Now the next step is to -87 in highlight and increase the gain, increase the gamma, increase the contrast a bit, and the next step is go to the HDR and I'm going to add a slightly green color in this node. So in light, push this to the greenish side right about here, and in the shadow push this to also the greenish side right about here. So this is before and this is after. Now our next step is to add another serial, and this time go to the color warper and I'm going to push this to the this side right about here. Now what I'm going to do is decrease my offset all the way to the 7, and I'm going to increase my highlight, increase my gain, and I'm going to decrease my lift to about this. So this is before, this is after. In this node we subtract our light, so right click and add a final node, and this time go to your color wheels and in the gain push this to the yellow side right about here. So if I play the video, this is how you can get a smooth dreamy kind of a look effect. Now you can also apply this effect to the other video. Just right click and grab the serial. Now add a clip, go to the color wheels and check this gallery, and this is our still. So if I scroll from left to right side, you can see the preview. So if you want to apply this grade, just right click and apply the grade, and the grade will apply to our video. You need to change some things like the masking area. You have to place this to your face like this, and you have to change some slightly different settings to avoid this effect. So this is from the light rays effect. So what I'm going to do is go to the effects and I'm going to decrease the brightness and I'm going to change the angle a bit, and we are done. You can also apply this effect to your other videos. So this is how you can create a dreamy kind of a look effect in DaVinci Resolve. And now if you want to add more light to your shot, all you need to do is just select this node, go to the effects, change the angle of the light and change the offset right about here, and select the second node, increase gamma, increase the gain right about here. So this is how you can add more light to your face in this grid. So the first thing that we need to do is, our shot is overexposing from this area, so we need to avoid this. To do that, all you need to do is just select your node, go to the color wheels and decrease the gain and increase the gamma, and I'm going to increase my saturation right about 70. So this is before. As you can see in the scope, these colors are touching this line, and after, this is what we achieved. Now our next step is to create a serial. Go to the masking window and add the circular mask, and now in this node we are going to mask around my face. First decrease the size to around this value, and I'm going to increase the softness around 10. Now I'm going to customize the shape. Select this point, drag it down right about here, and now in this node what I'm going to do is just increase the gamma and increase the contrast just a bit. So this is before, this is after. Now add another serial, place this right here And in this area what I'm going to do is just push this to the yellow side, right about here. Now increase the offset, increase the gain, decrease the gamma overall, and decrease the lift right about here. So this is before and this is what we achieved in this node. I'm going to decrease the gamma a bit right about here. So next step is to add another serial. Go to the masking window and this time select the circular mask and increase the size and place this right here and increase the softness a bit right about here. Now to view the masking area, press Shift H and we are going to affect the surrounding but not our subject. So how do we do that? We need to invert the mask. So click on this icon to invert the mask. Now press Shift H to hide the preview of this masking area. Now in this node what I'm going to do is just decrease the gain, decrease the gamma right about here. So this is before, this is what we achieved in this node. Now our next step is to first we need to increase the softness and the size a bit right about here. Now our next step is to add another serial. Place this right here, go to the masking window, select the circular mask, and now what I'm going to do is just place it right here, increase the softness, decrease the size a bit, and now go to the color wheels, increase the gain, increase the gamma, and increase the contrast a bit right about here, decrease the gain a bit right about here. So this is before, this is after. I am making my face to pop. Now one more thing that you should do to give this video a proper dark mode effect is right click here, select your first node, right click here, go to the add node and select this add serial before. Place this above, go to the effects, search for glow effect, add this glow effect onto this node, decrease the shine threshold to around 0.1, increase the spread to all the way to 2, decrease the gamma, increase the gain, increase the saturation. Now all you need to do is just change the filter color to like this color and increase the gamma a bit, decrease the gain right about here. And now if I play this video, this is how you can grade a video to a dark moody effect. Now you can also apply this color grade to any of your footage. Just right click here, grab the still, add a video, go to the color page, go to the gallery, and this is our effect. Right click here and apply grade. Now one more thing that you should do when you apply the grade to other footage is change the masking area to your face like this, and this is how you can apply this color grade to any of your footage. If I show you, this is before and this is after. This is before and this is what we achieved in this grade. Now if you want to increase the green light coming from this light, all you need to do is just select your first node and decrease the shine threshold like this, and you will have this light effect from this area. So now first I'm going to import this audio in edit page timeline. You can also import audio directly in Fairlight if you want to. Click on the media pool and we have this audio. You can click this audio, select this audio, and you can play and preview this audio. Listen to this audio. So guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight. You can also trim your audio from here. For example, I'm going to select this part. So to select this part, you have to press I on the keyboard, and from this point to this point this is the endpoint, so I'm going to press O on the keyboard, and as you can see these lines appear. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this from this previous screen of the audio, and I'm going to drop this right here. So you can see we have this chunk of the audio. We select this part of the audio, and if you want to select the first part, all you have to do is just come to the starting point, press I on the keyboard, and now to this point, the end point, I have to press O on the keyboard. And now as you can see these lines appear from the starting point. So I'm going to select this from the previous screen, and I'm going to drag this audio right here. And now as you can see, this is the audio number 1 and this is the audio number 2. So you can also import your audio directly in Fairlight like this. So now I'm going to select this, and I'm going to press delete on the keyboard. And now here we have the audio effect that you can apply on your audio. We have the indexes, like we have the audio 1 track, and this is our bus track. And now guys, if you click here, we have the sound library. So you can also download a free collection of sound from DaVinci Resolve website. So I will teach you how you can do that in later lecture. Right here we have the mic setting, and here we have the tracks. So if I play this audio, you can see this is our first track, and if I press Alt on the keyboard and select this audio and drag this to the right side, and I'm going to drag this to the lower track, and if I play this audio, you can see we now have track number 2 and track number 1. So this is their dB, and right here we have track number 1 and track number 2, and you can also drag this to this side. If I duplicate this right here, you can also click here, and you can also drag this to the left side. So now we have 4 tracks. We have track number 1, 2, 3 and 4, and this is the bus track. So now I'm going to delete these tracks, and you can also right click here, delete the empty track, or delete the track, just delete the track. And now we have the only A1 track. So guys, right here we have the mode to edit or to cut the audio. And now guys, this is the preview screen. So if you have a video, for example, I'm going to drag this video right here, and if we go to the Fairlight, you can see we have this preview screen. You can also play your audio, and you can also preview your video, and you can also float the window if you want to. And if you want to fix this window right here, you can also do that. Just click here and it will fix to this point. This is the inspector of your audio. If you select your audio, you can see we have the same inspector that we have in this edit page. So guys, this is the introduction of the Fairlight. So now guys, right here we have Fairlight mode. So let me just turn this automation off, and now we have these modes. So first we have the selection mode. You can select the cursor, you can select your audio and add some effect to your audio. And if you want to zoom in your audio vertically and horizontally, you can also do that. We have these slider. You can vertically zoom in your video, and if you want to horizontally zoom in your video, you can use this slider. And we have shortcut key for these slider. So if you want to zoom in your audio horizontally, you can press Alt hold, and now using your mouse scroll you can horizontally zoom in your audio. And if you want to vertically zoom in the audio, you can press Shift, and now using the mouse scroll you can zoom in the audio vertically. Now guys, if you want to select a part of your video and want to change that part, baby, you can also do that. You can select this mode, which is range selection mode, and now I can select this part of my video, and now I can only change the dB of this part of my audio. So this is how you can select a part of your video and change its dB. Now click here and select the selection mode, click here, and now guys, next we have the edit selection mode. Now if you want to listen to a part of your audio over and over again, you can also do that. First, if you select the selection mode and now play the audio, and if I stop my audio, you can see the cursor is stopped right here. But when I select this selection, edit selection mode, and now if I place my cursor right here and play the audio and stop, as you can see, it now back to its original position. So this way you can listen to your audio over and over again and edit that part of your audio. And now guys, if you want to cut a part of your video, you can use this razor mode, or you can use the shortcut key, which is B. So I can now come to this point select this selection mode and now press B. And now as you can see guys, I split my audio. Now I have two different audio files. Next guys, we have the snapping mode. So when I disconnect my audio track from this track, you can see when I reconnect this track, it connect like a magnet, like there is some magnetic field. But when you turn this off, snapping mode, now guys we don't have that magnetic field. So if you turn this on, you can easily connect these two parts. Next guys, we have the link selection. So now guys, right now my audio is linked to this video, and if I go to the fade light and unlink my audio and now move this audio, you can see in the edit page my audio is now moved from this position to this position. I can now separately move my audio. You can also reconnect your audio from this link selection or from the fade light. They are the same. Now guys, if you want to add some flag to your audio, you can also do that. Just click here and now we have these flags. You can double click on these flags. You can change their color and add a note if you want to. And if you want to remove these flags, you can just click here, select, press Ctrl and now click this. Now I selected these two flags. I can now press delete and now they are deleted now. And if you want to add a marker, you can also do that. So I'm going to come to this point of my audio, select this, click here and now we have two marker. I can now double click here, change its color, add a note, done, select this marker, select a color, add a note, done, and now we have two marker. And if you want to remove these all marker, you can just click here this drop down menu and now select clear all, and they all delete now. Now guys, next we have the transient detection. So now if you have some mouse clicking in your audio, you can detect that. Just click here and now we have this icon appear. You can just click here and now we have these lines appear. Now guys, these lines represent the spikes in your audio. So if you want to edit something in your audio, you can also do that. Edit a part of your audio, you can also do this. And now I'm going to zoom in the audio and now press Alt, click here on the dB line and now press Alt, click here and now press Alt, click here, and now we have 3 point. I can now only affect this point of the audio. So this way I can now only affecting only this part of my audio but not the whole audio. So guys, these are the fade light modes. Now guys, here we have the timeline option. Now first I'm going to zoom in my audio, and now if we click here, you can see we have this video track. Now we have the video track, and now you can also change the representation of the audio waveform. And now we have the navigation option. You can turn them on and off if you want to. And now next guys, I have the fixed play ahead. So now if I select this fixed play ahead, now you can see the timeline is now fixed. I can now scroll through the timeline. And now guys, finally we have the no scrolling. So if you select no scrolling, you can see now we have this play ahead. Now we have this different scroller. If I select this, you can see now we have the audio and the video right here. And if I select this, you can see we have the audio and the video right here. This is the video scroller and this is the audio. And now guys, finally we have the zoom preset. You can use these preset, or you can use your customized scrolling, which is Alt for the horizontal scrolling and the Shift for vertical scrolling. So these are the timeline features. And now we have the track feature. So if you right click your track, you can see you can add a track, you can convert this track, change this track to mono, or you can change this track to stereo if you want to. And now if you want to change the color of this track, you can also do that. Just click here and now you can change the color of this track as well. And now guys, if you right click on your audio file, you can copy its attributes. So for example, if I add effect, for example, let's add distortion effect. And now if I want this effect to apply to another audio, I can now also do that. Just place this right here and now right click here, click on copy, and now select the new audio, right click here, and now paste attribute, and now select this audio attribute, apply, and now if we go to the inspector, you can see in the effect we have the distortion, and this is the original audio. And now if you right click on your audio file, you can analyze the audio level. I can now analyze the audio level. So this is my true peak. I can now normalize my audio. So if you click on this normalize audio level, you can select a level and select sample peak program, and now you can target your level. And now if I normalize this, you can see I have now increased my dB. And now if you want to remove an attribute, you can also do that. Just click here, right click here, and now select remove attribute, and now apply, and now you can see we don't have the effect in this audio. Now guys, if you click here in the effect, you can see we have several audio effect. Now if you want to add a effect, it's very simple to do that. So I'm going to select this distortion effect, and now I'm going to apply this effect. And now as you can see, these are the properties. You can select these preset as well if you don't want to customize your effect. So for example, I can now select this Bruce presets, and now if I play the audio, press space, you can listen to the effect. You can add the effect, or you can disable the effect by clicking on this icon. And now we don't have the effect, and if you click here, you can also switch it on and off during the play ad. So these are the different presets of this distortion effect. Go to the inspector, select your audio. You can also delete your effect, or you can also customize your effect from here, or you can just click here, and now we have these controls. And now I can select the vocal channel. I can now select a preset, or I can now customize my effect if I want to. So we have different kinds of effect. We have the reverb effect, guys. This is the audio that let me just select this, edit selection mode. So guys, this is the audio. And we have echo effect as well. So guys, this is how you can apply audio effect and customize your audio effect in Fairlight. Now guys, if you want to add an animation effect on this audio, you can use the keyframe, or you can use the Fairlight automation tool. So let me just show you how it works. So first you have to enable this automation, and now we have this 1, 2 and 3 option available, and we have the bus track as well right here. Now you have to enable the controls of this automation, and now you have to click here and enable. For example, in this audio I'm going to animate the pan, so I have to enable the pan. If this is disabled, then you have to enable it. And now you have to scroll down, and now we have this pan option. Now you have to double click on this pan, and now I can left to right pan my audio. So let me just show you how it works. So first you have to enable this latch and enable the effect. So for example, in my case, I have to enable the pan. So now guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play my audio, and I am going to pan my audio from left to right. So guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight. And now I have to stop the audio. So you have to play the audio. While your audio is being played, you have to change these effects. So now I have this line. So this is the left to right pan. So guys, this is the audio that we are going to. Now guys, I have this line that represents the pan of the audio from left to right. If this line is disabled for you, you have to enable it by clicking on this track option. And now I'm using the pan, so I have to click on the pan, and I'm going to select the left right pan, and now we have this line. So this line represents left to right pan. Now we have these two options. You can either use the pencil to draw a completely different line. So guys, so I'm going to draw this pan line. This is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight. As you can see, is now audio is now panning from left to right. Or you can use this range selection. If you want to select a range, you can select a range and change it if you want to, like this. Now we have this option which is say follow edits, automation follows edit. So what it does guys, if this is disabled, now I'm going to select this and now I have to click here. As you can see, the lines stay here, but if I reset this, now if I enable this which say automation follow edit, it now follow my audio. As you can see, this line does now follow my audio. So guys, this is how you can use the automation tool in Fairlight to animate the effects on your audio. So now guys, if you want to apply one effect to multiple audios, you can also do that by using the bus track. So let me just show you how you can do that. So I'm going to duplicate this audio and I'm going to place this below this track. Now we have the track number 1 and track number 2. And now what you need to do is just go to the Fairlight and click the bus format. And now you have to add a bus. So I'm going to add a bus and change it to mono. If you want to change it to stereotype, then you can also do that. And I'm going to rename this as effects. And now I'm going to click on OK. And now guys, if you click here, drag here, you can see now we have the bus number 1 and bus number 2. And now you have to scroll down and click on this plus icon and assign bus number 1 to this effect bus. Because the bus number 1 is the main bus track, so you have to assign this bus track in order to add the effect. So what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to double click on the equalization and I'm going to drag this point right here. Now close this window. And now I'm going to scroll down and this is the audio number 2 and I'm going to assign this equalization effect to this track. So how you can do that, just cross this bus and now click on the plus icon. And now as you can see, now we have the bus number 1 which is the main bus, and now we have the effect bus which is this bus. So I'm going to assign this track the effect bus and now I'm going to solo this track and now you can listen to the audio effect. So guys, this is the audio that we are going, and now let me just play the solo audio. So guys, this is the original audio. So this is how you can assign a different bus to different tracks. So now if I have multiple tracks, then I can assign multiple audios this bus. So for example, I'm going to cross this and I'm going to assign the effects bus to this track as well. As you can see, this is track number 1 and this is track number 2. And now if I play my audio, if this is now solo, this is the audio, you can see now the effect is now applied on this audio track. So guys, this is how you can apply one effect to multiple audios. Now go to the sound library and click on this download button and it will take you to this website, Blackmagic Design. And now we have this registration form. You have to fill in the detail, and once you're done guys, click on next. And now click on this, check this I have read, and now click register and download, and it will automatically download this setup. And now as you can see, this is now downloading this sound library of the DaVinci Resolve. And by the way, this is free. And now you have to extract this sound library and now open the folder, open this installer exe file extension. And now click on next, change the location if you want to, click on next, and now click on this I have accepted the license, click on next and click the install. And now it is installing the sound library of the DaVinci Resolve Fairlight. Now click on next and click on finish and we are done. Now guys, open the DaVinci Resolve 18 and go to the sound library. As you can see, now we have the sound library. To view the sounds, you have to click here in search and type 4-star, and now as you can see, we have this massive sound library. So for example, I'm going to select this effect. I can now drag this and drop this right here. So guys, and you can change this effect if you want to. go to the edit page, and now you can see we have this sound library effect. So guys, this is how you can use the sound library of DaVinci Resolve 18. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can edit your audio in Fairlight by using the techniques that we discussed earlier. So first I'm going to normalize my audio. So you have to right click on your audio and click on this normalize audio level. Now guys, I'm changing the target level to -6. So you have to click on this normalize. As you can see, the audio is now normalized. Now the next step is to remove noise. If we come to this point, you can listen to the noise of the background in this audio. So you have to go to the effect and search for noise reduction, and now I'm going to apply this effect, and I'm going to select this rumble, and now I'm going to check this listen to noise only. So that way it now play the noise only. Now as you can listen to the audio, we have some noise, so I am going to select this rumble, de-rumble and hiss.
We are going to edit. So guys,
now it moved the noise almost.
So guys,
and now next step is guys, I'm going to go to the dynamics, and I'm going to enable the compressor.
So guys, this is the audio that,
and I'm going to change the threshold to -25 and ratio to this ratio. And now I'm going to add a limiter as well to -17 to -15. You can also select these templates if you want to.
So guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit.
Now guys, the final step is go to the equalization. First I'm going to drag this right here, and I'm going to double click on the equalization. And if you want to add your preset, you can also do that. So for example, if I add this mobile sound,
so guys, this
in the equalization, I can now add this effect. Just click on the plus icon, create new. Now I'm going to name this preset phone sound, and I'm going to click on this OK. And now as you can see, we have this phone sound. So you can also save your preset if you want to. And in this case, I'm going to reset this equalization effect, and I'm going to play my audio.
So guys, this is the audio. So guys,
and you have to drag this point upward to the distortion point, and then you have to bring it back. So let me just show you what I mean.
So guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci.
So it will soften your sound of your audio, and I'm going to drag this point up as well and listen to the distortion in my audio, and then I'm going to bring it down.
So guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight. So guys, this is the audio that we are going to. So guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight.
And we are done. It is as simple as that. So guys, this is how you can edit your audio. And let me just duplicate this audio, place this right here, and I'm going to reset this and only apply the normalization so we can listen to the audio clearly. And now if I solo this track, now you can listen. This is the original track.
So guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight.
As you can see, we have the background noise and the audio is not that good. And now let me just solo this track, and you can listen to this track.
So guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight.
As you can listen to the audio guys, we don't have the background noise. Background noise is almost zero, and we improve the audio. So this is how you can edit your audio in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight. So now I have this video in my edit page timeline. So now I'm going to export this video. So to export this video, we have a page called deliver page. So now select the deliver page, and in the deliver page, first we have render settings. You can either select the custom settings if you want to, If you want to export for YouTube, then you can select the YouTube, and then if you want to export for Vimeo, Twitter or the Dropbox, then you can select your respective settings. So now I'm going to select my export settings, and in the export settings first we have the file name. So if you want to rename this file, then you can also do that. So I'm going to rename this as test number 1, and now I'm going to select its location. And now in here in the video you can see we have the format. You can change its format as well, and you can change its codec as well. And now down here guys we have the resolution. You can customize your resolution, and in the quality I have now selected automatic, but you can also change this to high, medium, low or the least. And now we have this advanced settings, and in here we have the subtitle settings. So if you have a subtitle in your timeline, then you can export them from here. So now to export a video you have to add this to a render queue. So this is the render queue, and right now we have no jobs in queue, so I'm going to add this to our render queue. And now as you can see it added this to the render queue, and now we have this preview screen right here, and down here we have clips that we have in our timeline. So right now I have only one clip, so that is why it is showing me this one clip. But if I split this clip and go to the deliver page, you can see now we have 2 clips. So now I'm going to Ctrl Z to undo my action, and now in deliver page as you can see we have the entire timeline, or you can export this in and out range. So for example, if I come to this point and press I on keyboard, and come to this point and press O on the keyboard, and now as you can see we now set in and out range for this video. And now if we go to deliver page, you can see we have this in and out range. So if we export this video, the only part that are in and out range will export. So now I'm going to rename this to test to in out range, so it will be our in and out range video. So I'm going to add this to our render queue. But if you want to export the entire timeline, then you can select the entire timeline. If you want to, for example, add a range like this, you can select your range from here, then you can select in and out range. But if you want to add the entire timeline, then you can render your entire timeline like this. So now I'm going to add subtitle, duplicate these, and now rename this to subtitle number 3, this to 2, and the first one to 1. And now we have subtitle number 1, 2 and 3. And now in deliver page, if you want to export these subtitles, then you have to go to the subtitle settings and check the export subtitle. So in export subtitle setting, you can either export this subtitle as a separate file, or you can burn into the video the subtitle. So I'm going to select burn into the video, and now I'm going to rename this to test number 3 subs, and now add this to render queue. And now as you can see guys, we have 3 jobs. You can add multiple jobs, you can add multiple timeline from here. And now if you want to update a job, if you want to change something in your render, you can also do that. Just click here, and now as you can see we have 3 options. You can either cancel this action, you can update this job. For example, if I change its name to subtitle, I can now update here, and as you can see it now update my job. And if you want to click here, if you want to add this as a new job, then you can also do that. So for example, I'm going to rename this to test number 4, and I'm going to add this as a new job, and it will add this as a new job. So if you want to cancel this job, then you can select this cross icon and it will cancel that. So now guys, I have 3 jobs. So if you want to export them all you have to do is just select the first one, and now press shift and select the last one, and it will select all the jobs. And now click on this render all. So now guys, all the video is now rendered. So I can now right click here and now go to open file location, and it will take me to its location. So we have test number 1, and we have test number 2, which is in and out range. As you can see, this is 14-second long video duration, and this is the whole video, 33 seconds. Now we have test number 3, which is subtitle. As you can see, we have subtitle number 1, we have 2, and right here we have 3. So now in render page you can also turn off the preview of the render video. So for example, if I click here and clear the renders, and now I can add this to render queue, and now if I render this video, you can see it is now render my video and it will also show me the preview of this render. But stop this right here and now close this. But if you don't want the preview of your render, then you can click here and in update during render you can set this to off. And now if I add this to render queue, replace this, and now render all, you can see we don't have a preview of this render. But if you want the preview, then go to the update during renders and set this to minimal. And now guys, right here you can minimize your clips, and from here you can minimize your render settings, and in here guys you can also minimize your render queue as well. So guys, this is the introduction of the deliver page. So guys, if you want to render multiple timeline, render multiple projects, then you can also do that in deliver page. So for example, I'm going to add a timeline and drag this video right here, and add another timeline and drag this video right here. And now in the deliver page I can now switch to timeline number 2 and to timeline number 1. So now in timeline number 3 I can name this to timeline number 3, add this to render queue. And now in timeline number 2 we have the timeline number 2 video. I can now change this to timeline number 2, and now we have timeline number 1. Let's rename this to 1. And as you can see, I have 3 jobs in my render queue. But if you want to add multiple projects video right here, then you can also do that. So I'm going to select the file and select the project manager, and I'm going to select this DaVinci training, and in DaVinci training I can now rename this to 4 video, and now add this to render queue. But before I'm going to delete this, and now I'm going to add this to render queue. And now as you can see, we have job number 1. And now if I click here, and you can see we have show all projects, then it will show me the all projects render. So as you can see, I have several projects, and right here you can refresh. And now guys, you can also show job details. So right now as you can see, we have their details as well. So now I can uncheck this, and now you can also clear render. So it will clear all that jobs that are already rendered. So if I click on this clear rendered, now it show me that jobs that are not rendered. So now these are all the projects render queue, and now I can clear all if I want to. So now what I'm going to do guys, I'm going to go to my project manager and select my render project, and as you can see we have all the projects job. So you can also export multiple projects file, multiple timelines, or even multiple clips as well. And guys, if you want to only view this project jobs, then you can click here and now check this once again, show all projects, and now it will show you only this project job. So right now we have only 3 jobs. So guys, this is how you can export multiple timelines or even projects. So guys, as you can see, I have this green screen video in my edit page timeline, and in the fusion page I remove its green screen using the alt key here. And if I want to use this video in my other projects, then I have to use this alt key here from the starting point. But guys, if you don't want to use this alt key here and save this video without its background, then you can also do that. So let me show you what I mean by that. So go to the edit page, and as you can see we have this without green screen video. I cut out the green screen in Fusion, and now let's go to the deliver page, and in the deliver page go to the custom export, and in the video select the individual clips, check this individual clips. Now in the format you have to change its format to QuickTime, and in the codec you have to change this to DNxHR, this second one, and change the type to DNxHRHQ. Now you also have to check export alpha, and now I'm going to rename this, and now add to render queue, and now I'm going to render this, and now it will render this video without its background. So now go to its location and now we have this video. And if I go to the edit page and I remove this video, and I can now drag a background, and now let's import this video in the edit page, and you can see we don't have a background in this video. And there you go, we don't have any green screen background or any background in this video. So using this trick you can save you a lot of time, and you can save your elements using this render trick. And now guys, I have another video right here, and if I go to the color page and select the masking window, and in the masking window I cut out this video. So let me show you how I cut out this video. So I'm going to reset this node, and I'm going to reset all the grades. Now in the masking window I'm going to select this curve tool, and now I'm going to mask out this subject from the video. And now I'm going to set a keyframe right here, and now using the arrow key in my keyboard, press the left key, and now I'm going to place it right here, and as you can see we have this keyframe. Now come to the starting point of this video and set this mask right here, and set this right here. And now if I play this video, you can see we have this mask keyframe animation. Now the mask will move along with our subject, and I'm using the left arrow key of my keyboard, and I'm just manually tracking my subject like this. So now we have this cutout subject from the video, and now I can add an alpha output and connect this to our mask. And now if I go to the edit page, you can see we cut out our subject. And now go to the deliver page, and in deliver page we have this exact same changes that we made before. So I'm going to bike element, and now I'm going to add this to render queue, and now let's render this. Now in its location we have this bike element, and if I go to the edit page, and now if I drag a background, delete this video, now I can drag this and drop this on top of this layer, and now we can see we don't have any background. So guys, using this trick you can save your videos or elements without any background, and you can reuse them in your projects. So now guys, I have this video in my edit page timeline, and if you want to export this video audio only, then you can also do that in deliver page. So go to the deliver page, and in deliver page you can also uncheck this video export and go to the audio, or you can just in render settings select audio only, and it will uncheck this export video. And now guys, in the audio you have to change its format to WAV or MP4. If you select the quick form, then it will save this as a video. So for example, if I select the QuickTime and change this to audio, and now if I add this to render queue and render this, and now it saves its audio as a video. So if I go to its location, you can see we have this MOV file, which is video file. And if I want to save this as audio only, then you have to change its format to WAV. And now if I change its name, add to render queue, now I can render this as audio only. So if I go to its location, you can see we have this WAV extension, which is the audio extension. Now guys, you can also select a track that you want to export. So for example, in the edit page, I can now, using the alt key, I can now duplicate this audio, and I can now place these in different tracks. Now we have 3 tracks. So for example, I'm going to change its speed to reverse. I can reverse this audio, and for the audio 3 I can now change its pitch. For example, I'm going to change its pan to left side. So this is the left side pan, this is the reverse audio, and this is the original audio. So now if I go to the deliver page, and in the deliver page guys, in output track you can either select bus 1 stereo. So if you select bus 1 stereo, then it will export all the tracks in one audio file. And if you select timeline tracks, then you have to give a track name. So for example, if I give it track number 1, then it will export this track. If I give this to track number 2, then it will export this track, and for the 3 it will export this 3 track. And in all timeline tracks it will export all these tracks. So I'm going to select these 3, and now I'm going to show you all the results. So clear the render, and all the timeline tracks I'm going to name this to all timeline, add to render queue. And now for this I'm going to set this to, and this will export the reverse audio only, which is the second track. So I'm going to set this to second track, which is timeline track. And now this, it will merge these 3 audio file in one audio file and export them. So I'm going to name this to bus 1, and now let's export. And now select all these and export them all. So now we have this file. So this is the all timeline track, which is this. It will export all these track in a separate file. So as you can see, we have file number 1, 2 and 3. And for the second job, if I click here update job, you can see we have the 2 track, which is track number 2. It is reverse. So we have this reverse audio file. And for the first one, if I click the don't save, if I click here on the update, you can see we have the third one. And now we have this bus 1, and it will merge all the video in one track. So if I play this, you can see we have all 3 audio track in one track. So guys, this is how you can export your audio only in deliver page. So guys, in Fusion page we have an effect called paint effect. It's very easy and useful. So I have this video right here, and first I'm going to turn off the effect and turn this to single screen, and now search for paint effect. Now add this paint PNT. Now as you can see, I have this effect, and we have these tools appear right here, and in inspector you can see we have the property of this paint effect. Now on the previous screen you can see we have this brush tool. If you want to increase the size of this brush, you can use this slider, or you can press Ctrl and left click on your previous screen, and you can drag this to the right side to increase the size, or to the left side to decrease the size of your brush. You can even slide your mouse cursor upward or downward to increase the size of the brush as well. Now if you want to increase or decrease the softness of the brush, you can use this slider. If you want to change the shape of the brush, you can select your brush from here. Now guys, as you can see, we have different mode in this paint tool, and you can select these mode from here. So I'm going to select this multi-stroke, and this will work frame by frame. So if you want to draw frame by frame animation, then you can use this brush. So I'm going to decrease the size, and I'm going to draw on this wheel. I'm just drawing a rough stroke around this wheel. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this stroke animation. Now if you want to add a glow on this stroke animation, then you can also do that. So I'm going to add this background node. Let's just disconnect this node, and I'm going to connect this background node to this paint tool. And now I'm going to add a glow effect and then connect this paint tool to the glow effect, and then I'm going to add a merge node and connect this merge node between the main nodes, and now connect the glow to the merge node, and now select the merge node, and in apply mode you can change this to screen, and now we have this glow animation. Now you can customize your glow like this. And if I go to the edit, in first timeline I have created this effect. So in this way you can add a glow on this stroke. So I'm going to delete this node for now, and I'm going to reset my paint tool, and the next mode is, guys, the clone multi stroke. So I'm going to go to the edit and add a timeline, and I'm going to drag this page right here. And now if we go to the fusion page, let's add paint tool, and now I'm going to select this clone stroke. And now what it does, guys, it works frame by frame. So if I zoom in, increase the size and select this area, if you want to select an area you have to press Alt and then click. Now it select this area. As you can see, the crow is now locked in, and now if I draw here, you can see it now clone this area and put this area on this side. And now if I press right key on the keyboard, right arrow key, you can see the clone disappear. So if you want a permanent clone, then you can use these shapes. So we have three shapes. We have the poly shape, we have the ellipse, and we have the rectangle shape. So I'm going to select this poly shape, and I'm going to first reset the paint tool, and I'm going to select this poly shape, and I'm going to now I'm going to select this area. And now what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to change the center and place this right here, and I'm going to increase the softness as well. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this permanent clone on the video. So guys, you can use this shape if you want to add effect like this. Now I'm going to reset my effect, and now guys, we have this stroke, and I'm going to go to the edit and add another timeline, and I'm going to drag this footage right here, and let's select this part of the video, and now go to the fusion page. Now to explain this stroke brush, I'm going to add a planar tracker, and I'm going to drag this part of the subject face. Now let's press this drag forward, now if your tracker take longer than the usual, then you can press frame by frame manually. Now as you can see, we have this tracking data. Now the next step is to change the tracker to hybrid and change the motion type to affine. Now I'm going to create planar transform, and now let's delete this planar tracker. Now we have the transform of this tracker. Now guys, the next step is to add a paint tool, and the next brush is the stroke brush. So I'm going to select this stroke, and I'm going to let's just draw this. Now guys, if you notice, the stroke will stay on your screen forever, but this stroke is work on frame by frame, but this stroke work on the whole video. So as you can see, I draw this drawing and it stay on the whole video. So now guys, my next step is to disconnect this paint tool, add a background, connect this to paint, add a glow effect. Now add a merge node, connect this to the main node, and I'm going to connect the glow to the planar transform, and now connect this to merge node. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this effect. To fix this, you have to select the merge node and change the mode to screen. Now to fix this problem, you have to add a transform node. Right here, and now I'm going to select this and change this right about here. Now if I play this video, you can see the stroke is now stay on the screen. Now let me just reset this, select the stroke, and I'm going to change the color of the stroke, and let's now if we play this video, you can see we have this effect. So guys, this is how you can use this stroke mode in the paint tool. Now let's go back to the main timeline. Now guys, the next is the polyline. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to draw this. Now if we play this video, you can see it stay on the screen, and now you can go to the stroke and you can animate the stroke line if you want to. So just add a keyframe, go few frames ahead, and then you can animate this like this. Now if I go back, play the video, you can see we have this stroke. So you can use this stroke like this. So now let's restart the paint tool, select the paint tool. So I'm going to select this. You can draw a shape, and I'm going to just cut out this part of the video and place this right here. Now guys, as you can see, we have 1, 2 and 3 shape on the screen. Now if you want to move this individually, then you can move these shapes. We have the 4 one as well, but if you want to move these shapes together, then you have to group these shapes. So I'm going to select these shapes, and now I'm going to click on this paint group, and now as you can see, we can move these shapes together. So this is how you can use these shapes. Now reset this paint tool, and now select the paint tool. Now in the inspector, if the setting of the paint disappear, then you have to delete this and you have to add the paint tool again. Now guys, if you add a stroke, for example, and if you want to erase this stroke, then you can use this eraser mode, and now you can erase this stroke as well. So guys, this is how you can use this paint tool in the Fusion page. Now guys, I'm going to drag this text plus in edit page timeline, and let's go to the Fusion page. And if you select your text and go to the layout, you can see we have this type. You can change the type. For example, if I change this to path, I can now create a path like this, and the text will follow if I animate. So if you animate the position of the path, you can see we can animate the text in this way. So I'm going to just add a keyframe. Let's go to this frame and let's increase the position on the path. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this animation. Now you can go to the settings and add a motion blur, and you can decrease the shutter angle. And now if I play this video, you can see we have this animation, and you can even draw more if you want to. So I can now draw like this path, and let's go to the keyframe, and you can, or to the spline, select all the keyframe, click here, shape box, and you can increase the box if you want to make the longer duration of the animation. And now if I go to the edit page, you can see we have this animation. Now in the fusion page, you can also add a glow. And now if we go to the edit page, you can see we have this effect. You can increase the glow size, increase the glow, and now we have this text effect. Now let's loop this, and now we have this text effect. You can change the name or even change the color if you want to. Now guys, I'm going to drag this logo right here, and let's go to the fusion page, and I'm going to add a text plus right here. Now select the text, go to the layout and change the type to path. Now I'm going to draw a path, and you can add this type of animation that I am about to show you. Now I trace all the logo. Now let's add a text. So first I'm going to just add these lines. Let's copy and paste these lines. Now if we go to the layout and add a keyframe, and let's go to this frame and change the path, you can see we have this animation. So you can add these type of animation, and you can even loop this animation if you want to. So if I go to the spline, select the text, select this position, and let's loop this, and now we have this type of effect. Now if we go to the settings, and we can even add a motion blur if we want to. Let's change the shutter, and let's add a glow. Now let's change the color of the text, and there we go. Now we have this type of animation. So you can, using the text layout, you can make these type of animation. Now let's delete this and go back to the main text, and now let's go to the fusion page, and I'm going to reset the text. Let's disconnect the glow and place this right here. Now I'm going to type, let's reset this. Now let's type question mark, and now let's go to the layout, and I'm going to this time change the type to circle, and I'm going to decrease the size, decrease the width right about here, and let's type more question mark to fill the circle. Now if we go to the transform, and in the transform, in the rotation, you can make these type of animation. So if I add a keyframe and add this animation, and now if I play this video, you can see we have this type of animation. Let's increase the duration of the animation. Now if I add the glow and go to the edit page, you can see we have this animation. Let's change the color as well. Now if we type different symbol, then you can have different type of animation effect like this. And if I type this, you can see we have this type of animation. Now I'm going to reset this. Now guys, if we go to timeline number 1, you can see I have created this animation. So if I select my text and type question marks, and if I play this video, you can see we have this type of animation. If you want to get this type of animation, then you have to go to the fusion page, select your text, and then you have to go to the transform, change the X rotation to this value, Y rotation to this value, and then you have to just animate the Z rotation, and then you will get this type of animation. So using guys the layout and the transform, you can create these type of animation. Now guys, if you want to add a simple highlight animation, then you can also do that. To go to the generators and add this paper right here, and now let's go to the titles and add this text plus. Now I'm going to change the text and change the font to this, and let's duplicate this text. Now let's change the color of the upper layer text, and let's go to the shading and go to number 4, check this and change the level to word and change the color to this value. Now I'm going to increase the size of the text, and let's copy the value and go to the above text layer, go to this text, and let's paste the size. Now we have this text. Now guys, to animate the highlight text, you have to switch to crop, and then you have to drag this right here. Now let's go to the settings, go to the cropping and add a keyframe right here, and let's go few frame ahead, and I'm going to increase this crop right about here. Now let's go to the keyframe and place this keyframe right here. Now we have this type of highlight text. Now you can even smooth this animation if you want to. So I'm going to select these text. Now we have this highlight text. Now you can also animate this generator. So select the generators, go to the generator settings, and I'm going to decrease the gain, increase the lift, decrease the gamma, increase the contrast, decrease the brightness just a little bit, and I'm going to animate this texture. So you have to click here and it will take you to the fusion, and now you have to select the paper generator, and this time I'm going to add a keyframe, go few frame ahead and animate the texture. Now increase the gain, decrease the lift, decrease the gamma, increase the contrast, and let's decrease the brightness just a little bit. Now to animate this paper, you have to go to this spline, click here, and now you have to change this to step out or step in. Now we have this type of animation. Now I'm going to select this keyframe and I'm going to decrease their duration. Now let's click here again and let's loop this animation. Now if we go to the edit page, you can see we have this type of highlight text animation. So you can also create these types of text highlight animation. So guys, this is how you can use this text plus in different way and create different text animation in DaVinci Resolve. So guys, if you don't like to animate anything in DaVinci Resolve, then you can use plugin. So if I open the effects, you can see I have this master Alex text, and if I click here, you can see I have this magic animate v2. So if you Google master Alex magic animate v2 and scroll down, you have to open this website to download this free plugin. Now to get this, you have to type 0 and you have to click on get now, and it will download the free plugin. So now guys, all you have to do is just type an email address and then you have to type a nickname. Now click on this checkout now. Now if you click on view content and you have to click on this download, and now it is now download the plugin. Now guys, to install the plugin, you have to double click on this file and now click on this install, and it will install your plugin. Now I'm going to select text plus right here, and now if you open the effects, you have to select master Alex text and you have to drag this and drop this right here. Now if you go to the effects, you can see I have this fusion and I have this magic animate too. So how you can use this effect, if you scroll down, you can see I have these controls. So if I open wipe control and if I check on this in, you can see I have now the in animation on this custom title, and if I check on this out, you can see now I have the out animation. And if you want to customize this animation, you can use this slider. So for example, I can change the angle. So I'm going to come to this keyframe and now I can change the angle of this wipe in control, and now it wipe from the below. As you can see, it is the wipe in angle, and if you want to animate the wipe out, you have to change this angle. Right about here. Now if I play this video, you can see I have this in wipe and I have this wipe out. You can also customize your curve. Now if you want to add some more changes to this text, then you can also do that. So for example, if I want to add some motion blur, then I can do that. So I have to come to this point and now I'm going to increase the motion blur and I'm going to decrease the shutter angle right about here. Now if I play this video, you can see I have now this wipe in animation and I have now the wipe out animation with motion blur. Now guys, we have some other controls as well. So you can, for example, I'm going to add some zoom in animation, and now you can see I have now this zoom in animation, and if I click on this checkout, you can see I have now the zoom out animation. Now you can also animate your media. So I'm going to just drag this background right here and I'm going to drag these elements and I'm going to drag myself right here. Now what I'm going to do guys is I'm going to drag this on myself and I'm going to drag this on these elements. Now I'm going to go to the effects and now let's check the in wipe in. Now if I play my video, you can see now we have this effect. So I'm going to just decrease the playback and now you can see I have this animation, and now let's animate this as well. So I'm going to just check in the zoom effect, and now you can see we have the zoom effect. We have this animation. So you can also apply this animation to the media as well. Now I'm going to add some motion blur, and let's decrease the shutter angle. Now select the above layer, add motion blur, decrease the shutter angle right about here. Now you can also change this in and out speed. So I'm going to select the element and I'm going to decrease the speed. Now you can also change the angle. You can also zoom in yourself, zoom the media, or you can also change the position. Now I'm going to select myself and I'm going to increase the speed right about here. Now you can see we have this animation. Now guys, I'm going to add an out animation, so let's add the out and change the angle as well. So now I'm going to render this video and I'm going to show you the result. So now guys, we have the result. So this is the render video of the Magic Animate V2. Now guys, you can create interesting effects using the emitter node in Fusion page. So I'm going to drag this picture right here. So let's go to the Fusion page and I'm going to add text plus, and I'm going to type my name in text plus. Now I'm going to drag this emitter node and I'm going to drag this render node as well. Now let's connect these two, and now you have to connect this text plus to the emitter node. And if does not connect, then you have to select the emitter node, go to the style and change the style to bitmap. Now you can see we have this input, and now I can connect the text plus to the emitter node. Now guys, if I play this video, you can see we don't have anything. So you have to add a merge node. Let's connect this merge node and let's connect the render to the merge node. Now you can see we have these text emitters. Now you have to select the emitter, go to the controls and decrease the number. I'm going to decrease to 0.5. And now if I play this video, you can see we have these text particle. Now I'm going to also add a velocity as well. So I'm going to increase this velocity and I'm going to increase the velocity variance as well. Now if we play this video, you can see we have this effect. Let's decrease this velocity. And let's change the angle as well. Now guys, if I play this video, you can see we have these text particle. Now guys, what you need to do is just go to the style to improve the effect of the text emitter. Go to the color control and change the color. So I'm going to change the color to this color value. Now you can see we have the size control as well. So first I'm going to increase the size of the text, and I'm going to increase the size variance. So it will randomly size increase and decrease the size of the text emitter. And now guys, if you see we have the size over life graph as well. So I'm going to just draw a graph and then I'm going to explain to you this graph, what it does to your text emitter. Now guys, if I play this video, you can see the text in this emitter starting from a smaller size and then they eventually become the larger size. So this graph affect these emitter size. So it start from the smaller size and then it will increase the size of this text emitter. So this is how this graph works. Now if you want to decrease the size, then you can also do that. Now I'm going to open the fade control and I'm going to fade in the text and fade out the text as well. So the text starts from the fade in and end up with fade out. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this text emitter. Now let's open the blur control and let's increase the blur variance. And now you can see we have a little bit blur text in the text emitter. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this effect. Now let's go to the control and let's increase the number variance. Now I'm going to change the lifespan to 50. So now we have this text effect. So you can easily create these type of effect using the emitter, and you can also customize your animation as well using these angle. So if I change the angle, you can see now we have this animation. If I change this angle, you can see we now have this type of animation. Now we have the wider range of this text emitter as well. You can also increase the blur, but it will take longer to render. So I'm going to add a graph of this blur as well, and I'm going to change this to 0.040. Now if I play this video, you can see now guys we have this type of animation. You can also change this blur as well. So I'm going to change this to 0.03, and now you can see we have this blur. Let's change this to 0.01. Now let's play this video. Now we have this text effect. Now if you want to add a glow, then you can also do that. So I'm going to search for glow, and now let's add the glow right here. And now you can see we have the glow on the text as well. So you can also increase the size of the glow and increase the glow if you want to. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this interesting text emitter effect. Now let's render the video and then I will show you the result. So now guys, this is the rendered result of this text emitter. Now you can see we have the glow, we have the blur, and we have the amazing text representation of the emitter as well. So this is how you can create this effective text emitter as well. Now guys, if you want to effect a part of your video using the emitter, then you can also do that. So I have another example. So I'm going to create a timeline. So now guys, I'm going to drag this background right here, and now let's drag this PNG tree right above this layer. Now let's go to the Fusion page, and now I'm going to drag this emitter node and now drag this render node right here. Now let's connect the emitter to the render, and now select your emitter node, go to the style and change the style to bitmap, go to the region and change the region to bitmap. And now as soon as I select the bitmap, you can see we have this additional input. So now I'm going to connect this, press Alt, let go to the region bitmap, and now I'm going to select these leaves, drag them right here, and now press 1 on the keyboard. You can see we have this PNG leaves, and now I'm going to connect this to the emitter. Now let's add a merge node. Let's connect this merge node to the main nodes, and let's connect the render to the merge node. Now if I set this to single screen, play the video, you can see the emitter is now only affecting the tree, because we set the region of this emitter and give the tree that region. So now what we need to do is just affecting the branches of the tree. So to affecting only the branches, you have to drag this mat control, press shift and drop them in between the media 1 and the meter node of the region. Now you have to place them right here. Now I'm going to select this polygon and I'm going to select only this part of the tree so that the leaves won't affect this part of the tree. So now if I connect this, press Alt, select the garbage mat, you can see the leaf is now affecting only the branches. So now if I play my video, you can see the leaves is now affecting only the branches. So now your final step is to select the emitter, go to the controls, set this to 2 and set this to 200. Now let's go to the style, go to the color, and I'm going to match the color of the leaves with the tree. This is fine. Now let's go to the size and I'm going to draw a graph like this. Let's play this right here. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this animation. Now I'm going to also increase the size, go to the fade, add a fade in and add a fade out, just a little bit. Now if we play this video, you can see we have this animation. Let's decrease the fade in. Now let's increase the time scale to 1.3. Now let's go to the style, and in the size I'm going to increase the size variance, so it will randomly make them bigger or smaller. So now we have this effect. So guys, this is how you can use this emitter in different way and create different animation style. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can use a merge node in different way and create amazing animation. So I'm going to drag this picture and drop this in between the main node, and now let's place this right here. Now guys, I'm going to drag this polygon mask and let's connect this mask to the media 2. Now I'm going to mask out the DaVinci Resolve logo. And now let's select the merge node, go to the settings, and I'm going to add motion blur as well. And now let's animate this DaVinci Resolve logo. So now I'm going to add a keyframe of the center. Let's go a few frames ahead, and now let's animate this like this. So now if I play this video, you can see guys, we have this animation, but it's a little bit slower, but don't worry, we will fix this. So now I'm going to select these 3 nodes and make them in a group, put them in a group. Now you can see we have this group, and now I'm going to copy this group, and now I'm going to paste this group right here. Now let's connect this group, copy this group, paste this group. So now we have 4 groups. So now I'm going to connect this to the main nodes, and now let's open this group, select this merge node, set to dual screen, press 1 on the keyboard, make this window a little bit bigger, and now I'm going to disconnect this ellipse, and now I'm going to select this ellipse, and now let's mask out the OBS logo. And now let's connect this to media 2. Now you can see we have this DaVinci logo and we have this OBS logo. Now if I play this video, you can see we have the same animation on the OBS logo. So you have to select the merge node, reset this, add a keyframe, and now go a few frames ahead right about here, and now I'm going to animate this. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this animation, and now I'm going to add a motion blur as well. Now we are done. Let's open this group, disconnect the ellipse, select this merge node, press 1 on the keyboard, and now this time I'm going to delete this ellipse and reset my merge node, and now I'm going to drag this polygon, and now I'm going to cut out this Photopea logo. So I'm just making a rough selection to explain to you guys how you can create these types of animation using the merge node. And now let's connect this polygon to the media out, and now you can see we have this Photopea logo. Now let's select the merge node, go through the frame number 0, add a keyframe, and now let's animate this right about here. Now let's go to the settings, add a motion blur as well. Now you can see we have this animation. Now we have the final group, so open this group, reset the merge node, and disconnect the ellipse, delete the ellipse, select the merge node, press 1 on the keyboard, so we have this view. And now I'm going to drag this polygon, and I'm going to cut out myself. So as I mentioned earlier, I am just making a rough selection to explain to you how you can create this effect. Now let's connect this polygon to the media, and now let's animate myself. So now I'm going to add a keyframe, go few frame ahead, and I'm going to place this right here. Now let's go to the settings, add a motion blur as well. Now you can see we have this animation, set this to single screen. Now let's open this spline, and this is where all the magics happen. So let's select group number 1, select keyframe, make them smooth, make them reverse, and now click this shape box, and I'm going to just decrease the duration of these keyframe. So now you can see we have this animation. So now I'm going to uncheck this group, check the group number 1, and now I'm going to select these keyframe, make them smooth, make them reverse, select the shape box, and now let's decrease the duration of this animation. Now uncheck this group, check this group, and I will do the same for the rest of the group. Now let's hide this. Now I'm going to open group number 2, go to the merge node, and I'm going to decrease the shutter angle of this obvious logo. Now we have this animation. Now the final step is to select this picture, and now select the merge node, decrease the blend mode to 0, go to the frame number, go to this point of the video, and now let's add a keyframe, and let's increase the blend mode to 100. Now let's go to the spline, uncheck this, check the merge, select this, make them smooth, and now we have this animation. Now you can select all the animation, select the shape box, and you can also increase the duration of this animation together. So this is how you can use this merge node and create this animation. Now guys, you can also achieve this effect using this matte control node. So let's go to the edit page, and I have created this effect in different animation. So you can see I have used the merge node. If I open this, you can see I use the merge node and create this style animation. So we have the OBS logo, we have DaVinci Resolve, now we have Photopia, and now we have myself and the background as well. So you can see you can achieve this type of animation using the merge node. So now if I go to the edit page, add a timeline, and now let's drag a background, go to the fusion page, and now I can drag this picture right here, and now let's drag this matte control and add a merge node as well. So I'm going to connect this merge node, and now I'm going to connect this to merge node, and let's connect this media to the matte control. Now I'm going to select this polygon, select this ellipse, and press Alt and select the garbage matte. Now invert this mask. Now I'm going to cut out the DaVinci Resolve logo, and now let's copy this, paste this right here. Let's connect this to the main nodes, and now let's connect this picture to the matte control. And now I can select this, press 1 on the keyboard, disconnect this mask. Now I can mask out this OBS logo. Now let's connect this OBS logo, and now you can see we have OBS logo and we have DaVinci Resolve logo. So you can use the matte control if you want to, but if you don't want to use the matte control, then you can use the previous method. So now I'm going to create another timeline. Let's drag a background. If you're facing this problem, if your video keeps previewing in the edit page, then you have to reset your DaVinci Resolve, and that will fix this problem. So now let's go to the fusion page. Now let's add this to single screen, and now let's drag these logos, and now let's connect these logo to the main node. Now you can also animate using the merge node on your previous screen. So select the merge node, go to the frame number 0, add a keyframe in center value. Now you can see we have these options appeared as soon as I click add a keyframe in the center. So now we have three main options right here. We have this insert and modify, we have the draw append, and we have the click append. So first I'm going to select this insert and modify, add a keyframe. Now if I play my video, you can see I can now animate these logo, animate my media on my previous screen while my video is being played. So now if I go to the spline, I can smooth this keyframe. I can now decrease duration of this animation as well, and now I can go to the settings of the merge node, add a motion blur as well. So as you can see we have this beautiful animation. So now let's reset the merge node. Now I'm going to select draw append, and if I add a keyframe, you can see it only select this insert and modify. So you have to go to the frame number 0, add a keyframe, and then select a mode. So now if I select draw append and now play the video, click here, now I can animate these logo. Now let's go to the settings, add a keyframe, decrease the shutter angle, and now we have this beautiful animation. So you can animate your media on previous screen. Now let's reset this. Now you can add a keyframe anywhere you want. So for example, if I want to add a keyframe right here, I can now go to the merge node, add a keyframe, select a mode, now play my video, now I can animate. So you don't have to go to the frame number 0 to animate your stuff. Now let's reset this, add a keyframe. Now we have the final, which is the click append. So I'm going to just play my video and I'm going to draw like this. Now you can see we have this animation. Now if I go to this spline, I can now make these keyframes smooth, and I can even add a motion blur. So this is how you can use the merge node in different way and create amazing animation in Fusion page. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can edit and animate your graphics in DaVinci Resolve. So I have this logo, and now I'm going to drag this logo, and now let's go to the Fusion. So now I'm going to add a transform node, and now I'm going to animate this. So let's go to the frame number 0, add a keyframe. Let's place this right here. Now let's go a few frames ahead, and now let's animate this right about here. Go a few frames ahead. Now let's set the center to its original position, which is 0.5. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this animation. And now let's go to this spline, check this transform, select all these keyframes, make them smooth. Let's select the shape box, and now let's decrease the duration of this animation. And now we need to add an out animation, so let's go to the controls of this transform, and now add a keyframe. So if your keyframe doesn't work, so you have to go to this spline, uncheck this shape box, and now if I add this keyframe, you can see the keyframe is now added. And now let's go a few frames ahead, bring it right about here. Now let's make this disappear right about here. Now let's go to this spline, select these keyframes, make them smooth, and now I'm going to make the length of this keyword a little bit shorter. Now we have to add a motion blur as well, so let's go to the settings of this transform, and now check the motion blur. Now we have this animation. Now if I go to the edit page, you can see we have this animation. Now if you want to add a shining effect to this logo, then you can also do that. It's very simple. So let's go to the Fusion page, and now let's drag this brightness and contrast, and now let's increase the gain, decrease the lift, increase this gain, decrease the contrast, increase the bright. Don't change the brightness. And now we are good to go. Now we need to add a polygon mask, and now I'm going to mask this area of this logo. Now let's connect this mask, and now let's increase the soft edge just a little bit. Now we need to animate this polygon mask, so let's go to this frame, and now let's add a keyframe in center value. Let's place this right here. Now go a few frames ahead, and now let's bring this right about here. Now if I play this video, you can see the shining effects is now a little bit faster. So we have to go to the keyframe, and now let's open the polygon, and now I'm going to select the polygon, and now let's place this right here, and now let's increase the duration of this keyframe. So press Ctrl, click here, and now select the keyframe and place this right here. Now if I go to this spline, uncheck all the keyframe except for polygon, zoom out, select the polygon keyframe, make them smooth, and now I'm going to set the loop. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this effect. Now let's select this polygon mask, and now let's add a motion blur. Now guys, let's go to this spline, and now let's uncheck the set loop, and now let's add a shape box, and now let's increase the duration of these keyframes. So now if I play this video, you can see we have, let's decrease the duration a little bit, that's fine. So now let's select all the keyframe and now set them loop. Now we are good to go. Now guys, if you want to improve this animation a little bit further, so you have to duplicate this logo. Now place this above layer and place this below this layer. So now let's decrease the view and now disable this layer. Go to the color page and now let's increase the color warper. Now let's go to the edit page, enable this layer. Now I'm going to place this a little bit above this layer. So now we have this type of animation. So now guys, if I go to timeline number 1, you can see I have created this animation, and now I created this animation as well. So if you want to improve this animation, you can also go to the effects, add adjustment clip, and now let's go to the OpenFX and add a camera shake. And now let's go to the effects, decrease the motion scale, increase the motion blur. Now we are done. So let's go to this point, loop this preview, and now we have this animation. Uncheck the snapping tool, and now let's place this right about here. Now we are good to go. So now if I play this video, you can see we have this animation. So guys, this is how you can edit and animate your graphics in DaVinci Resolve. Now guys, I'm going to show you how you can use expression in Fusion Paint. So I'm going to add a magnifying glass effect in Fusion using the expression. So let's first drag this transform node and place this right here. Now let's drag this ellipse and connect this ellipse to the transform node. Now select the transform node and increase the size. And now as you can see, if I select the ellipse, now I can move this ellipse around. But guys, you can tell the zoom does not work correctly because the transform node is zoomed from the center but not from the center of this ellipse. So we have to connect the center of this ellipse to this transform node. So we have to select the transform node. Now I'm going to pin this transform node so it stays right here. Now select the ellipse. As you can see, this is the ellipse and this is the transform node. Now I'm going to connect this pivot to the center of this ellipse. So you have to right click on the pivot, click on this expression. You can see we have this plus symbol right here. Now I'm going to click here, drag this point, and now connect this to the center, and now let go. And now as you can see, it connects the center of this transform pivot to the ellipse. So now if I move my ellipse, you can see now we have the accurate zoom effect. And now guys, to improve this effect, I'm going to add a magnifying glass. So this effect is inspired from the William Justin that create YouTube tutorial for DaVinci Resolve. So now I'm going to drag this picture. Let's connect this picture with our main nodes. And now let's place this right here. Now I'm going to add a transform node. Now let's connect this transform node, and now let's press 1 on the keyboard, select the merge, press 1 on the keyboard, and now I'm going to place this right here. Let's just decrease the zoom right about here, and now let's select the transform, and now I'm going to unpin this transform of the ellipse, and now I'm going to select the transform tool. Now let's increase the size, place this right about here. Maybe just zoom out a little bit. Now we are good to go. Now if I move this ellipse, you can see we have to connect this ellipse to the magnifying glass to move the magnifying glass along with the ellipse. So we have to click here, make it pin ellipse. So now guys, we have to select the merge node, right click on the center, go to the expression, and now we have to connect this center to the center of the ellipse. Now you can see it connect with the ellipse. So now we have to select the transform and just place this below the ellipse, right about here. Now if I select the ellipse, move the ellipse, you can see the magnifying glass is moved along with the ellipse. So now if you want to animate this magnifying glass, then you can also do that. So I'm going to just add a keyframe, select the ellipse, go to the controls, and in the center add a keyframe. Now guys, as soon as I add a center keyframe, you can see we have these tools as well. So you can use this tool if you want to, but I'm going to just manually animate this magnifying glass. So let's go a few frames ahead, place this right here. Now we have this effect. Now you can also, if I click here, let's set this to single screen, and now if I select this keyframe, you can also smooth this keyframe if you want to. Now let's select these two as well. So as you can see, we have this effect. So we have to just go to this spline, check the ellipse, select all the keyframe, make them smooth. Now you can also select these keyframes, select this shape box, and increase the shape box. Now guys, select the merge node, go to the center, and now let's add a motion blur. So you can see we have this effect. We added a motion blur, so it improved the animation of the magnifying glass. So now if you want to improve this furthermore, so I'm going to just add a brightness node, and I'm going to add a merge node as well. So let's connect this media 1 to the brightness, and now let's set this to dual screen, press 1 on the keyboard. So we have this brightness view, and now let's unpin this ellipse. So now I'm going to decrease the gain and decrease the lift right about here, and decrease the gamma just a little bit. Now I'm going to connect this brightness to the merge node, and now I'm going to disconnect this transform, and I'm going to connect this transform to the merge node, and now let's connect the merge node to the merge node. So guys, if I play this video, you can see we don't have that brightness and contrast background underneath that magnifying glass. So to achieve that, you have to connect this ellipse to the merge node, and now we have this magnifying glass effect. Now guys, we can improve this effect a bit more. So we can just add a dent effect, place this between these two merge nodes, and now let's change the size, place this right here, increase the size just a little bit, and now let's change the type to dent 2, and now I can increase or decrease strength of this dent effect. So now we have to move this dent effect along with the ellipse. So we have to click the ellipse, select the ellipse, pin it, select the dent effect, right click on the center of the dent effect, click on the expression, click on this plus symbol, drag this to the center of the ellipse. So now if I play this video, you can see we have this effect. So one more thing guys, I have to tell you, if your dent effect does not work, if your picture blink or your picture disappear. So you have to just disconnect the mask, play this video, you will get this result. Then you have to reconnect your ellipse, and then guys it will work fine. So you can also play with the settings of dent effect if you want to. And also you can change the picture. So for example, if I drag this picture, let's disconnect this picture, connect this to the transform and connect this to the brightness. So now we have this picture. And you can also change the magnifying glass picture if you want to. So we have this picture, let's disconnect this picture and let's select this picture, connect this to the transform, select the transform, and let's zoom out. Now we are good to go. So now you can see we have this magnifying glass. So guys, this is how you can use the expression and create this beautiful magnifying glass effect in DaVinci Resolve. And by the way, this effect is inspired from the William Justin from YouTube channel. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can create stunning audio waveform using the audio waveform plugin. So first of all, let's go to the effects and drag this fusion composition. Now let's go to the fusion page. So now we have to add a media in, so we have to search for audio waveform. So guys, if you did not install this audio waveform plugin, then you have to visit my Fusion plugin lecture in order to install this audio waveform. So let's add this media in node audio waveform and let's connect this to media out. Now as soon as I connect this to media out, you can see we have this display. So it says please load audio file. So we have to load an audio file. So in order to load an audio file, you have to select the audio waveform and now click on this browse button. Now let's select an audio file, open this file. Now you can see we have audio waveform. Now you can also improve this waveform. Furthermore, you can decrease its amplitude scale, increase the sample start, increase or decrease, zoom in and zoom out, increase or you can decrease the resolution. You can select the waveform visuals. For example, if you click this and zoom in, you can see we have this visuals. Now we have this and now we have this. Now you can also go to the spectrum, and now if I click on the spectrum, you can see we have the display. You can change the appearance to bars, to smooth field and to needles. So if you go to the controls, click here, you can see we have different visuals. So guys, you can play around with these settings as well if you want to. But for now guys, we're not going to create a spectrum, we are going to create a stunning audio waveform. So I'm going to reset this. Now let's load the file again. Now let's click here, select this. I'm going to zoom in the audio and now let's decrease the amplitude. And now you can also use this proxy to zoom in and zoom out furthermore if you want to. So now you can see we have this audio waveform. So now I'm going to select the layout and I'm going to change the color of the waveform. This is fine. And now I'm going to add a glow effect. Let's connect this glow effect and let's increase the size and increase the glow amount right about here. Now if we go to the edit page guys, you can see we have this audio waveform, but we are not done yet guys. So we have to go to the Fusion page and now I'm going to place these nodes right here. And now let's go to the effects, go to the templates. Now guys, in templates, in particle folder, you can add these effects. So for example, you can add blowing leaf effect. Just add a merge node and let's connect the final node to the merge node. And now you can see we have these glowing effect. these blowing leaf effect. So I'm going to zoom in, and if you go to the settings you can add a motion blur. And now let's go to the edit page. You can see we have this effect. So you can apply these particles. So I'm going to just delete these, and now I'm going to select matrix particle, and now let's zoom in, connect this matrix to the merge node. So as you can see we have this mesh on the screen. So we have to select the matrix, decrease the density, and we have to increase the depth, and let's increase the render height and width. Let's decrease the density a bit more. Now we are good to go. So you can also change the color of this matrix. So we have to double click on this matrix, select the text folder, open this text folder, and now you can change its color from here. So now I'm going to change this color to this. Now let's click on this OK. Now guys, we are done here. So we have to go to the edit page. So now guys, I'm going to drag that same file that we give the audio waveform plugin, and I'm going to drag that file right here. So let's drag this file right here. Now I can increase the duration of this effect, and as you can tell guys, if I play this video you can see we have that same audio waveform on the screen and in this track as well. So if I play this right here, you can see we don't have that visuals, and we don't have the audio in here in this portion, and now we have this portion audio and we have this audio. So now we play this audio. So now the next step is to add a glow again on this fusion composition, but in edit page. So we have to drag this, drop this, and if we go to the effects, turn off, you can see we have this shining effect. So we have to increase the spread a little bit, and now we are good to go. Now guys, if you want to change the color of the audio waveform, so you have to select, or you have to go to the color page, select this, and now you can change the color. So I'm going to hide these options, and now let's go to the curve, go to the hue versus hue, and now I can change the color. This is fine. So now let's go to the edit page and go to the fusion, and now I'm going to select the matrix, and now let's change the color of this matrix to this color. Now let's go to the edit page. You have to select your color, now this is fine. So now we created this audio waveform. So now guys, the next step is we can create a new compound clip. Let's create a compound clip. Now I'm going to add a effect called zoom blur effect, and let's go to the effects, increase the amount, and now increase the center exclusion right about here. Now let's decrease the amount. Now we are good to go. Now I'm going to add another effect called light rays effect. Now let's go to the effects, go to the light rays effect, and increase the length and increase the softness just a little bit. Now you can tell we have this beautiful audio waveform effect. Now you can add a camera effect, camera shake. Now let's go to the camera shake, decrease the motion scale, decrease the speed as well, and decrease the motion blur of this camera. Now we have this audio waveform. So I'm going to render this audio waveform and then I will show you the result of this render. Now guys, we have the render result.
So guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight.
Now you can change the audio waveform representation if you want to. You have to go back to Fusion composition. Let's click here. Now let's go back to open in timeline. Select this Fusion composition. You can change the visual of the waveform as well if you want to. So I can now select this audio waveform and now I can change the audio waveform. And now if we go back, you can see we have this effect. So you can play around with the setting of the audio waveform. So I have this example as well. You can change the color of the matrix and change the color of this audio waveform. So guys, I have this example where I add more matrix to this scene. So you can create these types of effect using this method. So guys, this is how you can create the stunning audio waveform using the audio waveform plugin. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can use custom tool in Fusion page. So I have this PNG and I'm going to drag this right here. Now let's go to the Fusion page. And now I'm going to first add a transform node. And now I'm going to add a custom tool. So you don't need to connect this custom tool node to our main node. So I'm going to place this right here. And now if we select the transform node, if I right click on the center and add an expression in Y position. So I'm going to type this node name, custom tool. So you have to type the exact same name that we have right here. So I have the C capital, T capital, and I have typed C and T capital in here. Now I'm going to type this position which is number in 1. So I'm going to type exactly the same name. So I'm going to just add a dot. Now number in 1. Now if we select the custom tool, you can see I can now change the position of Y center of the transform using this custom tool slider. Now I can right click and go to the modifier, and now I can add a shake to this position. So basically this is how the custom tool works. So I'm going to reset this custom tool. Now let's reset the transform. Now if you select the custom tool node, you can also hide these points. If you go back to config, now if you go back to control, you can see we don't have these points. And you can also rename these number. But if you rename these number, that won't work. So I recommend don't change their name. So now guys, I'm going to animate this picture mouth using the custom tool. So let's first disconnect this transform node, place this right here. Now I'm going to drag this polygon mask and I'm going to cut out the mouth. Now let's invert this and now let's connect this to media in. Now I'm going to copy these nodes and now I'm going to paste these nodes right here. Now let's connect these nodes and now let's rearrange them like this. Now guys, select the polygon, uncheck the invert and uncheck the show view controls, and I'm going to adjust the border of this mask. Now we are good to go. Now let's connect the transform node to this node, and now let's select the transform node, right click on the center, add an expression in Y position because we need to, if I right click here, remove the expression. So I'm going to animate this mouth. So first I'm going to just adjust this mask right here. Now let's reset the transform and now add an expression in Y position. So I'm going to type custom tool 1 dot number in 1. Now let's go back to custom tool, and now I'm going to right click in custom tool, go to the modify with, and I'm going to add audio waveform. So if you did not install audio waveform plugin, then you have to visit my Fusion plugin lecture where I teach how you can install this plugin. So I'm going to click here, select this, and now we have the modifier. Now let's go to the modifier, and now I can load an audio file, and as soon as I load an audio file, you can see we have this mouth animation. So now I'm going to go back to our first frame where we don't have any audio waveform. So I'm going to just adjust this amplitude offset. Let's zoom in, and I'm going to animate this offset, adjust this offset right about here. Now if we play this video, you can see we have this position error. So I'm going to just change my amplitude scale. Right about here. Now guys, you can see we have this animation. Now let's go back to the edit page, and now I'm going to drag the same audio file that we add in our custom tool. Now this is the audio file. Now I'm going to increase the duration of this video, and now guys, if I play this video,
so guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight.
Now if we see, we have this gap right here. So I'm going to select the mask, let's hide this, and now let's increase the border just a little bit. Now if we go back to edit page, you can see,
so guys, this is the audio that we are going to edit in DaVinci Resolve Fairlight.
Now guys, if we delete these nodes, let's delete these nodes as well. Now I'm going to play this media. I'm going to disconnect this. Let's connect this to the media out, and I'm going to add a transform. Let's select the custom tool, reset this, right click here, modify with audio waveform, and I'm going to load this file. And if we go back to tools, go back to transform, and we can add an expression in zoom as well. So I'm going to now you can see we have this zoom in with audio waveform. So you can also select this zoom in. So if we go back to custom tool, go to the modifier, you can also so now if I play this video, you can see we have this zoom audio waveform effect. So you can also add these expression in any value. So you can also add in angle. For example, I'm going to now copy this value. Now let's remove the expression. Let's add an expression in angle. So now you can see we have this animation. So guys, this is how you can use the custom tool in Fusion page. Now guys, I'm going to show you how you can use camera 3D in Fusion page. So I'm going to drag text plus, and now I'm going to disconnect this node, and now let's duplicate this 2 times. Now we have 3 text plus, so I'm going to rename this to 1, rename this to 2, and this to 3. Now guys, to work with camera 3D, we have to drag an image plan 3D. So you can drag this from here, or you can search for this name. So I can now drag this 3 times because we have 3 text. So I'm going to connect this to this one, connect this to this one, and now this to this one. Now guys, we have to drag a merge node, but as you can see we have 3D planner, so we have to drag and merge 3D. So I can now drag this merge 3D. If you drag a simple merge, then that won't work. So if I connect this image 3D planner to this mode, you can see it does not connect. But if I connect this to 3D mode, you can see it easily connected. So I can now connect these 3 nodes. Let's delete this merge node symbol. Now guys, we have to drag a camera 3D, so let's drag this camera, and now let's connect this camera to merge 3D. Now if I select this merge, press 1 on the keyboard, you can see we have this view, and if I press 2 on the keyboard, you can see we don't have anything. Now guys, we have to drag a render 3D enabled to connect to media out. So I'm going to drag this render 3D. Let's connect this merge 3D to render, and now let's connect this render 3D to media out. Now as you can see, we don't have anything in our output. So I'm going to select this camera, now drag this behind like this. Now you can see we have these 3 numbers. Now I'm going to select this first one, place this right here, and I'm going to change its color as well. Now let's select the second one, place this right here, and now I'm going to change its color as well. Now for the final one, I'm going to change its color to red, maybe green. Now let's place this right here. Now if we select merge 3D, and you can press Alt and using your middle mouse or scroll, and you can select your image planner, and you can place these text plus, reposition them if you want to. So I can now select the third one. Now let's place this right here. Now you can see these are in 3D space. So I can now animate them using my camera, and now I can show you how you can use this camera. So I'm going to select the camera 3D, and now let's go to the control visibility, and now check focal length. Now as you can see, we have this green window. Now guys, if you want to focus on number 1, then you have to drag this window to the number 1 place. So let's change the focal length from here, and now let's drag the camera right here. Right about here. Now I'm going to decrease the angle view right about here. And now let's go to the render 3D. Now you have to change the render type to OpenGL render, and you have to go to your accumulation effects, and now enable the accumulation effects. Now I'm going to change this to 10 and this to 0.02. Now guys, as you can see, the number 1 is now in focus. But if I place this window to the number 3 or number 3, then you will see the number 3 will in focus and these two will out of focus. So now I'm going to change this to number 3, and now as you can see, the number 3 is now in focus. So this window is representation of the focus of this camera. So guys, this is how basically camera 3D works. So if you want to animate this focal length, then you can also do that. So you can also add a keyframe, go few frame ahead. You can drag this on number 1. Now guys, if I play this video, you can see the focus is changing from number 3 to number 1. So basically this is how camera 3D works. Now guys, I'm going to select my camera 3D and I'm going to reset this camera. Let's place this right here. Let's go to the render, and I'm going to uncheck this enable accumulation effects for now. Now guys, I'm going to drag a background right here. Let's drag another image plan 3D. Let's connect this, and now let's disconnect these texts. Now I'm going to drag this image, place this right here, and connect this to this one, and let's connect this to this one as well. Now as you can see, we have these images. So now I'm going to select my image planner, reset this, And now I'm going to select this, go to the transform, and I can now change its scale right about here. Let's copy this value. Now we have these three images, these four with background. So now I'm going to select my background node, and now I'm going to connect this to merge node. And now let's select the image planar 3D, and I'm going to increase the size. Now let's place this right here because this is the background. Let's zoom in, and I'm going to place this right here. Now I'm going to select this one. Let's place this right here. Now this is the final one, so I'm going to drag this in center right about here. Let's select this one, and now let's drag this right here. Now I'm going to place my camera. Now you can animate this position like this, or you can animate the position like this, or you can just zoom out like this. Now I'm going to select the render. Now enable the compilation settings. Now if you increase the quality, then it will take longer to render your video. So I'm going to just add this 10, and I'm going to change this to 4. Now this is fine. Now guys, I'm going to select my camera 3D, and now I'm going to enable the focal length, and now let's change the focal length. So if your focal length is taking too much to load, so you have to go to the render, then disable the accumulation setting. Then you can also easily change the focal length of your camera. Now let's drag this camera right here. And now let's zoom all the subjects. Now we are good to go. Now guys, I'm going to animate the position of this camera. So let's go to select the camera first, go to the transform, and now we have these translation. You can animate the position like this one, or you can animate the position like this. So now guys, I'm going to animate the Z position. So let's add a keyframe, go few frame ahead, and now let's focus Now let's place this right here. Now guys, as you can see, we have this animation. Now let's go to this spline, check this, select all the keyframes, smooth them. Now let's go to the controls, go to the render 3D, and now enable the combination settings. Now guys, if I play this cursor and play this video, you can see we have this animation. So focus is now shifting from this to our background. Now you can also go to the settings, enable the motion blur, and now if I play this video, now we have this animation. So you can create easily these types of animation using the camera 3D. So I can now change the position of the camera. Right about here. And now if I play this video guys, you can see we have this animation. So guys, I have this project right here. So as you can see, we have 1 2 3 4 5 media in, and I connected this. So if I select this merge node, press 1 on the keyboard and select this, you can see this is the grass, and I color grade this grass using the color correction. And as you can see guys, we have these images connected with the image planet 3D, and these are connected to merge 3D. We have camera render 3D, and we have media out. And now guys, I'm going to show you the result of this render. Now guys, I'm going to open this video. So as you can see, I just shift my focal length. I just animate my focal length using the keyframe. You can also animate your position of your camera, and you can achieve this type of result. As you can see, this is the same project that we have in here. Now guys, I have this project. As you can see guys, I have this video right here. I cut this video, and now we have this media, and I cut this video using this rectangle mask. Then I connect this to ultra keyer, remove my green screen. Then I crop this using this crop node, and then this connect to image planet 3D. You can use this auto, you can use this customize crop. And then it is connected to the image plan 3D, and then it is connected to merge 3D, and then we have this result. As you can see, this is the front image, this is our background image, and this is our subject. So now if I play this video, you can see you can also use video in image plan 3D. Now guys, we are in edit page. So I'm going to double click on this video, and I'm going to press I on the keyboard and press O on the keyboard. And now we have this part of this video. So let's go to the fusion page, and now I'm going to drag this video. Let's reset our image planner, and now I'm going to connect this to our image planner 3D. As you can see, this is screen recording of DaVinci Resolve. So we are going to animate the focal length, and we are creating a 3D screen recording. So I'm going to place this right here. Now let's go transform of this image planner, and now let's rotate this image right here. As you can see, we are creating a 3D screen recording. So you can also animate the position if you want to, or you can just animate the focal length. So I'm going to select my camera, place this camera right here, and now I'm going to animate the focal length. So select the camera 3D and go to render first, and uncheck the motion blur and uncheck the accumulation settings, because if you enable this accumulation settings, then we have the focal length blur, and it will take longer to load your video in previous screen. So I'm going to just uncheck this accumulation settings, and now let's select the camera, add a keyframe. As you can see, this is the position animation, so we have to delete all these keyframes. Let's go to this one, transform, click here, go to this frame, and now click here. And now I'm going to go to the controls, add a keyframe, go few frame ahead, and now I can change the focal length to right about here. Now guys, if I play this video, go to render first, enable the accumulation settings. You can see we have this motion blur. And now as you can see, this is the focus area and this is the blurred area. If I play this video, you can see the focus is now shifting from this area to this area. So you can also create this type of video if you want to, and you can also animate the position if you want to. So you don't need to change the position of the camera, you have to just select your image planner and now I'm going to go to the render. Let's uncheck the accumulation setting. And now let's animate the position. So let's add a keyframe in transition X, and I'm going to go few frame ahead, and now I'm going to change this to this area. Now if you go to the first frame, go to the spline, select all the keyframe, make them smooth, and now let's select the render, enable the accumulation settings. So now if I play this video, you can see guys, we have this beautiful animation. So you can create these types of animation. You can also go to the render and enable the motion blur if you want to. Now guys, let's play this video, and now you can see we have this motion blur animation. So guys, I have this another example. As you can see, I only changed the position of this image planner and I didn't change the focal length of this camera. We have another example. As you can see, I just animated the focal length of the camera. The focus is now shifting from this area to this area. To get this type of view, you have to select your image planner and then you will have to rotate its position. So let's go to the render, uncheck motion blur, uncheck accumulation settings, so we get the fast render preview. So if you rotate your screen recording image planner, you will get this type of result. So now we will get this type of result. So now if I go to this frame, let's move this keyframe, and now let's play this right here. And now you can see we will get this type of blur. So we have to change the camera and play this camera right here. Now let's go to render and I'm going to enable the accumulation settings. So now as you can see, this area is now in focus, and if we go to frame number 1, you will see this area is now in focus. So you will get this type of result if you rotate your image planner. So guys, this is how you can use the camera 3D in Fusion page. Now guys, I'm going to show you how you can place your subject in a different background and create different environment. So I'm going to drag this page right here in edit page, and let's just delete the audio. Now let's go to the Fusion page and I'm going to drag ultra gear. Let's connect this. Now I'm going to select this color picker and I'm going to select a color. This is good. Now let's go to the image, and now I'm going to let's set this to single screen, and now I'm going to now let's go to the matte and you can play around with the contract and expand and the gamma. So you have to play around with these slider in order to get an accurate green screen cutout. Now I think we are good to go. Now let's go to the edit page, select your footage, and now I'm going to crop this area. Now guys, I'm going to place this footage right here and I'm going to drag a background. So this is our background. So first I'm going to just increase the size of this background, and now I'm going to search for noise, fast noise, go to the OpenFX, and now we have this fast noise. Let's drag this on our background, and now let's go to the effects and now change the preset to smoke. Now let's decrease the brightness, increase the contrast, and I'm going to change this to soft light. And now if I play this video, you can see we have this smoke effect in our background. Now you can also change the color of this smoke. So I'm going to change this to this blue color, and you can also enable the OpenFX and change the direction of the smoke if you want to. Now you can change the scale of the smoke if you want to. Now guys, we have to color correct our subject to match with our background. So I'm going to select the color page. Let's hide the clips and timeline. Now guys, we have this green screen footage right here. Now guys, if you want to hide this layer, hide the background, you have to click on this layer, unmix, and now we have only our subject. But if you want to enable the background, so you have to click here, and now we have the background. So now the first step is to decrease the gamma, decrease the lift to match with the shadow of the background, and now I'm going to decrease the gain as well right about here. Now increase the contrast, and now let's increase gamma just a little bit right here. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this result. So we have a little bit fringe right here. So let's go to the fusion page, and now let's fix this. So go to the pre-matte and just increase the background correction. Let's go to the matte and let's increase this slider. Now we are good to go. Now guys, the fringes is removed. Now guys, we have this result right here. So the next step is to select the footage and make a new compound clip. Now guys, I'm going to drag this sliders effect onto this footage, and now let's go to the effects and increase the length, increase the softness, and increase the brightness just a little bit. So now guys, if I play this video, you can see we have this interesting effect. Now you can also drag this light rays effect right here, and you can also open this. Let's select this and now open this in timeline. Now you have to select this background, and you can also change the position of this background as well, so it stays behind our subject. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this interesting light rays effect. Now to match with the background, you have to drag a glow effect as well, and I'm going to show you why I'm telling you to add a glow effect. If I spread this glow and increase the saturation, you will see the subject is now matched with the background. You can also drag a fast noise effect again on the main compound clip. Let's set this to mist, and let's change this to add color dodge. And now let's go to the global blend, and I'm going to just write about it. Now finally I'm going to drag a camera shake. Let's decrease the motion, increase the speed. Now guys, we have this result. Now guys, if you change the subject color grading, you can also create an entirely new video. So if I go to our compound clip and go to the color page, now you can see we have this subject. So I'm going to decrease the gain, decrease my gamma, decrease the lift, just increase the gain right about here. Now if I go to the edit page, go to the timeline, you can see we have different results. So you can manipulate this green screen in different ways. Now I'm going to show you another example. So I'm going to create a new timeline. Now let's copy this and let's paste this right here. Now let's go to the color page, and now let's reset this node. Go to the edit page, and I'm going to drag this background right here. Now let's zoom this background, enable dynamic zoom, and I'm going to change this to easy in. So the background is now zoom out, so we have to zoom in the subject. So I'm going to just set this to easy out, and let's swap this. Now you can see the subject is now zoom in and the background is now zoom out. So now let's go to the color page, and the first step is to match the shadow of the background. So I'm going to change my lift, and I'm going to add this color. Now this is before and this is after. You can see we just change the lift and we have this result. Now I'm going to increase my contrast, and I'm going to increase the gain just a little bit. Now guys, let's go to the edit page, and I'm going to make a new compound clip. And now let's add a light rays effect, increase the length, increase the softness, and decrease the brightness. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this result. So now let's go to the color page, and now I'm going to color grade this footage. So I'm going to select my color warper, and I'm going to have this qualifier on. So you can select this qualifier from here on preview window, and now let's select this point, and I'm going to drag this point to this side. right here. Now you can see we have this amazing result. Now you have to color grade this footage. So I'm going to increase the contrast, decrease the gain, decrease the lift, and now increase my gain. So this is before, this is after. You can also change the saturation if you want to. Now you can also add a node. Go to the effects, and you can also drag a glow effect. Spread the glow effect. You can increase or decrease the saturation if you want to. And now I'm going to decrease my gamma, decrease my gain just a little bit. And now in our node I'm going to decrease my gain as well, right about it. Now if I go to the edit page, guys, you can see we have this result. So guys, you can manipulate this green screen and play this in different background and create different result. So I'm going to show you my other example. So let's open the first timeline. So as you can see, I have this background. So if I open timeline number 2, you can see I have created this. So guys, if you want this result, so you have to go to the color page. You have to decrease the lift all the way down. Now you have to decrease the gamma as well and decrease the offset. Now you can see we have this result. You can also, guys, go to the timeline, and you can also increase or decrease the source threshold. Now we have this result. So this is how I created this background. I also blurred my background. So let's go to retro and let's drag a box blur. Right about it. Now if I go to this timeline, you can see this is our final result. So guys, this is how I created this green screen effect. So now I'm going to show you my other example as well. So guys, this is another version of the green screen. So I blur my background, add a box blur, and I just increase a glow just a little bit. Now guys, I have this version as well. To get this result, you have to, if I open this in timeline, now let's select the subject, go to the color page, and in the clip I'm going to select my subject, and you can see I decrease my gain and decrease my offset and the lift, and we are done. And I add a little bit pink on the subject face, so we get this result. So if I go to the edit page, guys, you can see I add a light rays effect, then I add a camera shake, and then I add a fast noise effect. Then you will get this result if you want to. Now if I go to the timeline number 8, you can see I have this different version with the same procedure that we did in timeline number 2. Now if I go to timeline number 9, you can see I just, in this background green screen effect, I just add a glow effect and add a fast noise effect. You can select your fast noise, heat, haze, or you can select the river or water phase to get this distortion effect. You can also go to the color page and increase the contrast, and you will get this result. As you can, this is amazing because the background lighting is affecting my face as well. Now if I go to the edit page, go to timeline number 8, you can see I have different version. So you can create different version with only one green screen and create different background effect. Now guys, I have another example as well. Now we have this version, I have this version, and I have this version as well. For this version, I just change my color grading. So guys, this is how you can create an advanced green screen effect in DaVinci Resolve. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can take this picture and convert this into this amazing masterpiece. And by the way, this is all done in DaVinci Resolve. As you can see, we have multiple nodes. So now let's go to the edit page, and I have this timeline number 2, and you can see we have this fresh picture. So I'm going to zoom in this picture and let's place this right here. Let's zoom out a little bit. Now guys, we are in color page, and the first step is to go to the masking window, and I'm going to select the circular mask. Decrease is offset all the way to 0, and I'm going to place this on my eyes. Let's place this right here. And now I'm going to add another mask, so select on this circle, and now we have this mask, so decrease this offset all the way to 0. And now I'm going to place this on my other eyes. Right here. Now if we turn off this masking window preview controls, you can see we have cut out these eyes. Now you can click on this icon to see your masking area as well. So now guys, the next step is to go to the color warper, and now guys, I'm going to increase my gain, increase my gamma, and increase my lift. So now we have this white eyes, so I'm going to add a color. So let's add this color. Now let's go to the masking window, select the first mask, and I'm going to turn off these controls, and I'm going to just increase the softness right about here. Now select your second mask and increase the softness as well. Now you can also add this color right here, and now I'm going to make the circle soft just a little bit. And now we are done. Now guys, let's create a node, and now in this node we are going to blur our background. So I'm going to go to the masking window, select this mask, and I'm going to cut out my subject. And now we are done. Now guys, we have to invert this mask, and now let's go to the effects and search for box blur, and now drag this onto this background. Now I'm going to increase the number of interaction to 3, and I'm going to also make the edges soft. Right about here. Now this is before and this is after. Now let's create another node. Now guys, in this node I'm going to add the reflection of these glow eyes. So let's go to the masking window, select this mask, and I'm going to mask out this area, and I'm going to add another curve mask, and I'm going to add glow right here. Now let's add glow, So add another curve mask, and I'm going to select this area, and now we are done. Now I'm going to increase my gain, and I'm going to increase the softness of these masks. And if I turn off these controls, you can see we have this effect. So I'm going to make this a little bit soft, and I'm going to increase the gain, and I'm going to add this color. Now let's select the mask and make this soft just a little bit so it blends with our face. And now we are done. Now I'm going to select this mask as well. Let's make it a little bit soft, and now we are done. Now I'm going to also enable the controls, and I'm going to also drag this so we get the light to the subject nose as well. Let's just not mask this area. Now we are good to go. Now guys, I'm going to create another node. Let's place this right here. Now guys, in this node I'm going to select the masking window. Let's go to the curve mask, and I'm going to mask out the subject face. So now guys, we are making the people to focus on the subject face, not with the background. So we are going to dull this background. We are going to decrease the gain of this background. So let's invert this mask, increase the gain. Let's go to the curve, select this point, drag this right here, and I'm going to add a little bit contrast. Now I'm going to add this bluish color as well on our background, and I'm going to make mask softer. Now if I turn off these controls, you can see we have achieved this effect. Now guys, our next step is to right click on this node, and we have to add an outside node. So now this node will affect the face, so we have to increase the contrast. And let's go to the curve, and I'm going to add a contrast to our face right about here. Now let's select this mask, go to the power window, and let's make this a little bit softer as well, right about here. Now let's select this node, and we have to adjust the contrast. And now I'm going to add a mid detail 50, and now as you can see guys, we achieved this result. So this is before, and this is what we achieved yet. Now we are done. Now guys, I'm going to create another node, and in this node guys, I'm going to just increase my mid and detail all the way to 100, so we get this type of HDR effect in our picture. So now guys, I'm going to add a final node, and let's place this right here. And now guys, in this final node, I'm going to increase my contrast, and I'm going to change the pivot. Let's decrease the contrast a little bit right about here. Now guys, I'm going to color grade this footage. So I'm going to take my offset and I'm going to place this right here. Let's change the gamma, and now let's take, sorry, I'm changing the gain. Now let's take the gamma, and now guys, I'm going to change my lift to this color. Now let's decrease the lift right here, and now let's go to the log, and I'm going to add this color. And now we are done. Now you can also go to the color warper, add another node, and you can also change the color of this face as well if you want to. Make it more green or make it more red. And you can also change the background color as well. And now we have this result. So guys, this is how you can edit this picture. Now if I go to this picture, you can see I just changed my color grading. So you can follow this step. So you can follow these values to get this result. And in HDR guys, I add these value as well. I change my dark to -0.03 and Y value to 0.06, and that's it. Now I can select this and change this to this side, and now let's go to this, and now I can change this. So guys, you can create different version of this picture. All you have to do is just change the color grading of the picture. Now guys, you can also go back to the reflections, light glow around the eyes, and you can also change its color if you want to. So I can change this color to more like yellow, and now you can see we have different vibes. Now guys, for example, if you want to copy this offset, you can also do that. So you don't need to change the offset to this position. You can also copy the value. So for example, if I want to change my offset blue value, so I can now copy this value. Now let's go to our main timeline. I can now paste this value. Now let's click here, and now you can see we have this result. So this is how you can copy the value in your wheels, color wheels, and in your HDR wheels as well. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can use the color page masking window and create different effects. So first I have this picture number 2 and I have this picture number 1. So our first step is to guys go to the video transition, scroll down at the end and drag this burn away transition. Now we have this transition. Now I'm going to change its angle, and I'm going to decrease its chart all the way to 0. Now guys, we have to go to the color page and go to the clip, select this above picture, above bike, and I'm going to go to the masking window. Let's select this mask, curve mask tool, and I'm going to mask out this bike. Now guys, we are done. Now our next step is to right click here, add an alpha output, and connect this alpha output to this blue. Now we have this background image as well, so we have to adjust the mask So this is the background bike wheel, so I have to remove this as well. So we have to expand the mask. So let's expand this mask right here. And this is the background bike light, so we have to get rid of it as well. Now let's turn off these controls, and I'm going to increase the softness, and now we are good to go. Now guys, let's go to the edit page. And now guys, if I play this video, you can see we have this transition effect. Now all you have to do is just improve this transition. Now guys, keep it in mind, you have to add a transition before masking out this bike, otherwise it won't work. I tried myself and it did not work. So now I have to increase the burn, and you can also change the hue if you want to. So I can now change this to this color. Now I'm going to increase the brightness, increase the glow, and I'm going to change the glow spread as well. Now if I play this video, you can see we have this transition. Now you can also play around with this slider. You can also change the scale. And now guys, I'm going to trim this. Now let's right click here, create a new compound clip, increase the size, add a dynamic zoom, swap this. If your transition is way too fast, you have to open this in timeline and you have to increase the transition duration. And now if I play this video, you can see we have this transition. And now I'm going to add a glow effect. And I'm going to also increase the saturation, decrease the gamma, increase the gain. Let's spread this. Now let's go to the color page, and I'm going to first we have to go to the fusion page, and now let's go to the effects, go to the templates, and in templates I'm going to drag this matrix, place this right here. Now I'm going to add a merge node, or we can just press shift, click here, and now it added. Now we have to decrease the density, increase the depth, change the width, and change the height as well. Now let's go to the edit page, and you can see we have this result. Now let's go to the color page, and I'm going to add this color. Let's increase the contrast a little bit, decrease the lift, and let's increase the gamma. Now I'm going to so this is before, this is after. Now guys, this is the final result. So guys, if I play this video, you can see we have this amazing transition. So this is how I created this transition. If you want to get this kind of result, all you have to do is just open this, and you have to increase its duration, and that's it. And you also change the color of this. For example, I'm going to change hue to more like this color, and now we are good to go. And if you want to know how I created this effect, so I can just show you that. So if I open this in timeline, you can see we have this version as well. I just increase, so go to the color page and increase this mid and detail, and now we have this result. Now as you can see, we have improved the footage. Now guys, if I open in timeline number 1, you can see we have created this version as well. So now if I open this in timeline, you can see we have this. I have two pictures. This is picture number 2 and this is picture number 1, and that's how I created this transition. And now guys, if you want to know how I created this transition, it's very simple to create. So all you have to do is just, I'm going to copy this picture and now go to the main timeline. Let's create a new timeline, paste this picture right here, and let's go to the color page, and I'm going to reset this node. Let's reset all the nodes. And now guys, the first step is to go to the color page, go to the masking window, and let's come to this point, select the curve mask, and I'm going to mask out this subject. And now guys, we have to add a keyframe, and we have to adjust this mask right here. Now guys, if you want to add a smooth animation, all you have to do is just go frame by frame, or you can just go to the first frame, place this right here, and now if I play this video, you can see we have this animation. Now the mask will automatically track the subject, and we have to manually adjust it just a little bit. And now guys, we are done. And now guys, we have to add an alpha output, and let's connect this, and now we have this result. Now I can just adjust this mask. Let's just increase the inside. Let's just turn off this control so we can see it better. And now we are good to go. So all you have to do is just manually adjust these masks. And now we are done guys. Now let's go to the edit page, and let's copy this footage. Let's paste this right here, and now we are done guys. So this is how I created this transition. Now guys, let's go to the power window, masking window, and let's add the circular mask. Decrease its softness all the way to 0, increase the size, and add another circular mask. Decrease its softness all the way to 0. Now guys, if you want to, so first I'm going to click here, and as you can see, this is the mask number 1, and if I place this right here, this is the mask number 2. But if you want to cut out this mask, you have to just place this mask inside our first mask, and you have to click on this icon. So if I click on this icon, you can see this mask cutting out our previous mask. So now I'm going to use this technique and I'm going to create a shockwave effect. And now guys, I'm going to select my first mask and I'm going to select this mask that are inside our mask, and I'm going to decrease the size all the way to this dot size. Now guys, I'm going to select this mask and let's place this right here. Now guys, we are going to animate this mask. So we have to just add a keyframe in corrector, go to this keyframe, and now we have to come to this frame, and now I can increase the size of this mask. And if we go back, we have to decrease the size of this mask. So we have to type 0. And now I'm going to select this mask and I am going to increase the size of this mask. Right here, let's select our previous mask and increase the size, and we have to select this mask and increase the size right about here. Now guys, if we go back, you can see we have this animation. So we have to animate this mask as well. So I'm going to animate this, and now if I play this video, you can see we have this mask animation. Now guys, we have to select all these keyframe, and now guys, I'm going to manually adjust this animation. So as you can see, we have this circular animation. Now let's turn off these preview controls so you can see what is happening right here. So as you can see guys, we have this circular animation. Now our next step is to go to the effects and guys, search for a fast noise effect. Now I'm going to drag this effect. Let's click here and I'm going to heat waves. Let's change this to river. Let's change this to waterfall. Yeah, this is fine. Now let's select the mask, increase the softness. Select this mask and increase the softness. Now you can see we have this animation. Now let's select all these masks, and now we have this animation. Now you can also select all these keyframes, right click on them, and let's change them to dynamic keyframe. You can also play around with these settings as well. You can also add a shockwave effect. You can also add a camera shake effect when our wave starts. So I can just go to the effect, add an adjustment layer, go to the OpenFX, add a camera shake effect, increase the speed, and just play this where our shockwave start. and you can also add a camera shake to the layer. Let's increase the motion. Let's increase the speed and increase the motion blur. Let's increase the motion scale as well. So you get the idea. So you can create this type of effect using the masking window. Now guys, in this version I created this shockwave effect using the layer node, and I switched their input. So as you can see, you can switch their input. So you can connect this to here and this to here, or you can just switch their input, connect this to below one and connect this to the above one. And in the final node guys, I just color correct all my footage, and in the final guys, in edit page I just add a camera shake, and now we have this effect. Now if we go to the color page, select this, as you can see we have this animation. So this is the circular masking window animation using the keyframe. As you can see we have this keyframe, and if you open this keyframe you can see we have the circle window. We have circle window 2 right here. So guys, this is how you can use a masking window and create different effects in DaVinci Resolve. So now guys, I'm going to show you how you can use the fusion modifier and create amazing text effect. So as you can see, I have these text effect as well. So I have several examples that I will show you at the end. And guys, you will find out how you can create these types of text effect as well. So first guys, I'm going to create this animation. So first guys, I'm going to type hello. Let's change the color and let's increase the size as well. Now guys, let's go to the fusion page, and first guys, I'm going to add a simple glow effect. Let's increase the size just a little bit. Now let's select the template, and if you right click on this type text and you can select the forward. Now we have this modifier tab, turn on. Now select the modifier tab and we have to add a delay. So guys, when will we add a size animation, then it will affect the first character, then it will affect the second, the third and so on. So let's set it to single screen, and let's go to the transform. Let's go to the size, and I'm going to add a keyframe, and let's type 0 0. Go few frame ahead and I'm going to type 1.3 1.3. Now let's type 1 and 1. Now we have this simple bouncy animation. So as you can see, the size will affect the first character, the second and the third. Now you can also add an out animation as well. So I'm going to add a keyframe here, go few frame ahead 1.3 1.3, and now let's go few frame ahead 0 and 0. So now we have this animation. Now I'm going to go to the simple tools and I'm going to add a motion blur, and in modifier guys, I'm going to go to the spline, check this template, select all the keyframe, make them smooth. Now guys, you can also do one more thing, is to add a keyframe in bevel value. So if you notice guys, when I increase the X rotation, you can see nothing is happened to our text. So these value only affect your text when you add a keyframe. So for example, if I add a keyframe here and change the rotation, you can see now it is affecting the text. But when I remove the keyframe, increase its slider, you can see it won't affect your text. So you have to add a keyframe and then you have to change the value. So now guys, I'm going to animate the Z rotation. So let's add a keyframe here. Now let's go to the spline and uncheck these select the Z rotation keyframe, and now I'm going to make them reverse. Now guys, you will get this type of text animation. So you can see it rotate and it gets straight. And now let's animate the out animation as well. So I'm going to add a keyframe in Z rotation, and I'm going to change its position to this as well. So now we have this animation and we have this out animation. Now you can go to the spline, check all the keyframes, select all the keyframe, make them smooth. So that's how I create this animation using the modifier. Now guys, I'm going to show you another example. So for example, if you want to get this bouncy text effect, then you can also achieve this text effect. So let's duplicate this text effect and let's go to the Fusion page and let's click here. It will remove the keyframe and now we don't have any animation. Now I'm going to type bouncy and let's change its color to more like yellow. Now guys, let's right click here and select the follower. Now let's go to the modifier and I'm going to add 1.3 delay, and I'm going to select my transform and let's animate the size. So first let's type 0, now 1.3, 1.3, 1, 1. Now let's add an out animation as well. So add keyframe 1.3, 1.3, and then 0, 0. So now we have this bouncy animation, simple. So guys, let's go to the spline, check these, select, make them smooth, and in shape box I'm going to lower their duration. Let's check this again, go to the keyframe and I'm going to select these keyframe and let's place them right here. So we have the smooth out animation as well. Now guys, to achieve the bouncy effect appear from this area, you have to add a keyframe in pivot X, and then we will have this path 1 options. Now you can change its rotation to Z, and now when I play this video you can see we have this bouncy animation. So that's how we created that bouncy animation. And now guys, if we go to the timeline number 1, if you want to get this type of bouncy out animation, then you will have to go to the Fusion page and now select the template, go to the modifier, and in path guys, you can just add a keyframe here and you can rotate Z rotation like this. Let's remove the keyframe and now we have this out animation as well. Now I'm going to select the tools, go to the settings, and I'm going to increase the quality in motion blur and decrease the shutter angle as well like this. Now guys, we have this animation. So that's how I created that animation. Now if I go to timeline number 1, you can see we have this simple bouncy animation appearing from this area and disappearing from this area as well. So for this animation I just animate the x-axis. So let's go to the timeline number 3 in Fusion page, select the template, in modifier path I'm going to type 0, 0, and let's remove all the keyframe. Now I'm going to change the X rotation. Now you can see guys, we have this animation. So that's how I created that animation. Now guys, if we go to timeline number 1, you can see timeline number 2, you can see we have this text animation as well. So to get this animation, you have to duplicate your text, and now I'm going to change this to text effect, and let's change its color to this. And now let's go to the Fusion page, select the template, go to the modifier, in transform, go to the path, and let's reset these value, so we will get this smooth animation. Now for this animation guys, let's go to the modifier, let's go to the follower, remove this keyframe, and let's remove these keyframe as well. Now guys, I only remove the keyframe of size X. Now you will get this animation if you remove the size X keyframe. Now guys, we have to go to the set keyframe in pivot X. In path, I'm going to change this to -30, 34 and 7.9. Now if I play this video guys, you can see we have this amazing text animation. So that's how I created that animation. So you can copy these value as well. Now guys, in forward I'm going to, so if I go to the edit page, go to timeline number 1, you can see I have the hue animation as well. So let's go to the timeline number 3, and this is our main text, so I'm going to change to bold. And in Fusion page guys, I'm going to add a color corrector before the glow, and I'm going to set a keyframe in hue value. Let's go few frame ahead, and I'm going to increase the hue position. Now let's go to the spline, uncheck this template, so we have the only hue keyframes, make them smooth, and I'm going to set them to loop. So now if I play this video guys, you can see we have this amazing text effect hue animation. Now guys, let's go to the edit page, and I'm going to show you other examples as well. So let's move these timeline, let's add a new one, and I have this animation. So for this animation guys, I only animate my transform. So in transform, I only animate the Y position. So as you can see, I have this animation, so I only animate the Y position. So as you can see, the position Y is now only changing in center. Now to get this look, you have to change the font style to this, change the color to this value. Now you have to go to the shading, and then you will have to copy this shade. Then you will have this text effect. Now I only add in 5 an outline of this text effect, and now you have this result. So now let's go to the edit page, and in Power Bin let's go to the text. So if you don't have a Power Bin, then you have to enable it from here. Go to the view and check show Power Bin, and you can also save these text in Power Bin as well. So for example, I have created this text effect. I can now drag this and drop this in here. I can now change its name to hello 2. Now if I create new timeline, drag this here. So as you can see guys, you can reuse these text in your future project as well. Now guys, let's go to the Power Bin, and in text guys, I also have several examples as well. So I'm going to drag these examples, and then I will show you one by one how I created these examples. Now let's select these, go to the edit and select delete gaps. It will delete all the gaps. Now guys, you know how to create this text effect, this one, and for this text effect guys, let's just place this right here. And for this text effect guys, I only add an outline and animate my hue like we did in this text effect. Now for this text effect guys, I'm going to select this, go to the fusion and select this, go to the modifier, and I just animate the Y position, and that's it. You don't need to add anything extra. You have to animate the Y size in transform in modifier, and then you will get this result. Now this is this version number 2 of our hue animation text. So for this text guys, I just change the modifier path X rotation. So you can change its rotation. You can play this right here. Now it appears from above, and if I come to this point, change the rotation, you can see it will now appear from the bottom. So you can play around with these rotation guys, and you will get different type of text result. So for example, if I change the Y rotation and Z rotation as well, you can see we have this fast animation, and if I lower my Z rotation, you can see we have this smooth animation. So you can play around with these rotation. Now guys, in the final we have these two text effects. So I'm going to delete these text effect, and now let's focus on these two text effect. So we have text show on screen one by one, and we have this haha text effect. So guys, for this text effect we have to duplicate this text effect. Now guys, let's go to the Fusion page, select the template, remove this keyframe. Now I'm going to right click on my type text, and I'm going to select character level styling. Now we have this modifier tab turned on. Now let's go to the modifier tab, and now guys, I'm going to right click on my preview screen, and in the option guys, you can enable or disable this checker underline, and you can also show guides. So we have this guide. Now let's go back to tools, and I'm going to set my V anchor to top, and I'm going to set my H anchor to left. Now I'm going to play this right here, and now let's type my name is Now guys, we have this text effect. Now let's go to the modify tab, and you can select a character. So for example, I can select my character from previous screen. You can change only its size, its color, and its font style as well. Now guys, if I select my name, now you can see we have the transform of this particular Fazan with my name, and I have this shading, and I have these settings as well. So we have this individual text plus settings for individual text. So you can increase the size, you can change its tracking as well, and you can change its font style as well. So I'm going to change this to white, maybe this color. Now I'm going to select my ease, and I'm going to change this to white. Now let's change its font as well. And now we have final the edit. So I'm going to change its color to this red, and I'm going to increase the size, and let's place this text right here. Now guys, you can also select the text, go to the shading, and you can add a shading as well. So I can now enable the shading. Let's go to the position, change this right here. Let's select the Fazan of the name, enable the shading, and I can add an outline. Let's change the outline color. To white, and let's decrease the thickness, and let's select the first one. Now guys, you can also decrease this to 0%, and now we have this outline text effect. So if I go to the 2 and let's go to the properties, I can now change the outline, and I can change the color to this color. And now let's go to the edit page, and you can see we have this text. Now all you have to do is just animate its right on. So we have to come to the first frame, add a keyframe, set the end to 0, and now let's go few frames ahead. I can say my name is Fazan Amjad. I love. Now let's go to the keyframe, and I'm going to come to this point, and let's select all the keyframe and place them right here. Now let's go to the edit page and make them smooth. Now guys, if you want a pop-up text, then you have to change the keyframe to step out or step in. So I'm going to change this step out. Now you can see my name is Fazan Amjad, I love to edit. So that's how I create that animation. Now if I go to the edit page, go to the timeline number 5, you can see I had this text show on screen one by one. So that's how I create the animation. Now guys, for this animation guys, at the end I add a light rays effect, and in Infusion page I just animate its position in transform of Y axis. I change the center position of Y, add a motion blur, and now we have this animation. So guys, this is how you can create this animation. And now in the final guys, I'm going to add a text plus. And now let's go to the film page, and if you right click here guys, you can see we have some other options as well. So for example, you can select the time code, and if I play this video, you can see we have this timer on. So duration of this text is 4 seconds. So you can add a timer as well if you want to. So let's come to this point. You can also increase the start offset or decrease the start offset as well. So let's reset this, and now let's go to the tools, and you can also, if you want to add only seconds, then you can also do that. So now I have only the second. Now let's change this to 1, and now we have this second. Or if you want to add only the second count, then you can also do that. So now we have 1 second, 2, 3. So now let's remove the keyframe. Let's reset this value as well. Now if I right click here, go to the set timer, you can see you can set a timer as well. So let's go to the modifier. You can change the minute, you can change second as well. So you can animate this position as well. So if I click here, go few frames ahead, I can now animate this second. So as you can see, we have this second animation. So guys, this is how you can use the modifier in Infusion page. Now guys, if you want to edit any type of video in DaVinci Resolve, then you can do that. So I have this example. So for the sound effect, I use the website called Mixkit, and you can search for sound effect and you can download some free sound in here. Now guys, let's move on to another example. So now guys, you can also edit complex video in DaVinci Resolve. So if I play this video, you can see we have this animation. Now this is the cutout from the video. So I screenshot my video. So as you can see, these are 18 screenshot, and I use this website called remove bg, and I remove my picture background one by one, and then I make a sequence in DaVinci Resolve. So you can download this picture from here and it will automatically remove your background. So for this particular video, I remove frame by frame background from these 18 screenshot and I just drop them into DaVinci Resolve, and now we have this sequence. As you can see, I'm jumping from here to here. Now guys, to creating this scene, I create this screen from scratch in DaVinci Resolve. So I'm going to show you how I created. So let's open this in timeline, and now as you can see, first I'm going to disable some layer, and now as you can see, this is our background, and now we have this moon. I set the moon to add a light rays effect as well, and I set the moon to screen. Now I animate my subject in edit page from this position to this. Let's enable the transform, and now you can see I animate my position. This is the position. So as you can see, I animate my position. If I select this, you can see I animate my position, and I add a building, and then I add these two buildings as well. Now if you go to the color page, let's hide this, hide the timeline. Now if I select my subject, you can see I color grade my subject as well. So this is before and this is after. Now I also color grade these building as well. So this is before and this is after. I just mask out the upper area and I lower their gain of the lower area. As you can see, this is lower area, so I lower the gain, and for this building I did exactly that same thing. Now if we go to the edit page guys, and in the final guys, I add light rays effect, add a camera shake, and add a fast noise effect, and I set the global blend to 0.294. So that's why we have this smoke animation. Now I have created the second version of this as well. So if I come to this timeline, let's go to the fusion page and let's enable the clip. Let's go to the compound clip, and now let's go to the clip, and I'm going to select this clip. As you can see, I add a transform animation. Now guys, if I play this example, now let's go to the fusion page and I'm going to select this clip. Now as you can see, I animate myself. I animate the position of this character using the transform, and in settings in transform I add a motion blur. Now let's go to the edit page and I'm going to disable these layers. So first we have this layer. I add a box blur. First let me just select this, and now I add a box blur, and now we have the second, which is the building. So let's go to the color page and I just mask out this area. Let's just enable the power window and I mask out this area and I lower their gain, their gamma, the lift and the offset. Then we have the shadow, and I add an outside of this node and I change the color to this value. So we have this shine effect, and I did this thing to this building as well, and I add myself behind these buildings. So in the end guys, I add an adjustment layer and I add a fast noise effect and change its opacity to 1 and change the compose type to soft light, and you can change these settings as well if you want to. Now let's go to the main timeline, and as you can see, we have this final result, and in the final result I add a light rays effect. You can copy these settings as well if you want to. I add a glow effect and I add a fake camera shake. And now guys, if I select this compound clip, go to the fusion page, select this character, you can see I lower its gain and lower its offset and the lift to match with the background. So you have to match with the shadow of your background, enable to merge your character with the background. So now it's look great, but when I turn the color grading off, you can see it looks so fake. Now if I go to the edit page, go to the main timeline, go to the color page, you can see, let's hide this clip and let's drag this right here. Now guys, in this node I color grade my footage. So in first node I change the gain to this value and gamma to this value, and I add this color warper. Now guys, in the second node I change the HDR wheels of dark. Now guys, in the final node I just change my contrast, change my tint and the temperature, and in HDR guys I change the light. Now this is the final result.